Don't talk like you're one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a podcaster. Like me. They need you right now, but when they don't, they'll cast you out, like a leper. You see, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the Neon Crew podcast allows them to be. I'll show you. When the views are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a co-host. I'm just ahead of the record.
Nice.
One of many Joker quotes that we're for sure going to touch on in this episode.
Yeah.
Probably, right? Joker kind of an iconic character in this trilogy of films.
we're all going to be in different ways with them.
Just a little bit, you know, whether you like him or not, he has had an impact. That is for sure. But speaking of impact, we're going to make an impact right now with this episode being our 100th episode of the Neon Crew podcast. Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle.
I'm Mac.
And joining us, who is sending his congratulations with his claps, his beautiful praise that he likes to give us sometimes, is returning to the show, special guest Sam Parker.
Glad to be here. I think I speak for the entire Neon Mafia when we say congratulations, you two, for making it to 100.
Yeah.
That's a big-time milestone. It shows that you guys can consistently do something over a long course of time that benefits other people.
Discipline, right?
That's amazing. Yes. So congrats. In this time, I started a podcast and ended one. And you guys are still going.
What? Block Party Academy is still going strong, right?
No, I took it down once I got the new job. I was like,
so I should probably get the link out of our description.
oh yeah, well, people can still go there.
Yeah,
like,
you can still get views.
It's still on. It's still findable.
Yeah, but all the videos are unlisted, so I just have the links, so I can still show my guys. And in hindsight, that's probably what I would have just done to begin with, but. Whatever, you live and you learn.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you back. It's been a minute since we've had you as a guest. We've had you chime in with your Night Call segment with Sam Parker, which I always so lovingly love to receive in the form of you taking a morning jog and then giving your thoughts on Twisters.
I'll bring that back. So in the recent time. This last year, I took a job in Mississippi, and so being down there in the move and everything, I forgot all about that. But I did love doing that, and especially the Twisters one, because I would just be walking in the fairgrounds and be, fairgrounds that breeds tornado movies, and I was just thinking about Twisters, and I'm like, wait a minute, and then it would just be me giving out about that, and I thought the funniest thing was like. Glenn Powell like hitting on that chick in the barn, but also being like, "What is this?" and like her putting together that Venn diagram, and it's like that whole sequence. They really screwed up that movie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of blacked out during that section of the movie. A little bit.
It's a carnival ride. I will never say it's not.
The shadow, and you hear the woman's voice, and you're like, oh, it's Helen Hunt. Here it comes, Helen Hunt. And then it's like the knockoff Helen Hunt comes walking in, and it's like...
well, we aren't here for Twisters, though.
No, let's not get sidetracked. We've got a big task here.
We have a big task here. So, of course, we're here to talk about Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Long teased on this podcast. We're finally delivering it. I'm excited to talk about these movies. I feel like there's a few things that we need to get into before we get into the meat and potatoes of the films themselves.
Okay.
So first of all, what are your guys' relationships with Batman as a property? As a character, as a medium throughout comic book, television, film, what have you. Where did it start and where is it now?
I think it started for both of us with Batman and Robin, the Schumacher one.
Really?
No, Batman Forever.
Yeah, but I don't really have like
Carrey.
the memory on that one isn't as strong because like we saw Batman and Robin at the drive-in, and we might have saw Batman Forever at the drive-in. It could have been an HBO Like, I don't remember the first time we saw that. My distinct memory is like Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze.
I remember
having my first crush on Poison Ivy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she was hot. Yeah, I mean, what do you want?
Well, it was also the toys and the cartoons and everything of Batman when we were younger, and then it turned into when the Chris Nolan trilogy came out. I'm like entering high school.
Yep.
So, and it was like the perfect age.
Yeah.
To hit me there. And then like everything, and then you get done with it and stuff. But I mean like Die Hard. I was going to wear my Batman shirt. I got Batman shirt in 2012. Batman symbol with US flag on it.
Yeah.
No reason I'm not wearing it because I wore it the entire week before the 4th. Like, love it.
Yeah.
Right. And so all of those, all the Batman stuff, the video games, like,
you played Arkham Asylum, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, Arkham Knight.
Arkham Knight.
That one is probably
You said that's like one of the greatest games you've ever played.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I remember I got that over COVID.
Yes.
And I played it over COVID, and it like only boosted my hype for the Batman, but I was also like, well, the Batman's not gonna be better than this. And then when you're playing the game, I was sitting there and I'm like, dude, I think the Riddler is my favorite villain. And so those two things were going into the Batman was we're going to cool our expectations because it won't be better than the game. And the Riddler is my favorite villain. And then that movie killed it. And that is my favorite Batman.
All right, hold
movie.
on. Would you stop just giving away things?
When else am I going to reveal that?
We're going to, at the end of this,
I think
you
it's
get
important
through.
to establish like an
That's
arc.
my Batman.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Got a-
we have
hell
charcuterie
yeah.
board
Got a platter.
coming in here.
There we go.
Potted charcuterie.
Only the best here at the Neon Crew podcast. Catering services. That'll be $65.95. No, so my relationship with Batman isn't super extensive. I think I touched on it when we were talking about the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, where the only real superhero I enjoyed as a kid was the Hulk.
Yep.
He was my favorite. I had like a Hulk lunchbox shirt. Saw the movie that came out in 2003. Loved it, especially for how fucking weird it was.
Very odd.
Very odd movie in retrospect. But I was always aware of Batman, especially considering his rogues gallery of villains. Even before I saw any of the movies, I think I remember my dad watching Batman and Robin, and Poison Ivy was on screen.
Nice.
And he explained to me like, oh, he's just like one of Batman villains. And I'm like, Batman has many villains. And of course, like you find out that, yeah, he's got maybe, other than Spider-Man, one of the more consistently strong lineup of villains in comic book history.
They're also they're grounded in some sort of realism where they're human still, right?
Yeah.
So it makes it, I think that made it more fun with him taking them down.
And they have their quirks, they have their interesting sort of like whether it's like some kind of mental thing or like physical thing. And they make it in a way where it's very like kind of dark, moody, interesting. Even with like the cartoon nature of like the Schumacher films, there's always this quality of it being like you're watching a Tim Burton film, and especially considering Tim Burton directed Batman and Batman Returns, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not you enjoy those movies, you have to agree that there is a level of kind of like spooky darkness that gets touched on those films that I think have carried into not only these movies, but
gritty,
superhero
noir,
movies in general.
Yeah. They're very dark, sleek and dark.
And going to the video games, my Batman Arkham game was Arkham City. That was the one I think I spent the most time in. I didn't spend like too much time in it, but I do have all the games on my PC, and I can't wait to fully get into them.
Like an open world Batman game would be awesome.
That's Arkham Knight.
That's kind of what, those games
Is
are
it really?
a little bit.
Is it like GTA?
Yeah, except you know how GTA there's days.
Yeah.
Arkham Knight it takes all place in one night.
Oh, so you're just running around at the one night?
Yeah, so it's like it could be 50 hours to beat, but it's all it's Halloween.
Oh man,
And
that's
it's just
awesome.
The city's in chaos,
Yeah.
and it's pretty legit.
Okay.
And the Riddler has these side missions where you
back
gotta
to
solve
this
a
guy.
puzzle.
No, those games sort of did revolutionize the idea of like licensed video games in general, because, and we don't have to spend too much time on it, but before those games came out, people saw like movie tie-in games or like games based on superheroes and were like, that's another for the shit pile. This isn't going to be anything
Yeah, it was always
worthwhile.
kind of based off how the movie went, though. If
Right.
I remember right.
like Harry Potter games.
Yeah. Except the new one that came out, I heard.
Right, but even
Yeah,
then, that's like
yeah.
a post-Batman Arkham world.
Because we had the Spider-Man game after the first or second movie came out for the PC, but we didn't have enough RAM on the computer, so it'd glitch out and freeze on
We
us.
did talk about this in the Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
but the second one was sick, and it
The
did
Spider-Man
follow.
game.
They did follow the movie, but it also added in.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a Green Goblin segment and the Rhino, and I remember the Vulture being somewhere in there.
But obviously, I think, too, a big appeal of Batman as a narrative is that unlike something like, say, Superman or Captain America, where their heroism is driven by this sense of, like, purpose and duty, Batman's is driven by this sense of, like, justice and vengeance because it stems from his parents getting killed and this, like, sense of tragic backstory.
I don't know if I'd go with vengeance, though. Like, I feel like they drops that. At least in this series, like there's a little bit of that anchoring it, but
it's a catalyst for what becomes this sense of purpose that he's given himself.
That's why I like the new one, because I mean they hold on to that vengeance aspect.
They really do,
right?
Emo brooding Robert Pattinson Batman,
PTSD. Like I've seen some stuff already at a young age.
He takes off the mask. He's got the eyeshadow on. First time you ever see that,
Robbie.
You're pale as shit and you're in great shape. I love it.
Yeah. That's my hero.
Right.
Just in general, I think it's got to be incredibly overwhelming to be cast as Batman, but it also has to be equally difficult to pull off that acting job because
100%.
You're put into this giant latex suit. Number one, I'd be like,
how am
I going to pee? Let's just start off with that. How long is it going to take me to get ready in this
catheter
thing?
Done.
And then your only real acting that you get is the little circle over your mouth that's showing, and your physicality in a restrictive suit, and you've got to put over this character. Like that's really tough.
Yes,
and
it is,
and it's not easy because as we'll talk about somebody else doing that. It's incredibly difficult, and then you have to play like genuine Bruce Wayne who's trying to be Batman and
juggling identities.
Yeah, and then you got Playboy Bruce Wayne.
Yes,
where it's like it's three different characters that you're playing that all have to blend in together.
That makes sense as the character, and
it's up to the actor to determine when is he which version.
Yeah,
I think of Batman Forever, Val Kilmer. Like his Playboy Bruce Wayne was like intelligent, like an intellectual.
Yeah, he was very like very
James
Bondy,
kind of like science oriented,
witty, charisma. Yeah.
Like very like more like I remember Jim Carrey showing him the brain sucker gimmick. And he's like, he's like, I think this is an amazing invention, but I also think this is horrific for sociological purposes and what you do because I'm not funding this kind of deal.
Yep.
And it's interesting to see how each actor plays that Playboy style differently, as well as like when are they vulnerable in just normal Bruce Wayne in front of who?
100%.
Maybe that's a little bit of what he lost in the third one too. Some of that vulnerability.
What are your guys' favorite portrayals of Batman in live action? Because I feel like they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I think I'm partial to, and maybe it's just like recency bias. Maybe it's because I enjoy the actor so much in other projects, but I really do enjoy the Robert Pattinson portrayal of the character because I think he, one, nails the sort of like action hero aspect of Batman. Two, he gets the detective aspect of Batman down, especially like from the get-go in that movie. And I do, as much as like some people criticize it, I do enjoy the fact that he's a newer kind of like Batman character who's only been at it for a short time, who hasn't quite figured out what Bruce Wayne's whole deal is. And so then he's just sort of an emo kid because of it.
Well, he's also, because his parents were killed and he lingers with that.
Yeah, and it's like still a fresh thing. And I like that is the route they go with because it's something different and unique compared to
It's
what
a
we've seen
psychological
before.
take on it, right? Like,
Yeah.
like I really
Like a
like,
tortured mind.
yeah, Matt Reeves coming out and going like, we're gonna say he never really recovered from seeing the death of his parents, right? Because in every other film, it's just like gloss on. It's like when Uncle Ben dies, like you're fine, you're gonna live with it.
They have to show it in every single one. That's why I love the Batman, because they just like it's referenced in like a news cut, and as you know, his parents were killed. Just like it was one of those deals where all the other ones. You get the alley shot. You get the pearls ripping off the neck. You get them falling to the ground. Oh no!
Yeah.
But my favorite Batman, I would say my favorite Bruce Wayne is Val Kilmer, and then my favorite Batman is Robert Pattinson's, because it is like it's the most like he's just kind of figuring it out as he goes, and like learning, and you're seeing him like hone these skills. And then I would say also my favorite Batmobile is probably the Tumbler from these movies.
Tumbler is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Like
pretty damn good.
The one from the Batman is cool, the like vroom vroom, but the Tumbler is like...
Tumbler's pretty sick.
Tumbler's like a cheat code.
I like the Schumacher
The
Batmobile.
Schumacher one, I think,
it's a little bit of
fun.
a mixture of both. Yeah, it's like
with
the car.
long...
Yeah. They made it like, hey...
I love the blue like turbo that it has on it.
What was... I never saw the Ben Affleck ones. Like,
Don't need to.
I watched the Justice League Zack Snyder cut. I remember nothing of
I've
it.
only seen BVS, and I don't remember too much from it.
No.
He's bulky as shit in those movies. I can remember that.
I got because well, you guys already took all of them, so I feel like I have to pick different ones now.
No, you could. He said Arpat too for his Batman.
No,
What,
that's
you were
true.
gonna say Val Kilmer?
No, definitely not. That one's too cartoony. Like,
Shut up.
my favorite Bruce Wayne, though, I will say, because I liked how you took that angle. Clooney's got the Playboy style in him. Clooney's very like charming in that role. Not necessarily the witty Batman that we want, but like show up to the charity events and probably get some money.
Getting something.
Yeah, I remember who the love interest in that thing is.
At that point, it doesn't matter. It really
No,
doesn't
Lisa
matter.
Silverstone
Remember he
is
outsmarted
like the little-
Poison. Oh, we don't need to get into it.
She's back. Yeah, she's Batgirl in that.
Until the very end. Spoiler.
No, but my favorite Batman's probably Bale and Batman Begins. Like you guys both mentioned Pattinson. I do like that aspect. There's a very raw element of Pattinson doing it, where it's very much like self-discovery and like going through it trial by error. The same thing happened to me. I felt like in Batman Begins, with that Batman with Bruce Wayne, like they don't really pull too many punches with him knowing all the stuff. There's a really fun scene with the Scarecrow in which he's got the detective thing and he's climbing up and he's telling the kid to be quiet. Like, I think there's elements in Batman Begins that gets lost with the other two. But in terms of like bringing back that origin story, I thought they did a really good job with him in that one. Like, I really liked this character in that because it felt humanistic. Like, it didn't feel like he was above it all or something bad couldn't happen to him,
Yeah.
So
I very much do. I mean, not to get like ahead of the discussion, but I do enjoy the Christian Bale performance overall throughout these three movies.
I don't think you can knock that. I don't know.
I think it's one of the more solid elements
Watch me.
throughout each of the three movies in a very, what I could say is an inconsistent trilogy. Now, one other thing I want to touch on is our relationship with Christopher Nolan, because that's also a big part of
Oh God, you better shut the
this movie's trilogy, or like these movies as a whole. He's got his name written all over it. He's got his typical Nolanisms, whether you like them or not, things that work, things that don't. And I just want to get a feel for the room of like how we feel about Christopher Nolan in general. Because me personally, I would say I really like his films overall. His output, I think, is mostly consistent in terms of quality and like what I like from films in general. Obviously, I don't think he's a perfect filmmaker. He's not even in my top three, I would say. He's got his missteps, and I do think he's someone who, if he's not careful, is just at risk of parodying himself often.
Yes.
I look at Tenet for that as an example. But he's got more movies that I quite enjoy than he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I would say out of all of them, Interstellar is my number one.
It's yeah. I'm not gonna go down the list. Like I do like Oppenheimer.
And we don't have to. Yeah.
I was huge on Nolan. I felt like he had a lot of success with this trilogy, Memento, and then Inception, and like I was bought in at that point. And then I've gotten more to the point where I feel like he's a very pretentious storyteller. I feel like there's some like emotional disconnect at points with his storytelling, and it gets into a lot of these like really oh god, how did I describe it?
There is an element of that where it feels like he creates his own canon, and it feels like he can kind of get high off of it at certain points.
You see it so much in
Especially
the Dark Knight
Rises. Yes, I was going to say that 100%.
Every conversation has magnitude in the Nolan movies, and it's just been like going up and up and up, where it's like you can't even really have just like exposition or soft filler without it having to represent something. So no, but I think in terms of like being a director and giving something that the eyes can feast on, like I think he's one of the best. I really do. And more so for him, I think he really relies on the show don't tell aspect of it all, and there's like a lot of passes, especially with moviegoers that go and you watch a movie only one time
or show while telling, but that's also
there's a little bit, but like
the inception of it all to
me.
But
it's like we're going to provide this information, but I'm really not going to give you the not backstory, but like events leading up to it. Like you just have to take it for what it's worth at face value, because we'll talk about it with the Dark Knight sequences that are popping up out of nowhere that just like, oh, he's just high on his own supply right now, and he can get away with doing this stuff because we're so in awe of what we're seeing, the spectacle we're watching, that there's a lot of passes that I think eventually there's some misgivings with what he did with the films, but like those are on rewatches, you know? So for an average moviegoer, I think anyone could go in there and watch it and just be like, whoa, you know?
It's hard to discount the first time seeing this and like the average person's experience with these
even
films.
mine. I mean, I'm not going to say like my first time seeing this stuff compared to where you're at now. I mean, like when you can really hammer and dive into something, I think that's when you can pick at the flaws of a film, and he's got that with his films. He is one of the betters at, to me, like show don't tell. And when I say, don't tell, it's I'm going to give you something. You got to take it for a grain of salt. Like it's going to be right there. It's in your face. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to lead you into it. Yeah. And then it's just happening.
Sam, you've been awfully quiet during this.
He's fuming.
This Christopher Nolan centric segment of the episode. What are your thoughts on Chris Nolan? Pro or anti?
No, I am. Well, let's start off. I was very pro Chris Nolan. I've seen every Christopher Nolan film. The following to Memento to Insomnia to Batman Begins to The Prestige to Dark Knight to Inception, Dark Knight Rises to Interstellar to Dunkirk to Tenet to Oppenheimer. And the Oppenheimer experience, like... I took a photo on my birthday. This was my birthday gift from my wife, was to go see this movie together. Mm-hmm. And I took a photo from the parking lot because I was that excited. Halfway through that movie, I was like, this isn't what I signed up for. Like, what is this movie?
False marketing.
And then I got done with the movie, and I was like, I really did not like it. And I was expecting, because I saw it like the opening day, I was expecting everybody to be like, oh man, can you believe that pile of junk?
Yeah, what the hell happened here?
And then it won Best Picture, won Best Director, won like all of my friends.
Mac and I gave it like 9 out of 10 on the podcast.
I think I bumped it up to 10.
Like a couple months ago, I had drinks with my friends, and that movie got brought up. And next thing you know, they're like, it was a full-on argument, and they were like really upset with me,
And like some hurt feelings, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and so, and then like since then, I'm like, God dang,
Did you have like a moment of crisis? Like, what is wrong with me? Why didn't I like this movie?
Oh no, it was like it was just like it was. It basically...
are all wrong.
It felt like I had watched, 20 hours of this director's career justifying a weakness that he has, which is characters and dialogue.
See, that was my reaction to Tenet. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but that is how I felt watching Tenet.
So again,
it's like this whole thing is collapsing in on itself of parody at this point.
But I gave all those movies a pass because there was spectacle and there was a decent enough payoff and some sort of, not great, but a somewhat satisfying ending, or satisfying enough that I wanted to rewatch it. Right? And then when I saw Oppenheimer, I was like, there was no payoff. It was just...
but we don't have to argue about Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
We're not going to argue.
All I'm saying is that movie opened my eyes to Chris Nolan, and he always releases movies around my birthday, so it was always...
Yeah, the blockbuster films of the year.
Yeah, that we're going on my birthday with
when are
a
you
group
seeing
of
the
friends
Odyssey?
Yeah. And now I'm like, I could care less on his work after that one. I'm like, that's the last money that you stole from me, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
whatever.
I'm not doing that. But the one thing that softens the blow is that was Barbenheimer. So like I had the choice to go see Barbie movie, right? And I chose Oppenheimer, and I could hear Barbie being played in the theater next door, and I'm like, gosh, it sounds so much fun. And then I saw Barbie, and I'm like, oh, God, both these movies suck. And now it's just the way that cinema's going.
What is wrong with you?
I didn't like it.
Sam was not into the Barbenheimer fever, seems like.
Yeah.
No.
Sam's, what do you call old schooly film? You know, give us a story, rich characters, let's get a good environment going. And then let's hammer out the story. We don't need to have it speaking in different volumes.
I need characters that I'm going to be like rooting for or rooting against, or I need to be emotionally invested in the characters.
Right.
If I'm not,
because like
you better have some amazing special effects, but it's still not going to be a movie I'm going to rewatch.
With Oppenheimer, I do agree that they tried to make Oppenheimer flawed, but they didn't really do a good job with the nonlinear storytelling aspects of it. But after reading the book, like I am like, I wish they would have did more on read the book or have an understanding about this man's life before you watch this film, because it really is something where you're just watching. It's like 12 Angry Men in 2020.
That's a movie in which like it shows itself in the first like 5 minutes, and if you're not on board for what it's doing in that span of time, then you're not going to be on board for the rest of what the movie has to offer.
I didn't come on here to talk Oppenheimer,
which
guys.
it's totally fine, and it's
you brought it up. You're the one that sit there. I'm going to go through and I got to get so mad at this thing. I'm going to go on and up. Yeah.
So then I rewatched these
This
movies.
is all audio I'm going to have to turn down, by the way.
So then I rewatched these movies after the Oppenheimer experience.
Yeah.
And then after seeing like the new Batman, where I'm like, oh, this is my Batman.
Yeah.
And, and so it wasn't like I had a tainted image of this, but it felt like, oh, the wool is pulled
I'm trying to
over
think.
my
There's
eyes.
a good like
you can see a few more like the
analogy.
tricks and the trade and the
and
filmography.
the other thing too that made it, it just that trilogy. I mean, we had it on repeat. The Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Rises. The biggest trio of films for the decade of my life.
I mean, like truthfully, it was a decade because I don't think
for sure.
Like Marvel wasn't until like Avengers was 2013, 2014.
Avengers was 2012, same year that Rises came out.
Right, so that was the passing of the torch. But like you get your fill, and then what was the next Age of Ultron was 2015.
Yeah,
you know what? So like there is from 2005 to 2015, the only other really big superhero movie going on is Avengers, and you had to wait another 3 years before. So like you've really got a chance to sink your teeth into the Batman.
And the Marvel universe is much more Hollywood and like clean cut and like
I think all of DC's stuff is not. It's very tricky.
There's a framework that they have to adhere to that Christopher Nolan could like kind of step out of and play around with.
Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. With that being said, I guess it sounds like we can jump into the discussions of the films itself.
Dude, that sun is just beating on me.
I could tell we're going to be
sweat.
sweaty.
Just,
oh yeah,
right
my flop sweat
down.
is going right now.
Oh yeah, it's going to get hot in here.
Yeah.
Based on the
up to
discussion and the
2
temperature.
degrees.
So we talked about this beforehand, but how it's going to work is that we're each going to have a piece of the pie in terms of what movie we're going to summate before we get into the discussion. Mac is going to get Batman Begins.
Leading off strong.
I'm going to get I'm going to get The Dark Knight, and then Sam is going to cap it off with The Dark Knight Rises.
Strong.
Super, super strong. Very meaty. So, McLean.
Oh, man, I'm so giddy right now.
You want to take it away?
Yeah, let's go. Batman Begins. All right.
I can have some of this cheese and fruit.
Sit back and enjoy the ride. So we got Batman Begins 2005, about 2 hours, 20 minutes long, starring Christian Bale as Bruce Wayne, Michael Caine as Alfred, one of the more diabolical characters in this thing. Liam Neeson as Ducard. Spoilers too coming up. Katie Holmes, Gary Oldman as Jim Gordon, Cillian Murphy as Dr. Jonathan Crane, Tom Wilkinson as Carmine Falcone, Rutger Hauer as Hobo with a Shotgun, and
also in Blade Runner,
Morgan Freeman.
People that have taste.
Yeah, probably his only.
I do love that he listed Hobo with a Shotgun. That's very Neon Crew of us.
Yeah. Go check out that film. All right, directed by Christopher Nolan, written by Bob Kane. Christopher Nolan.
Well, Bob Kane is the Batman creator.
Yes, I just saw his picture. So
screenplay by
Grease over it.
Yeah.
Screenplay by Christopher Nolan and David S. Goyer.
Yeah, Goyer. I'm guessing Goyer helped with some of the filling in stuff. Hey, this is
more like the other way around.
This is not adult entertainment, Parker. All right. So essentially what we got, this is we're bringing back the origin story of Batman. We're laying down the foundation for the trilogy to come. We first thing opens up, it's Bruce Wayne with Rachel Dawes, and they're playing in some cave. It really makes you wonder about parenting. And Bruce falls down, sees a bunch of bats, gets a little scared. And it's actually funny that he lingers on the bat fear more than his parents being killed in front of him fear. And we the dad comes down, saves him. He wakes up, he's in some Mandarin prison, and we get the sense that things have gone wrong.
To be fair, he has aged about 20 years since that moment.
Yeah,
he's
not
from a child to
nine.
like a bearded man.
Yeah, he's not 9. No, he's about in his 20s, but he starts getting picked on and he starts fighting. And this is like one of the first scene logistic problems that I had with is that he gets picked up going to solitary and Ducard's sitting there and guys like, I want to bring you into the League of Shadows. You got this vengeance. I know who you are. I'm going to play this up. And a little bit of, this is how Bruce got his martial arts. A lot of his theatricality and deception going on in terms of what they talk with what's he say to him? I'm drawing a blank.
He says a lot of stuff to him.
Yeah. I know, but it's theatricality and deception. This is like how you disguise yourself in the shadows. There's like there's kind of like a strong sense of you are not going to overpower your enemies, but you can trick them and misguide them, and use that to your advantage. Like we use our environment around us. So at some point they're going to kill this poor pig farmer. Bruce Wayne says, I'm not doing that, bro. And place explodes. He gets out, comes back, decides that he's going to use these strengths and this power to help Gotham and save the city. Uh-huh. So spoilers for Batman Begins.
Save the city from what?
Itself.
Save the city from Ra's al Ghul. And,
no. He's not. He doesn't go. It's not Ra's al Ghul. He's saving it from. Like he wants to get back and he wants to take down crime. He wants to make the city better because
the initial struggle. Yes.
Ra's says we're taking. So one of the things I do like about this film is that every empire falls, right? Like they always find something wrong that is capitalized on by an empire. So he talks about the Romans, Genghis Khan with the Mongols, right? You have like a lot of these great empires that rise usually have a shelf life to them, or they are going to decay at some point. And the League of Shadows is there to balance it out. Like, hey, you've gotten so far into the red, like we're gonna reset this place. And they talked about it with doing it with Thomas Wayne, and they thought that
they thought they could go about it economically.
Yes, like we're going to be able to help people through, and like a lot of these films, one of the craziest things that I just never really picked up on is how like anti-systematic Nolan is, and with the destruction of civilization being and money being one of the prevalent problems in this universe. So that's the League of Shadows, and that's what they're there for. Their balance. And so Batman is set. He thinks he takes out Ra's al Ghul, and he says, "I'm going to go back. I'm going to help this city. I'm going to rid it of its crime, right? And then we can get back economically by getting to the point where people are helping people, and I will be that symbol of justice where they feel injustice is being served or is wrongly, not being taken care of."
Yeah, because you can't imprison or kill a symbol.
Right.
That's why he has to be the Batman instead of just like, hey, I'm Bruce Wayne thumping people in the head in alleyways.
Yeah. Then it turns into, hey, is Bruce Wayne taking down these guys? Like, that's insane. And then tabloids pop up and they capitalize on that. So
this movie's about capitalism.
There's a very strong theme going throughout the 3 films. I didn't realize how much was involved with the Dark Knight.
Like talking about the 1%ers and all that.
And they string it along. So no, I saw that. I think we also, when we do our thing, we can talk about where we saw it at. I saw this with a buddy in 2005. We wanted to check out a film, and we struck out with King Kong. And I think like these origin stories are trying to get back more grounded in realism as best they could. And I was like, I'm not watching the Michael Keaton Batman movies. And I had seen one trailer for it. When he's hanging down, and the guy's like, "Where are you?" "Here." And I was like, this looks so cartoony. This looks dumb as hell.
Oh, you're saying the for the trailer?
Yeah, like that trailer. If I had seen the one you showed me, there's definitely no way I checked
the one with the
out.
Nickelback in the background.
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Somehow.
That looks like a love story,
dude.
I need to show you guys the ABC Family edit of Batman Begins, because it's just like, up next on ABC Family, and it's like a scene of him driving the tumbler, and he's like, whoosh. Does it come in black?
Oh yeah. There's
yeah.
some kind of cringy. Maybe not
when
as
you
much as
edit it
other
like
ones.
an ABC Family original premiere event or whatever it
That
was.
Well, that line itself though is like, it feels very much.
It feels like a Marvel line.
Yeah,
like a haha. This is for the audience to pause and clap.
But I saw this thing in theaters, and I was like, this was very action packed. You didn't need to have, like, the story was the story, right? And there wasn't too much going on, and Bale does a great job. I thought the at the time, like, a lot of the acting was good.
This one's probably the most logical of the 3,
without a doubt.
This one also feels to me like the most consistent in terms of
what
the
did
structure.
I text you? I said it's the most clear and
Put your
concise.
hand
I'm pointing at you. This ain't Oppenheimer talk. No, clear and concise. This one has the best through line throughout, and
I feel like the pacing is the best with this one. I think that like quality of the story is the most in line. Like, it starts at a point and it ends at a point, and I feel like the needles rarely ever kind of like go up or down.
It gets too crazy, right? Where it's like, this is very unrealistic.
It doesn't feel like it's unwieldy. It doesn't feel like it has pacing issues. I love the structure of this movie, and I think we talked about it earlier. It goes down smooth.
Yeah, yes, I agree. I don't know where he's at. I'm trying to hold off before he just bludgeons this thing.
I'm not gonna bludgeon anything, but if we're going like it goes down smooth, it's like, well, does that mean like a milkshake or like cough syrup?
Cough syrup doesn't go.
No, to me, this is
It has a smooth coating that
Oh
goes.
my god!
Gets you a little trippy.
Yeah, is that like an aesthetic feel that you got, or is this like
somebody
a good...
does like some tequila, and you're like, dude, I'm not drinking that, and he goes, nah, it goes down smooth, and it's like you can like smell it burning your nostril hair.
I think this one does. I think that this thing is from start to finish one of the more consistent and easier to follow. There isn't too much craziness happening or unbelievable things or postulating certain emotions or questions at you. Like, this is like, we have Batman here. He's got to save the city. He's going about it, and that's it.
I feel like maybe because I've also seen The Dark Knight so many times compared to the other 2 movies, I feel like this one in particular, it felt to me anyway like I was the most invested in what was going on.
Yeah.
I was more excited and I wasn't bored watching this film. I feel like there were moments in this where I can just like take any sort of like portion of this movie and just say like, yeah, I enjoyed watching this. there's scenes in Rises that I cannot say that with, and there's even scenes in The Dark Knight where I feel like I maybe struggle a little bit to get through them on like I said, a 10th watch or so.
Right.
But Batman Begins is the one where I was the most surprised at how much I still enjoy it.
We kind of talked about it, and I was fearing having watched this where I was like, this is gonna be stale, this is gonna be boring, and I had it on. It was a late night watch, and I was like, oh yeah, this is actually one of the, like, from start to finish. I was not bored, was not entertained, and I was expecting the acting to be a lot. This one actually has some charisma in it. Like Morgan Freeman cared in this one.
I'd like to say something.
Yes, here. Sam, please jump in.
So my biggest gripe with these movies, is the acting, and this is why. All right, but now this is a plus of here are the names that appear in all these movies, okay? Christopher Nolan, obviously, director. I know he's not acting, but Oscar winner. Christian Bale, Oscar winner. Michael Caine, Oscar winner. Morgan Freeman, Oscar winner. Gary Oldman, Oscar winner. And Cillian Murphy, Oscar winner. That has got to be the most... That's 5 Oscar winners that appear in all of these movies.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, and of course, some of them are post these films coming out, like Cillian Murphy and Christopher Nolan.
And Gary Oldman.
Mm-hmm.
And Christian Bale.
And Bale, Bale won it. Well, he won it for The Fighter, which...
2010,
2011? 2010? Yeah, you might be right.
Okay, so after Dark Knight, but before
Rises, I think some of
this
put these guys on the map, and some of them are...
And then, if I go with this movie, you've got Liam Neeson, who's nominated... Ken Watanabe nominated, and Tom Wilkinson nominated. All right, and
so
then
about 8.
And then you rolled through the other notables like Katie Holmes, Rutger Hauer, blah blah. Right. So, of these elite actors, ones that are not dynamic in terms of their performances,
and we talked about this at Mac's wedding a little bit,
like boring.
Teased it.
Like no offense, but like guys that really. They play it very stoic and serious and straight-faced.
One of the problems with Nolan that I have.
Yeah, like
everything he does has to be, it's so like pretentious.
Serious, and God forbid you make anybody laugh.
Right.
So you've got Michael Caine, boring actor, playing stoic and serious. Morgan Freeman, stoic and serious.
No. Morgan Freeman, I will, in this movie,
Mr.
I will...
Wayne, you expect me to build a parachute with a hang glider?
Yeah.
Well, I would need the weekend.
He's playing it. I mean,
it's not even charming. It's
like, it is. He is playing like you're taking me as an idiot. I will go along with this until I can.
I think I'm going to defend both Freeman and Caine in this movie specifically. The next films,
right? Yes.
Especially Rises, I'm less inclined to do.
See, this is why you should have watched the movies.
Because they all blend in.
No, I'll give you this. No, you could see
Gary Oldman is the most... He's the most charismatic in this one.
No, Morgan Freeman is...
No. I'm saying of the 3 movies.
Yeah.
But to me, every time I see him, I just see Ned Flanders from The Simpsons.
I can make a case for him in Rises, but we'll get to that when we talk about that movie.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Oakley dokley.
Listen, man, you of all people should knock the mustache, all right?
Yeah.
No, but it's just like you can't... it's Ned...
It is a funny...
we'll talk about it in a second.
Once you get it, yeah.
But anyways, and then you've got Christian Bale... who and Gary Oldman, who are these crazy, think of the most rangiest performances that these guys can pull off, and then it's like you're gonna play.
He did. He pulled
police
off Ned
detective
Flanders.
by the books, police detective, and
Ned
you're
Flanders.
gonna play reserve billionaire and don't venture off. And if you,
those are roles that are pretty hard to move outside of those Venn diagrams, I would argue.
In this first movie, I've got one actor that gives a dynamic performance, and that's Tom Wilkinson as the mob guy.
No, he was.
So who are you going with for your dynamic?
In this,
Katie Holmes.
No, I don't. Morgan Freeman, you're bashing Freeman. I'm like, Morgan Freeman
I'm not bashing him, but it's
you
not
said he's not fun. If you watch this thing with Morgan Freeman in it, he's the only one that's delivering funny lines. When
are
they're
you saying Morgan Freeman is a dynamic actor
in this compared to
general.
Everyone else? Dude, Tom Wilkinson in this has a British New York accent. I wrote down why are we giving British guys New York accents? He's supposed to play this rough and tumble Falcone dude, and I'm like, I'm just listening to him. He sounds like an idiot. Bang! See your girlfriend over there? I could take her out. Bang! okay, and then they get to the Narrows, and he's sitting there. He's like, "Well, what's going on? What are we doing down here?" No, whatever. I got the juice on him. I got the scoop. I don't go into business without anyone that I know, and I know what I'm doing here.
If we want to compare performances like that, I don't mean to invoke this because it's outside of the trilogy, but it is a prominent character in The Batman, played by John Turturro, who I think has a pretty, to use your word, dynamic and fresh take on that character. Because it's more threatening to me that iteration is like kind of quiet, reserved. You don't really get to see him be manic and violent until like towards the end of that movie. Right. Whereas this one, to me, feels more just like standard issue Sopranos character that would be like the fifth build in the show. Like, that's just my opinion of it. Because you even get a better version of that with the Penguin, again, to stay in the universe, but not the trilogy.
Right.
It's like that TV show does a much better job of showing that as an archetype to me.
No, I think
obviously this movie has a lot going on, doesn't really give him that much room to move. And I think he does it in a way that's like, it's effective enough. He's fulfilling the role. But to me, he doesn't stand out.
I'm sorry. Like,
he's not my number one.
Like, you told me that you're like, he's dynamic. I'm watching this and I was like, he's like, it's like cookie cutter, like, crime guy.
He at least is showing facial expressions. If you look at the photos on IMDb,
watch all the stills and watch that and go.
No, all of the stills, any scene, it's furrowing eyebrows, no smiling, contemplating, thinking, pondering,
that doesn't make
staring.
You a good actor. Like, you don't have to pantomime the movie. Like,
I don't. So you're saying good acting is staring blankly.
Good acting to me is
the
making
window and
me
being
feel like you are part of this environment and that you understand what's going on. Like Morgan Freeman.
Now hold on, all you're doing is just crapping on what I'm saying. Why don't you say something prolific?
I kept saying
your number one's Morgan Freeman in this movie.
If we were talking dynamic, no one in this thing is dynamic. They all fill a part.
I feel like we have to.
Tom Wilkinson is awful. All right, I'm saying Morgan Freeman to me. There's charisma.
I'm saying he's the tallest dwarf.
You're not letting me talk. Morgan Freeman into this has the most charisma. He brings the most presence about like something is off here. I'm willing to help, but I like don't take me for an idiot. He brings it up. One of my favorite scenes I actually genuinely laughed at is when he wakes up after the Scarecrow drugs him. He's like, "How long have I been out?" And Alfred's sitting there like, 2 days, Master Wayne. And he's like, "Oh, this is like a concentrated drug. I got hallucinated." And then they bring him out. And Morgan Freeman comes out and he's like, "What, you plan on passing this around again?" He goes, "Well, you know, when it's out at night and you're passing around a weaponized hallucinogen, how it goes." And he just laughs. He goes, "I will work on it." And then he also goes like, "I did the receptors and I took out the protein base." And Bruce Wayne goes, "Am I supposed to know any of that?" And he goes, "No, I just wanted you to know how hard I worked on it." And like, you get a good chuckle.
I want to pose this, building off of that. I want to pose this in a question, because I don't disagree with you that there is a sort of locked in nature that these characters have.
Stoic's a great word.
They're filling a role that has already existed in another medium that they feel a little bit constricted in, like not being able to like go outside the bounds of that, right? My question is, how much dynamicism is necessary in these movies in order for us to get effective performances out of them playing these characters that, again, are already kind of restricted in their own existence, right?
Great question.
So I would say, what movies are you comparing them to? Like, what movie would you compare Batman Begins to?
We're not comparing, though. We're saying within its own, like, it's contained, it's vacuumed. Like, you have to give it for what it is.
Why can't I compare Batman Begins to another film?
Because we could pick a real. All right, do Joe versus a volcano. Compare that.
Why? No, I'm saying like,
like that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't just go out and say we're holding. You got the Michael Keaton ones. Like, go out.
It's the least range of performances that you've. There's no rage. There's no anger. There's no heartbreak. There's no. They don't take it to.
That's the most. I agree with that.
It's all very vanilla versions of that.
Nolan doesn't have any sort of emotionality behind him. I don't think he knows how to connect characters.
It's robot-esque.
Yes. It's kind of like the Wes Anderson thing of these are pieces on a board that I'm moving around.
Yes, there you go. That's a very good apt. Like, if you take out the quirkiness of Wes Anderson movies and insert action into them, it's a Chris Nolan film.
Right. And I think I do agree that there are characters that would benefit from having more in the range of like dynamicism or being able to like outstretch from their like perceived like, oh, I'm locked into this one performance and I have to do it this way. Like Katie Holmes, for example.
Oh, I was gonna say Alfred, but yeah.
I don't disagree.
But like seriously, Alfred in the Batman, he was pretty good. Who played that character?
Andy Serkis.
Andy Serkis was phenomenal playing Alfred. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Alfred in this one felt like, I'm here to provide wisdom for you, Master Wayne.
He's like annoyed at Batman every second of
dude,
all
he's
these
diabolical.
movies.
I've got shit on him.
Yeah.
I will defend, though, the idea that Kane's Alfred is sort of the blueprint for making that character have a bit more importance and gravitas throughout the Batman mythos going forward. Because you watch the Burton and Schumacher movies where the character is played by the same actor in all 3 or all 4 movies. That's like one of the few through lines that those movies have. Like Batman's played by different people. They have a different love interest, different villains every time. But the guy who plays Alfred is the same. And throughout all 4 of those movies, only one of them makes him a sort of central figure in the narrative, and that's Robin. Batman and Robin, because Robin, he's got like a disease that like they never make specific, and he's gonna
do these and call me in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he hands him 2 like fluorescent.
Dude, it was the
tubes.
water from the Water Boy, the ice glacier. Blessed by Eskimos.
And I'm glad that we're bringing this up because what I feel like is lacking in all these movies, and we can go with the first one being the first and foremost, but there's no magic. There's no, you were blessed with a genetically mutated spider to bite you. There's nothing that I'm just saying there's nothing that separates the world from reality, but what you're talking about. So when that happens, it's really hard to justify these insane amount of probabilities that stack on one another.
We're not there yet, though, because the first one doesn't have that issue.
No, the first one plays it like pretty straightforward. Like with that. But what I'm saying is, the only thing that they've done is Bruce Wayne trains with the League of Shadows,
right? So
he can be camouflaged anywhere. Love that. Right,
he's got jujitsu. He knows how to fight.
Yeah, they
teach him how to take on 12 men.
It explains everything that he does is plausible because he got trained with the most elite assassins and took them all out.
Yeah,
out of a moral dilemma.
Yeah, sense of morality. Yep.
The second thing in Lucius Fox is technology, and that he has all of these super awesome, cutting edge technological.
I wrote that. I'm not just as we go along because I think you're describing. This is Mission Impossible meets James Bond, right?
Yeah,
like that's a great way to kind of view these films and what Batman is.
Yeah, the reason why I keep saying I love the structure of this specific one is, and it's the sort of thing that Sam was touching on just now, is that there is like a journey aspect to it. It feels like Bruce Wayne is on a quest. And he's achieving these quests in this very kind of structured, like from the grounds up, I have to become Batman. And seeing the gradual progression of that, to me, is really satisfying.
Yeah,
he's got the moves. He's got the ability to hide in the shadows. Now he has to get the technology. Okay, he's got the technology. Now he's got to go out into the field and actually do what needs to be done. But then, now I've incurred the attention of like the League of Shadows again, and like Cillian Murphy's running around causing trouble. There's like a bigger issue than just like these mob guys that I'm beating up.
Yeah. Like he probably feels very validated when he does his first like captured Falcone, went into the Narrows, in the cargo ships and took out those guys. Like I did it. Like I've arrived.
And I love the way that this movie makes it feel natural in that like, the more I like stick my hand in this, the more shit I'm gonna pull out, right?
Yeah,
like I'm gonna find just like worse and worse stuff that I have to deal with now. And it's my responsibility to deal with it because I've set myself up as this symbol.
Yes, And he's starting to and you can see the two identities starting to conflict. And Alfred's always the one there that's going to provide you need to rethink this, Master Wayne.
And that's why I think
Fucking Alfred.
He really
Dude,
is.
he's Uncle Ben. Like, that's what he turned into.
I'm with you on him because he doesn't do anything. Like, all he does is he pulls like a Marge Simpson, like, be careful.
Yeah.
Are you sure you should be doing that?
Yeah.
A little bit dangerous what you're doing. And then he still does it. Like, Batman's like, forget you. And then it like saves Alfred's life at a certain point. And then like he comes back to him and he's still like,
yeah,
you idiot.
Yeah.
He's just looking for chaos. It's like
the one
that
scene,
doesn't mean that we shouldn't stop him.
I will say I enjoy Michael Caine in this movie and The Dark Knight. And I feel like his performance in The Dark Knight Rises isn't even bad, and we'll talk about it more. But to me, that movie kind of does him dirty a little bit.
I think the issue that you have is you're trying to take a moral dilemma here, and he's trying to like really hang on or hinge on, you are Bruce Wayne. This is the person that I know. What you're going after is unattainable, right? And like, I need to be the one here to kind of right the ship. But like, I think the difference with the Batman, and maybe this is where we get the compare and contrast, is that with Andy Serkis, he was very supporting, if I remember correctly, and was understanding, and also trying to help him, deal with the emotional conflict he had with his parents. Like, Alfred in this, like, I got stuff we'll talk about in the next films. He just says stuff that's like diabolical, and I'm trying. In this one, what bugged me, the Tumblr scene. Saves Rachel. He's like, this is thrill seeking. You shouldn't be doing this. We talked about this. I don't know when, this is going to end for you. And he's like, it's Rachel. She was dying. I had to get her. Well, Master Wayne, that still doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, you need to think like you have a name to preserve. And it's like, dude, if you're just going to sit there and henpeck him, like,
he says something along the lines
out.
of like, I didn't think you'd be interested in like demolishing cars on the local nightly news or whatever.
Yeah, he says, what do you call this? He goes, damn good television. And he goes, this is thrill seeking. This isn't, and it's like,
this is thrill seeking, Master Wayne.
Yeah, it
this
seems like there's such
of a Wayne.
a disconnect.
I knew your father.
Yeah.
I work for your father. Why are you still working here, Alfred?
Dude,
and why is my estate going to a butler? Like,
and then he has jokes like that is like, oh, it's still all cool with us. Like, I know what you're doing. I'm just going to let you know. But
Yeah.
give me some skin, Batman.
No, never did that. He's never cool with it.
I like his insights that he provides up to a point. Like, there is this grating idea that he just is there to be nagging at him the whole time. But again, I don't really
serves to a purpose up to a certain point. I agree with that.
But I don't really mind it too much because it feels like it's the sort of thing Nolan, I think, is intending, is that like Alfred is the parental figure. He is the one who is like the guardian of Bruce Wayne as he's a kid and then watches him grow up. It's like, okay, this is basically like your son or grandson now. The problem is I feel like they don't strike that balance of like nagging butler versus caring parents.
Like, this is where we talk about like the performances, right? You say everything's dry, there's no emotional connection. Here's an easy one. I've watched you since you were a little kid. And then Bruce Wayne, I know, Alfred, I love you, I understand. There's something there. Like, this whole time it seems like they are both on like buddy, like, I'm going to be the good cop, or you're good cop, I'm bad cop.
Yeah.
Like, there's never a like emotional connection between the two outside of like, oh, they just kind of hang out and that guy opens up his door for him. And like, so some of the time when he's speaking on some of the stuff, I'm with Bruce Wayne, like, dude, shut up. Like, I get it. I know what I'm doing is not right, even though I'm saving the city.
Yeah.
You bring it up like this is the most plain Jane, straightforward, like Batman, Bruce Wayne, Alfred, mansion, Batcave, like everything's very. It's just very. It's as stereotypical as you get for a Batman deal. Because the second one, they don't even show the mansion.
It's being rebuilt,
right? And then the third one, he is in the mansion, but it's like Daniel Plainview, recluse, Howard Hughes style.
Yeah.
It's like a cool twist on it. And it's like, this one's just the most like, all right, like, yep, nothing, not going to do anything super interesting. We're just going to tell this
I do like that they introduce
saving the city for the first time.
They introduce the southeast swing. They show like the elevator bringing them down into the Batcave. The Batcave's pretty sick. Like,
Batcave's sick.
Like I think this one had. I don't think they intended for Wayne Manor to be anything but Wayne Manor, and it feels like they actually like started like, hey, we're gonna capitalize on this being his headquarters. But from the beginning, no. I mean, the house doesn't have much of it. I mean.
Yeah, the importance of Wayne Manor is that it can burn down and Bruce Wayne can go, we'll just rebuild it.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick.
That was like Nolan's like, I'll get everyone getting teary-eyed because everything is going to have a callback. We're going to show how he changed.
Yeah.
Like, I'll tear it down brick by brick. And then at the end, like, I'll rebuild it brick by fucking brick.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I enjoy this movie overall. I mean, where to even begin with talking about this overall? Where to Batman Begins talking about this overall?
Well, hit me with this because I think like the good crux of a Batman movie is the villain, and so there in all of these films there's two villains. There's one that is the Halloween cartoony,
the henchman, the
heavy.
Yeah.
Well. And then there is we fooled you, we tricked you, and here comes the twist.
Yeah.
It's this guy is actually the villain.
Yeah.
And in this one,
here's my question to you guys.
Yeah.
Going off of that, so I knew going into this that Liam Neeson was Ra's al Ghul. You don't cast Liam Neeson in this movie, I feel like, and not have him be the main villain.
What is Descartes?
Who is Descartes?
Why is Descartes? There's that, perceived subversion of like, hello, I am Ducard. Yeah. I am played by Liam Neeson, and I'm totally not the main villain of this movie. And then, of course, you're like, what? You mean to tell me he was Ra's al Ghul the whole time? And, of course, like, we think it's played by Ken Watanabe, but obviously that's revealed to not be true.
Yeah.
My question for you guys is, seeing this movie, did it fool you? Did you guys know that Liam Neeson is
2005
the
absolutely.
villain? Yeah.
I didn't know really who Liam Neeson was though in 2005.
Because I feel like even if you go into this movie not knowing anything about the story or like who's playing what character, I feel like it's hard to not have that sense of like, yeah, he's going to be the main bad guy.
I would say for an average moviegoer, because that was me at the time, like you're not going into the billing and you're not looking at, who's giving the strong performances. There's, like you said, subversion in there. With him being saved at the beginning, like there's always that lingering thought of like, is this guy going to come back? Not necessarily to be Ra's al Ghul, but like, hey, I'm now taking my vengeance out on you through this, only to discover that he is the director of the League of Shadows, you know? So no, I mean, like at the time, no, I had no idea that he'd be coming back. I thought he was more going to be under scare. Like that whole, we're going to give you the henchman and then we're flipping it. There's a, bigger brain behind all of this. I don't think it was really, at least for the movies I had seen, done. So that was like refreshing and new at the time. I thought, if anything, he'd be working with the Scarecrow. So like when you hear the city's plan and what they're doing. Also, I didn't, first time seeing this, really put a whole lot into the League of Shadows and them being the catalyst for empires falling, and they're the ones resetting it, as opposed to it happened just by societies doing it, right? So I thought that was actually a kind of a cooler premise with this, like watching it being like, oh, this is like a greater concept than what I had originally given it credit for, and it gives kind of like where Gotham's at and what Gotham is more important, right?
So you're saying like Liam Neeson's motive is to take down the elite of Gotham, to give it back to the people, or to take it for himself?
His motive is to expedite the poverty, at least at first, in a way that makes everything collapse so that they have to like reset society.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then that doesn't work. So then he's like, well, fuck, I'm just going to get like this big ass toxin and I'm going to like taint Gotham's water supply, and then
we're going to have them destroy each other.
It's going to have a chemical reaction that like makes them all like friggin' lose their minds.
And what did the Scarecrow get out of that? Just money?
I think
yes.
Yeah,
okay.
To me
he's a twisted he
didn't ask too many questions.
I think he kind of gets off on like I made you get super crazy there, didn't I?
Yeah, like he seems like a short-sighted villain in that like he's already getting what he wants and that like he can fuck with these patients at Arkham Asylum.
I don't know about mess. Well, actually, yeah, he is working on his compound with him, isn't he?
Yeah, and then
like he's just torturing people.
He's probably the guy who's like, oh, I know that I have a boss, but like he's paying me and I'm not asking questions.
And they had there's a throwaway line that the Scarecrow thought they were going to hold the city for ransom, and then another thing that Liam Neeson says is that we infiltrated all aspects of this infrastructure. So you have to think that the science, like psychologically speaking, Scarecrow's part of that infiltration. I can take these people. We can get if a crime. Low level or mid level crime guy does something, we will get him committed to Arkham. We'll get him the insanity plea, and then we can get him back on the streets after we kind of rehab him after X amount of time. So like he was playing all of a part in this on getting money. He was a dirty character, but like I don't think it was much greater than money, and just like he probably was having his needs met.
Money and like some sadism with it.
Sure.
Well, it's still letting me fuck with patients in the way that I want to. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really harp on like the compound and like why he was doing these trial runs with them. Be like, grabbing some monkeys and knocking them up with some chemicals to see if they get healthy or not.
Yep. Just like Congo.
Yeah.
Another reference I will have to shoehorn in here. The monkey orgy. Okay. I do like. I think when it comes down to it, like when it comes to villains and storytelling, the simpler the better. And you're really looking for something that you're relating to. Like this guy stole his girl, and now you're trying. You're rooting for this dude to get his girl back, or his money back, or he just got beat up by this guy, and you're looking for him to even the score. And this one, it's like, because Batman kind of, he technically kills Ra's al Ghul. In his eyes, like in the audience, you think that, oh, okay, Batman saved the day, League of Shadows is done.
Yeah.
And they also didn't seem like that bad. Remember, they bring up that dude and they're like, kill this guy, he was caught stealing.
It's the question of morality and justice. Like that's kind of what they're getting at,
right.
And that they build off. But the rest of them is what is justice, and everyone kind of having their own take on it.
Yeah, their own definition of it,
even if it's private justice.
You guys did Silver Bullet, right?
Oh, we did.
Yeah, private justice. Yeah, there you go. Okay. We're pulling them all out tonight. 100 episodes. We got to reference every episode.
So we got 99 more to go, or like 98 more episodes to reference.
Yeah, we'll try to figure out how to slip them in.
Can we like get Nicholas Winding Refn in, like knock out Bronson, Neon Demon, and
once we get to the next one? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. We'll talk about the Pusher trilogy. We did think about doing the Pusher trilogy for episode 100.
You guys ever think about doing the Little Rascals?
Yeah, you and I did.
Well, I was going to say, I think you did, and it was like, oh, we could talk. This one's got Pusha probably does too, but I like talking about, I like being able to dive into this stuff and really question some of the things happening.
What is the Nicholas Winding Refn movie I told you to watch with John Turturro? It's like...
Fear X?
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet. It's on my watch list.
I would love for you guys to do it because, like, the ending, I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's like Nicholas Winding Refn ending where it's like, boy, I would sure like to hear somebody explain that to me. Yeah, I don't understand it. And because nobody's really seen the movie, it's like
no one's got thoughts on it.
I just can't find them.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, if I have you two do the heavy work, then maybe I'll find some answers.
We might.
But it's a really
I gotta
good
write
movie.
that.
It's an underrated one.
I feel like Nicholas Winding Refn as just a director is like integral to what the Neon Crew podcast is and has become, because he was the first guy that we covered with Drive and Only God Forgives.
Yep.
And then I feel like every other time we've talked about him with like, did we discuss Bronson like officially, or was that just like a tangential?
No, I don't think you guys have.
We didn't have an episode on it.
I would be listening to that.
I'd have to go through the episode.
I know.
Rock and roll.
That was probably pre-podcast because I know I watched it because you told me to.
Yeah, and we'll also say Nicholas
Winding
Refn has a freaking spot on here because the first thing I suggested was that freaking show Sam liked, and I was like, Kyle,
Yes.
you got to watch this show.
I got
Too
one
old
episode
to die
to it.
young.
Too old to die. And you were
I
going
think
on about
dude,
it.
I'm telling you, every month I'm like, I want to for whatever reason, that and Narcos Mexico, the first 2 seasons. Every month I
So
I think about
odd.
those and I'm like, oh, that'd be a good one to rewatch. I don't know why. And
Dude,
they're
I told
very
Kyle
dark.
to watch it, and Kyle came back. He's like, I watched the first episode. I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, what'd you think? He's like, yeah, no, it was, And then he just walked away, and I was like, okay. Remember? And then it took me forever to get like, hey, Kyle, check out this film next. You're like, yeah, maybe I will.
Yeah.
I was like, thanks.
I remember the show.
Yeah.
Too Old to Die Young was also post me watching Only God Forgives, and then my roommate walked out like 30 minutes into the movie and was like, "This isn't it."
Yeah.
The mom talk. Well, all right.
Anyways,
we're getting way-
anyway.
Hey,
let me
I wanna-
circle it. Okay, go
I
ahead.
want to. Well, I just want to say, just going forward too, because I
talk
think
about Katie Holmes and her in the
we can in a
her
second. I'm
lines.
just gonna set up some. Yeah, you got the acting in this is just killing you.
Well, I just like movies that you like can quote like that. Those are ones that stick with me. If I said Godfather, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, Goodfellas, Dazed and Confused, quotes are just bursting out of those movies.
Yeah, but I think the
I feel like quotability isn't always 1-to-1 with the quality of the movie,
Yeah,
but
I agree.
there is an indication that like this is maybe the least quotable out of all 3 of them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Just give me any quote from this movie that you remember.
I did. I've given you 3.
it's
I gave
not
you.
who
I
I
tried
am
giving you.
underneath. It's what I do that defines me. That's the one I always like fall back on.
Yeah, once you get that he quotes in there, that's a shitty quote. It's like what? Like what do you want, dude?
No, I
It's
guess it's
if
the
it's a
way. I
quote-
guess it's also the way you say it.
Oh
you
my
know.
God. Yeah, you got to be able to do the whole thing. Kick the
No,
boodle.
no.
No, I like Morgan Freeman when he goes like, I'll let you know when the billionaire base jumping spelunking club pops up. That you
That's
can
a good
join.
one.
Like there's stuff in here that you can talk about.
It's not a profound quote, but I do think there is one that has some juice behind it when, and I'm jumping ahead here a little bit, but Ra's al Ghul's in the train.
Yeah.
And Batman is like, I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you.
Yeah.
I almost thought about whether I should do it in the voice or not, but
That's
I chose
interesting
not to.
because the Joker brings up that killing is a choice, and I'm going to give you 2 choices. So, inherently, kind of Batman did kill him,
and that's
right?
I like that about The Dark Knight, in that like it takes that concept and it really interrogates it to like its maximum ability.
Okay,
At least within the framework of the movie.
Yeah,
It's not like doing saw traps or whatever the fuck, but
right.
it's doing the closest thing it can.
And I know I kind of like the Uncle Ben thing, like with great power comes great responsibility. I do like the why do we fall to get back up?
Yeah.
And I mean that's a very simple one, but like hearing Thomas Wayne say that to his kid, I was like, oh, this is a very easy way to explain, how we fail and rebound from our failures. Because like that's like something a toddler does is as soon as they fall, it's like, all right, like that's the first time that you have a sense of failing, right? And then to be able to capitalize that or bring it into a bigger notion than just simply falling, like it's very metaphorical. But that one's a good one too. I mean, there's some cheesy stuff in here, but like
For sure.
I don't think it's anything that is too profound to the level that it seems fake.
Yeah.
Besides maybe Alfred's crap.
I feel like the David S. Goyer of it all, and I didn't mean to cut into you.
No, it's your show.
I feel like sometimes it doesn't feel like it. But that's not a bad thing at all. It needs to be taken away from me. What I was gonna say was I feel like the David S. Goyer of it all kind of undercuts a little bit of like the Nolan profundity of what we see in the later movies, in that like it just naturally feels more grounded that way.
Yeah.
Of like, there's some like profound lines in here. There's some like moments that are clearly meant to be in the framework of like, oh, this is a scene.
Yeah.
It's going to stand out.
Yeah.
That being said, I think the writing of this script for the most part just flows well into like, we're going to have a scene of Bruce Wayne and like 2 models like flailing around in a pool.
Yeah.
And it's not going to feel out of left field,
He's trying to, and he doesn't know how to play billionaire Bruce Wayne, so he's like, what could I do that would be the most eccentric thing that I could do?
He's going a little overboard with it.
Yeah, and then he's like, I'll buy this restaurant or the hotel, and we're going to go swim in that pool, because I have no idea how to make it seem like I'm an asshole.
It's like the kid from
and
Blank
then-
Check who doesn't know how to be rich.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good, Paul.
Yeah.
Now, I did just scroll up for quotes from this movie, and the top one, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And so I won't do this with every. I'll do this with one scene from every movie, so that way I'm not like nitpicking a lot.
Sure.
But it's just my taste versus what Christopher Nolan delivers. So he's hosting that party, has to get everybody out of there safely, right? And he does a brilliant job, acts really drunk and says some uncomfortable stuff, and then everybody's
You're
like,
all a
grab
bunch of
your
sycophants.
yeah, you all worship me. Like, and he does. I thought that was really
over,
good.
Get out.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're like, oh, he's being serious.
And then they set the house on fire, beat him up, leave him for dead, right?
Yeah.
And he's underneath a log.
Yeah.
And then Alfred
I say
comes
this
out,
quote all the time.
and Alfred's like,
Yes, this is a good one.
I tell him this thing all the time.
He's like, what is the point of all those push-ups if you can't even lift a bloody log?
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, oh, okay, so we're going to have comic relief in the most tense part, which I'm always cool with, but it should come with a pacing deal, right? I'm not kidding, guys. If you go to the time code, I believe it's less than 20 seconds from when he says that Christian Bale gets that log off of him, and they're out of the house.
They're in the
burning
southeast
house.
wing.
But what I'm saying is like a movie that I would like, or a scene that would depict that would be a 2-minute deal of him pressing the log and it burning his hands, and him sweating, and you showing all the grit.
See, you're more into the spectacle of it.
Well, that's what cinema is, man. It's like, he's tossing a log off and they're running out of there, and it's like 20 seconds, so you don't even get the satisfaction as an audience member of like, he did it. It's just like, it's almost passive aggressive, like, oh, thank God he got out of that situation really quickly and nobody got hurt. It's like, you want each scene that,
right, but you also have to look at the. I'm not gonna, and I do it. I mean, I get where you're coming from with it. I look at the stakes, and as an audience member, I'm not like, I need to see him get this off of him because I know he's Batman. So like,
then don't put it on him if there's no payoff, or if there's nothing.
I think it was having Alfred give me the line that I tell everyone. So I love telling that to you when you can't move something.
Sounds like it's a real life payoff for Mac.
It was. I always say that crap to people. What's the point of working out if you can't pick this up? And then they get really mad.
I don't mind that scene. I think it's just fine how it is. But
I know where you're coming from, though. You're looking at it like from hey, this is like a very tense moment. We don't know if the hero's going to make it out.
So let me put to you guys this way: you guys are Breaking Bad fans, correct?
A little bit.
You guys
is this a spoiler for Breaking Bad, or is this something that can be...
A polarizing episode is The Fly. Have you seen The Fly episode?
Yep.
Kyle's... He might beat you on Breaking Bad.
What do you mean?
Probably would. Anyways, go on The Fly.
I don't know if I can beat anyone at Breaking Bad, but I have seen it a multitude of times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why did you say that you were like very like...
I was being sarcastic.
Okay, good.
You dressed up as
Now
Walter White for Halloween.
Did I show you my Walter White costume, or did you see it? I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, you got The Fly. He's got that going on.
Okay, so The Fly... What is your stance on The Fly?
Probably one of the greatest episodes.
So some people hate it because it's all about a little fly and them trying... Dang. What you guys can't see is Kyle showing me him as Walter White, and it is very well
spot
done.
Right?
Yeah. Nice.
One of my favorite Halloween
You brought
costumes.
Matt to that party.
Yeah, I did. Just to add to the realism.
No, he didn't. I was just everyone. Kyle's like, I don't know what to say here.
Yeah,
but my point
Fruitport
is,
police department arrests me.
Yeah,
that whole episode, one space, everything is about killing a single fly.
Yeah,
and the importance of it, and they put it over. And I love that episode because of how much they put over how this one little fly can ruin this entire house of cards, right? And it's 45 minutes. Now, should they have something like that in the Batman? Of course not. But to increase the tension and add time and obstacles to something as simple as a log being put on you, if it's as easy as a bench press and a walkout that takes 20 seconds, then in my opinion, that you could have filled that 20 seconds with him coughing or about to pass out from the smoke or something else that is less consequential. But that the whole movie and the next two have that issue of we're just trying to sprint through this scene to get to the next scene so we can get to the really cool stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Piper chimed in with her opinion.
You know, they're trying to speed through that so they can get to the subway, big fight, and Ned Flanders in the Batmobile. Like, that's what they're trying to get to.
I feel like, to me, the importance of that scene being more so the idea that Bruce Wayne's morality saving Ducard / Ra's al Ghul is what puts him in that position in the first place. And that confrontation that those two characters have, to me, is like the weight of that scene. And not to like discard your idea, because I think it's a good idea.
No, totally discard it.
But I feel like if that was...
Just because you didn't think of it.
If that was too much of a focus for me personally, I think it would have taken away some of the teeth of the scene that came before it, you know?
Yeah.
Then just get rid of it.
I don't know if they have to get... No, because Ducard walks out. Batman can't just be walking out with him, and they're like, "Oh, I'll see you in another."
It would have been
scene.
nice if they had a certain potion.
It's
knock
literally
him out.
just like they did. They had a log fall on him, and the guy's like, "Hey, you're fine.
But
get
that's
up."
what I'm saying. You have a potion that he could go like pocket sand, you know, and it's Scarecrow, whatever, and him pass out, and then Alfred has to pull him out, and then you get Alfred that actually does something that helps him. Like,
yeah,
you're telling me that's not better than the log and him.
I love the quote. So,
no. Okay, yeah, you're kind of
so,
you satched up to it.
I say that quote a million times, and I saw it again, and I quoted it with Alfred when he said it, and I was like, I can't believe how much I love that.
So the other thing, now that we're like kind of getting to the climax of the movie and the big fight on the subway,
Yes.
Juxtaposed, and I keep making the joke, but it really took me out of it, was Gary Oldman in the Batmobile as this serious fight is going on, and him being like,
I don't...
whoa,
yeah.
whoa, and then like,
Hey, would you watch the noise? You can't just scream into it.
I'm not.
Anyways, yes.
I don't know when to be, because you tell me to put my nose
good
up
right there,
into
yeah.
it and back it up.
You're
if you're
fine.
gonna do
You're
that.
fine. I will mend it in post. It's fine. It's all good. Don't worry
Brothers
about it,
on a
Sam.
podcast.
You're our guest. Scream into the mic. Whisper into the mic.
Again, for you listeners at home, I'm in the stiff chair.
Oh,
it's
my
got to be
God.
90
Here it
degrees in
comes.
here. The cheese is
We
melting.
owned up to the rider. You got your food.
Do you want to switch chairs? Because we can switch chairs if you want.
I'll be damned if I'm in this room and not in front of the John Wick poster.
All right. that is fair.
Yeah, the Ned Flanders aspect of it takes you out a little bit.
I agree 100%. It's that kind of like Marvel-y sort of comedic character coded thing of like, whoa, how do I work this
A
thing?
little too self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to fly this ship, Captain America.
Yeah. At the climax of the film.
With a character that's not meant to be the comedic relief.
No, like you would hope that he
Like, it would have made more sense if Alfred was in that position.
I'll give that to you.
Let's
or Lucius.
say, Ned, I mean, you keep calling him Ned Flanders. I know it's off appearance, but if he has like the basic cop syndrome, kind of believable that he is a little in over his head. You know, I don't know if it needed to have the comedic element to it.
It didn't need to have the sort of overtones of like, whoa, what is it doing now? And he's like going down.
I'm
into
using
the
my kid's
wheel well.
Yeah, new bike. I don't know what this button does. Whoa!
And it sets up the demise because he shoots out one of the legs of the subway.
That's his whole point. Yeah.
Right? And so it's like you kind of built the climax off of this guy.
Yes.
This dude's buffoonery.
Yeah.
Akin to if Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The same kind of deal.
I don't know how
that.
I feel about comparing Jim Gordon to Jar Jar Binks.
Rewatch this movie and tell me it's not Jar Jar Binks.
He's not Jar Jar Binks. But I don't think he. I
Hopefully
held him in a
Delcoy
very
neighborhood.
high light, and after seeing this, I'm like, he's kind of basic guy.
The first one, he's the most competent.
I'm going to say this right now, and Sam might get mad at me. I don't know. I feel like Jim Gordon might be one of my favorite characters in all three of these movies.
Really?
I think so.
Wow.
He's
Okay.
mine too, but it's not for the same reason.
Interesting. We can dive into this as we get along more and more. My ultimate thesis of that being that he is the most normal guy in the franchise that is then having his life perpetually ruined because of Batman's existence. But
That's actually,
Yeah.
I don't know what the first one though, if it's ruined.
no, it's just setting it up, and then
Right.
like that continues into the next two.
There's a very
movies.
bleak, comment
Oh,
in
yeah,
Dark
there-
Knight
it
Rises, which actually it's a great point that you've. Yeah, so like Jim Gordon in this is like God, I don't even know.
He's not a
what do you call?
he's the only cop in the whole city, at least to Batman's perception, that isn't corrupt.
Yeah.
Has like a moral center. The guy who's his like dirty partner is like, we keep offering you, but you keep turning it down.
Yeah.
Might make the other guys like turn their eyebrow a little bit, and he's like, nah, I'm fine. He like shakes
In
it
a
off.
city this
whatever.
bent, who's there to rat to?
Right,
In
exactly.
all
He says
honesty,
that,
when you
see
which
his-
is a good line.
When
Yeah.
you see where he lives in the second movie, you're like, dude, you should have taken the money, man. Like he's
yeah.
in the projects. Like
And the
he
first
is-
one, and both.
In the
yeah.
second, remember they go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I keep rushing with it. But, yeah. I love old Jim.
Yeah.
It's just he's the choices he makes in all these movies is he's set up to be a buffoon, where you want him to be the detective or the commissioner or whatever, lieutenant, whatever his title is, that is like one piece away from solving something that's going to help Batman. And because he's good with people or listening or whatever, gets that information elsewhere and goes, wait a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This character's put in a position where he's asked to have the sort of like wherewithal and the resources that Batman has without having them. So he's constantly rushing around, being like 2 steps behind of where Batman constantly like meets him at.
Yeah.
Of like, God, I cannot catch a break in this fucking city because Batman's either already there or there's a situation that's created that Batman can only solve. And I'm trying to do my best. It's like Tom Hanks with the pistol against a tank in Saving Private Ryan.
Great scene.
You know, it feels like that. Like, I know what I'm doing isn't ultimately going to make like the hugest impact, but I've got to keep shooting this pistol. You know?
Okay, so from a character standpoint, you appreciate his character, and
He's got grit.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt about that.
Plus, he's got a sick stash, and I can always appreciate
Likewise.
a good mustache.
what's up with all the British people in these films that have to do American accents?
They're great. That's it.
So, like Gary Oldman, I think passes in this one, right? Passes the bar on
Gary Oldman
like,
I think, is the actor who can most convincingly do any type of American dialect without it
Christian-
feeling like British American syndrome
Right.
that we
Christian
talk
Bale
about
is
on
pretty
here.
solid.
Yes,
You think-
I like Christian Bale.
So, like, what accent is he? Because like Wilkinson's got like this weird New York one going. Alfred doesn't do anything.
Michael
right.
Caine.
Michael Caine's just talking like how he
You
normally
talk
is.
about rangeless.
Yeah.
I couldn't if I tried. Master Wayne.
Master Wayne.
I don't know what Christian Bale was going for. I didn't catch up on the English.
Alfred.
Yeah, like,
what you've had me do.
I was trying to be like, all right,
He kind of feels like he is doing sort of like a posh kid, like
Okay.
upper class, like American society type
you get that
of
feel
accent.
from it. I
a
can
little
get
bit.
that. Yeah,
Like an
I don't
old-
know too many
an
of
old
them.
blue blood kind
Yeah,
of deal.
right.
Yeah, like
right.
old money.
And then to me, Gordon's doing more like Chicago cop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to do my best here, Batman, but I don't know.
Yeah, I thought he was the best, like out of like in terms of like believability.
He's
and,
not
like,
as panicky as I made him out to be, but
No.
yes.
And Liam Neeson, who's I believe Irish,
yeah.
Yep.
he's kind of doing his normal
Well, I think
whatever accent, like
No,
proper.
yeah. Well, I feel like his voice
Taken
just
accent.
naturally is like faded Irish. Like it's not super strong.
Well, he can.
because you look
he
at
can really hammer into it. Though.
he can if he wants to, but I feel like if you watch an interview with him, like Cillian Murphy's a good example of someone who you watch and he's like, yeah, this guy's hella Irish. This might be one of
He's
the
another
Irish
one
people
that
on the
didn't
planet.
have his accent wasn't
He's
that
solid.
bad. Yeah, and this was good.
I think maybe this movie has like some of the best accent work
Yes.
from any of the non-American performances in this movie, right?
yeah. Okay. I
Like they don't feel like the Benedict Cumberbatch thing of like, well, I'm from America
Generic.
Town, USA.
Yeah, generic. It's not an English accent, but you couldn't tell me where I lived in America.
Right. Was this guy from Arizona or is he from Boston?
Yeah.
It's
I
also
don't know.
better than Tom Hardy, as much as we love Tom Hardy. but
WWTHD.
where he's like, oh, yeah, how about we go ride some bikes?
Hey,
Oh,
man.
dude, that's
But that's
why.
every one of
You want to
them.
be a bike rider?
Well, that's
You
what
wanna
Tom
ride some
Wilkinson, when he
bikes?
was talking, I was like, what the? That's why I wrote it down. I was like, what's up with British guys and doing New York accents? So I guess he might have been the only one.
Yeah, no, I think the performances in this movie specifically are very like consistent.
Yeah.
I would say the only one to me that doesn't stand out in a positive way is Katie Holmes, but then again, I feel like that's more of
She's generic.
that's more of the limitation of the character within the script than I think the performance overall. I mean, I don't think she's doing anything to stand out. It's not like she's
They didn't give her much to chew on, right?
it's not like she's doing like an Anne Hathaway
Yeah.
In Les Mis kind of thing or anything.
Are you gonna say Dark Knight Rises? Yeah.
And
Anyway, we'll get there. We'll get there.
rhyme something with Miz, and that's exactly what I think of that performance.
But to me, it's the one that I think gets lost in the oeuvre of this film the most.
Yeah.
Is like, she's the one that's, I feel like, least talked about. She's the one that's considered the least important because of that.
Yeah.
And I think it just like, because of that, stands out in a way that, doesn't do it any favors, right?
I mean, I was laughing because you showed the trailer with the Nickelback thing going on. I said, I was thinking the most shoehorned thing in this thing is that relationship. So it's funny that they
Yeah.
had a whole trailer built off of the relationship,
Hey,
right?
how much have we talked about that? Like, I don't think we've even mentioned a single word about
No.
their relationship this entire time.
It's so the weakest point of this whole thing.
horrible.
Yeah.
Like, they even in none of the, I don't know how many of the, as much property as I've seen between video games, toys, all that, like Rachel Dawes.
Yeah.
She's constructed for this series of movies.
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
She's made up for this series of films.
What a horrible decision. And so they could have picked anybody, and they're like, Katie Holmes.
I don't know why. I don't know if it was just coming
I
off of
think it was-
Dawson's Creek, Tom Cruise.
No, Tom Cruise, Scientology. That it was like,
Yeah, we'll be able to grab this crowd or these
she's
people.
going to be the next thing.
pushing.
Yeah.
Because I like watching this,
Cruise is War of the World, same summer.
dude. Like watching this thing, it's like she's not. I don't think she's bad in this either. I wasn't like this is
No.
like 14-year-old girl from 28 Days Later, but
I was
you know,
just going to bring that up, Mac. I swear to God. I was going to bring up the girl who played Hannah in 28 Days Later.
yeah, Kyle's got beef.
I got major beef. Our episode just came out as of this recording.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I
Came
might
out
listen
today.
to that when I head back down to the set.
Nearly
There we
3
go.
hours long, so you'll have a nice.
Might not listen to all of that.
No.
I still got holes to listen to.
Oh, there you go.
That's another good one. But
like
no,
that
she
Get
was.
up,
she-
Maybe the movie we've talked about the longest.
Holes?
Besides the Spider-Man movies,
then this
Are you
trilogy,
serious?
Holes.
Yeah,
Holes
I
was
can't
like an
wait.
hour and a half discussion.
Oh,
we
wow.
and we really got into like the deeper references. Because like Holes is all face value to me until I was watching it this time. And Jasmine at one point was like, "This movie's always made me uncomfortable," and so I started seeing like some of the racial, systematic oppression in it, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is really deep for like never having talked about how deep this could be."
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I'm
taking
in
a message that it presents it to kids in a way that I think doesn't like hammer it in the head too much. It doesn't. It's not overbearing.
Opens up your mind.
Yeah.
Opens up your mind.
Shout out to you, Kyle. In the summer of 2003, we went and saw that movie, took a break, and then went back in the theater and saw The Incredible Hulk with Eric Bana.
Yo,
Same day, Tim Parker.
I wasn't there, was I?
Yeah, it was like for my birthday.
Was it? I got grounded
We're
for.
exclusively only talking about my birthday movies.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anyway,
this one.
well,
Neon
no,
Cruise
because
100th
I had
episode. We're talking about Sam's birthday a lot.
that was I got grounded for because I don't think it was opening day because I went and saw that with Kevin and Jake, and I went over to Kevin's house.
I don't know why you're using people's full names
I can bleep it.
on this. Okay.
Oh,
I can
there we
believe
go. Yeah, my buddies at the time, and no, well, there's not bad. I mean, we're in middle school. I was freaking 12, And we went and I was hanging out at the park, and he had to come grab me because I was in trouble with mom and dad. And that was the first birthday I got grounded for.
Of mine?
Mine.
Well, I'm talking about my birthday.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Wasn't like
Anyways,
you're grounded
you
for
got a
holes.
better memory than me. Maybe it wasn't holes.
Anyways, something I wanted to bring up
Yes.
about the trilogy and this movie specifically. Batman, and this is maybe the biggest issue I have with all three of these movies, is they build the entire film for a fight. And it's going to be a fight between Batman and a villain.
Yeah.
And in all three, he gets his ass kicked for the majority of the fight. And then at the end of it, Clown basically goes low blow and finds a way out of it. For example, with this one, and I shouldn't say he gets his butt kicked. It's pretty even. But Liam Neeson's got him pinned down and is like, join me. Be one of us.
Yeah.
Or else. And then Batman's like,
All right, Schwartzy.
he's like, ta-ta, Turbo Man.
Yeah.
And then, hits a button, blinds him or whatever.
Weak and
And jumps out, hits the parachute or whatever, the
Right.
thing to evacuate. I don't know if it's a cable or whatever, but he basically
ejectocito, cuz.
he snakes it and worms his way out of there.
Right.
Liam Neeson, and then this is the other thing too of unsatisfying villain deaths. You think of, I'm not gonna spoil any movies.
Thank you.
All right. But you think of the big ones over the years in cinema, and if you even right now, if you picture it, you can
It's
picture
a freaking origin story, dude.
But I'm saying, dude, and I'll point this out in all three. None of them are satisfying. And this one,
I
he
agree.
looks up at Batman, looks forward, sees that the track is out, which I don't know how because they're not. Doesn't look like they have a clear vantage point. And then he closes his eyes and goes full Qui-Gon Jinn as the train goes down.
He's finding peace with his world.
Do you want to see that out of your main villain?
I would
It's
like to see that out
he
of
became a
anyone
good
that's
guy
gotta
at the
die.
very end. He had a hero's death.
No, he didn't.
That's a hero's death.
To me,
not
that
it.
was
That's
more
a-
like him accepting it, though.
Yeah.
But
Was he doing anything heroic in that moment?
No.
it's a comic book movie. Why can't we get the guy that's like?
See, you're
worming
very
out,
you want
like-
double pile driver body
Well,
slam.
I would tell you what I
and-
want it to look like, but I can't spoil the film.
Yeah. Well, don't.
Can I allude to it?
No, you don't have to even talk about the film. Just talk about.
Can I say the?
I think I know what one you're talking about, and I'm gonna try to find a poster for it.
Okay, find the
And
poster
then
because I want to hear about this.
I'll show you guys
Okay.
if I'm right.
There's the Wakatawi. Yes, thank you. Oh, that was just good. Okay. You get something. You know what I mean?
Sam was mimicking a movement that I don't even know if I can describe without giving away what it is.
We don't have to. We're just saying. I mean, it's creative liberties. You want
Just look up Alan Rickman's first film.
But
There you go.
there's a
How dare you?
there is this idea that yes, there is this satisfaction in seeing the villain confronted with the fruits of their labor, right?
Yeah.
There's this idea that they're experiencing consequence. We get satisfaction out of seeing the panic in their face or like the regret or whatever it is as an audience member that we don't really with this scene because
Any of them.
he's closing his eyes and he's accepted that, which I think is more like in line with his character because he's supposed to
I'm
be.
agreeing with that.
He's supposed to be stoic, ancient, kind of temple-filled, meditative guy.
Monk
But is
guy.
there?
Yes.
But what I'm saying, so when you're writing this or you're coming up with it, you're like, is there something else that would also be stoic? Whatever.
No, people don't die stoically. One of the more
So
stoic
you're
deaths
just
that you
saying
could.
this is what it
Dude,
is.
one of the
It's
more
best
stoic-
it could be.
Stoic deaths that you
And
could
you like
have
this?
is
I think it makes
Inglourious
sense with his character.
Bastards.
If you were to start panicking at the end,
He doesn't need to panic. He doesn't need to have, but he doesn't
Sure.
need to shut his eyes and go Qui-Gon Jinn for a
The
hero's
moment that you
death.
talked about was panic.
No, he could stare and have rage and anger and seeing it. And you can see him at the very end uncork his emotion that like, oh, Batman did get the best of him because I'm rooting for Batman. I'm not rooting for this Qui-Gon knockoff named Ra's al Ghul who is going by Duncan or whatever his name.
I don't know.
Ducard.
Ducard.
last name Donuts.
Hey, yeah.
But it's like I'm rooting for the good guy, so I want him to pin the bad guy in the middle of the ring.
That's what I'm saying.
1, 2,
like
3.
you got that.
It's a comic book superhero movie.
Yeah, but they're moving away from that. Like that was the idea, is that we're moving away from that a little bit. We're bringing this into more grounded.
I don't mind it. I with this movie specifically, I enjoy the balance of grounded realism and like superhero hyper realism.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a good balance, at least in my opinion.
In this one?
Yeah.
I don't think they knock any of these movies. And I don't know how they do it. Like, I'm not going to sit here. I don't think it's that.
What I
don't
thought
know.
you were getting at more so was the fight choreography in all three of these films. Because that's the biggest hit I have with all of these.
See, I would have even been better if you didn't have him pinned on him. Like, all right, so here, you want the ending that we need to have? Have those two guys just going at it, fists like boom, 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 back and forth, you know? And then Batman sees it, gives it one look, and then he hits him with the tagline, throws the punch. He gets down on a knee, and Batman goes like, "See ya, bitch," and then we're out,
Flips him
right?
off.
Yeah, and then he turns around like this, eyes open, like not panicked, just like shocked, like that was it, you know? And then there we go. Like
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I don't think it was
Okay. That's all I
appropriate,
need to
but
hear.
like I am also. Some of the stuff in here, it's very hard just to be like, well, let's put them in a whole different setting, because
It's
like
just-
all three of them are really weak on the
payoff.
Yes.
And I think when you think of a good action movie, there's a really elite payoff
Yeah.
with how that bad guy goes down. And
I agree.
in the movies that don't pay it off, they leave it open-ended. That you're like, ooh, what did happen with that bad guy? Or oh, is he the bad guy now?
Should have
Like,
freeze
there's-
framed it.
Yeah, why not?
I was saying earlier how I feel like the biggest struggle with all three of these movies, and it's a smart move in my opinion that The Dark Knight moves away from this, because to me, Christopher Nolan, you think of him as a filmmaker, you think practicality, you think of not using as many special effects.
Yeah.
You think of someone who has so many of the technical aspects of filmmaking down that to me it's insane that you have him as a filmmaker not being able to make a concise or convincing fight scene.
Yeah.
Like hand-to-hand combat in these movies to me is abysmal. Like, and I like that The Dark Knight is more centered on like, oh, we've got set pieces with vehicles and explosions and like a heist element to it, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like the heat of it all we were talking about before. Whereas this movie, and especially Rises, has too much of the like, we're going to just punch and kick each other of it all.
Yeah.
And it takes the tension out of it for me because it's so sloppily done. It's not that greatly edited. It's just something that takes me out every single time. It's a scar on this movie that it just never heals for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Open wound.
I'm with that and I don't know how you guys like your action sequences. I
Medium
know
rare.
but remember the Bourne movies were like really
Yes.
big at this time, and they pioneered that super close up, shaky cam,
Gross.
very
Taken
disorienting
style.
Well, I feel like
quick edits.
the Bourne
Yes.
movies do it in a way that's you can still tell what's happening with the frenetic kind of jumpy shakiness of it all, whereas
Kind of.
Taken takes that and ruins it. It like learns the wrong lessons from the Bourne movies, at least the first 3 Bourne movies, and just like runs it into the ground.
I think all of them are just not. Taken one's not bad.
We're gonna talk about the Bourne movies at some point.
I can tell you one trilogy I will not be sitting in on.
Damn.
Two of us.
Dude,
No,
I mean,
I'll
like,
talk
those
about it.
movies are so confusing.
It's just me by myself talking about
Yeah.
So yeah, that takes us to the end of Batman Begins, and and this is what I remember most about this movie, and always I remember being in the theater and being like, oh yeah, that's a good Batman movie, like whatever. And then they go to Wayne Manor and tie it up with Katie Holmes, and he's like, we're gonna build it back, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna have a sequel, and then it cuts to downtown, and Gordon's like, get a load of this guy. He left something for you. His calling card. And then it's a friggin' playing card of the Joker. And
Sick.
I'm getting goosebumps
Sick.
thinking about right now. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh. And I remember being so hyped. And that it was just that shot. Like I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot wait for the next movie. I went home, put on the VHS of 1989 Batman.
Wow.
just to like itch that
Remember the Joker? Yeah, yeah.
And so that was kind of, like, so Batman Begins to me from the second I walked out of that theater was just
The
filler.
launching point to the...
It was like getting
Yeah.
6 mozzarella sticks and then waiting 3 years for that big old double cheeseburger and French fries.
Interesting.
Was there anything else we wanted to say about Batman Begins?
Let me look at my...
leave no stone unturned.
Top five highest grossing movie of 2005, and I believe all the Batman movies are in that category of top 10 grossing
for the
film
year
of the year.
Yeah.
Batman Robin's on everybody's worst movie of all time list, but it still was in the top 10.
Still made money.
It shows you how bankable and
it's
honestly
like
what a
Jurassic
good
Park,
job they do
dude.
with those
Yeah.
movies. Like,
I feel like the only thing you have to do is not mess it up. So if it's like moderately watchable,
which it's really tough because Nolan did everything he could.
no,
to do
he
that.
all right.
Jesus.
No, I wanna. There's just a couple things. One, just to put this in the frame, I had a very that is kind of wild to think about. This would be, you have to view this as if Jeff Bezos became a superhero.
Yeah.
Like how wild that is to give, Bill Gates, back in the 90s is like, guess what? I'm going to don this suit and this technology. The other one is there any concern about Bruce Wayne's attire in this
I was
thing?
going to mention everything in this movie is like black, blue, bronze, brown.
This movie
pewter, and
specifically is
gray.
very brown.
Like the
It's like a
costume
dirty
design
paint.
is awful, right? It's a lot of
Yes.
plaid and
yeah.
wool.
I'm not gonna super defend it. I wasn't thinking about it that much because it felt like it was in line with what the movie was going. It's like, yeah, these suits aren't great, but then again, Gotham City isn't that great.
He's the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
There's hey, I've got $5 million, and then there's I've got $5 billion.
But maybe it says a lot that he hasn't been able to enjoy his wealth, so maybe he doesn't know what's necessarily high end or fancy.
I feel like
but
the
he's got
majority
enough
of-
to get the tumbler and the freaking gadgets.
I'd say that if there was a percentage of what time is spent on, I would say the highest is cool moments in the action sequences. So when it comes to motivation for actors or wardrobe or hair, it's whatever, cool. Let's get to that ice cracking samurai training sequence, or let's get back to the shooting of the train sequence, or Scarecrow's cool look.
Yeah.
It's everything else is just even the Scarecrow, Cillian Murphy's got his general hair and
Yeah, it's
glasses.
of the time.
It's way too of the time, and it's way too you don't look like you're a doctor. Or
I don't-
you look
I
like
don't
a
mind
kid
it.
playing a doctor.
Yeah.
I could kind of get behind.
Which you can go either way on, but I'm saying you could probably, you have a character named
They
the
could have
Scarecrow.
found
You could have done something.
Yeah.
Put on a prosthetic nose.
give him a fake mustache.
Something.
I'm all for that. Real mustache. Grow it out.
We'll get into scene logistics too. Should we do preface this now for the next one? Because I got half my stuff is just on that alone, and we have two different versions of it. I think
How much of it cuts into the other movies?
it's gonna lead right in.
I say go for it.
No, it's only so as we'll talk about with the next one's kind of scene logistics. The way that I interpret it is the
Why don't you lead off with the next one with
they-
explaining what scene logistics are?
no, because
and
there's only one example in this one that I found because I thought this
Okay.
thing was gonna be heavy with it, and I was like, oh, this is the only
I
one.
agree with you. This one's the lightest of the three.
Yeah,
Pretty
so-
airtight.
So I put doubles as scene logic, scene logistics, aka framing up to the scene, the sequence of events that happen to get us into this point, right? Of how realistic could this have happened. So the only one I had was at the very beginning, getting into the fight that gets him to solitary, that Ra's al Ghul is waiting for him in that cell. So the only thing that you could say is he paid those guys to go beat him up to bring him over to the cell that he was waiting in. 'Cause
did he
he's literally sitting in the corner.
Question about Ra's al Ghul. Did he know, was he tracking Bruce Wayne from Gotham to that point? Or
That's where
did he manipulate him to to do that. Like, there's so many things. If that was all a part of his plan, he was also banking on this guy to travel up the mountain carrying a flower for 5 days with no supplies.
I think some of the... Yeah, I agree. Because
I know that's like a comic book thing. Like,
it's got to happen.
I got some suspension of disbelief, but did his plan kick in when he got up there, or did it kick in when he left Gotham, or somewhere in between?
I think I will say I feel like some of the henchmen in these things, or the heavies, are metaphors for like emotional states. And I think our mental states, like he is anger and vengeance. What do you call that when you get angry and you just get pissed off all the time?
Mac Parker syndrome.
like a temper.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, there's a certain. Anyways, that was like he's manifested to this point to show up in Bruce Wayne's life. Like, how he got there isn't that important. It's the point that it's bubbled up to this point that it's a manifestation of what Bruce Wayne's feeling with his rage, and that's what Ra's al Ghul is to provide that. And so, like, yeah, it's a real person, but like he represents this aspect of his emotional state or mental state, you know. So like, I don't know how he found him. Yeah, I don't know how he found him and all that stuff. I just thought it was like he had to have known he was going to get in a fight to be waiting in this cell for him. Yeah, like, how long did he sit there?
The least problem with that, because he's a part of the League of Shadows, so he can sneak in and out of anywhere. You know, by any means.
Sitting there like up on CIA. The perch watching them.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie Spy Game with Redford and Pitt? There's one little spot in it where Redford's like, see that patio up there? It's like a 12-story building. He goes, you need to be up there in 2 minutes or less, or something like that. To Pitt, 20 minutes. Yeah. You got 20 minutes. Let me see you up there. And then like it shows Pitt up there and he's drinking coffee and waves at him. I'm like, okay, pretty cool. But so that's the level of spy that I anticipate him being. Okay. But like, when did explain to me your plan? Yeah. Like, I need a little bit of that.
How do we get this go? Yeah.
Because there's too many improbabilities. So.
All right. So that's leading off, and there's a bunch in the next film.
Cool.
More to come.
And shall we get into ratings?
We shall. I go last with this one, right?
Yeah,
you go
first?
I
guess I'll go first in the rotation of giving our ratings.
Nice.
So to me, this one is like I said before, the most consistent in terms of structure. This was, I think, the most fun revisiting for me. In terms of, I wasn't as familiar with this movie, felt a little bit more fresh, more exciting. I enjoy this film as an origin story. I don't think we talked about like the origin story aspect of this too much, but I think it does work, especially since, you know, before this, the only one that kind of touched on it was the 89 Batman, and even then it's like an abridged version of it, I'm sure, to recontextualize the villain of that film. Mm-hmm. Whereas this movie, it takes it as a sort of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, makes it give Christian Bale a quest to go on, and seeing that unfold to me is satisfying. Oh yeah, I think it's tight. I think my gripes with this movie overall is like some of the Nolanisms of the fight choreography being a little sloppy, some of the you know, other characters in this film, most notably the female lead, being put to the wayside in favor of everything else going on. And the I don't think I mentioned this too, some of the CGI with like the monorail, especially towards the end,
the city itself.
Chris Nolan is a filmmaker who, like, if he can get away without using CGI, he will, but this movie definitely makes it stand out a little bit. Yeah. So that's sort of where my thoughts on this are. This is an 8 out of 10 for me.
Nice.
You know, this one is just very I don't want to say paint by the numbers, but it kind of is.
You can say that.
I mean, it's your standard hero's journey, standard origin story. Again, the characters just play it very straight. There's nothing in the film that stands out as like, oh, that was a bold choice, or oh, that was out of left field. And there's, you know, the surprise that's in it is pretty obvious to any. I mean, literally half the audience that sees the movie, it's obvious for, because either a quarter of them know who Liam Neeson is, or a quarter of them are the people that guess the twist before it happens, right?
I agree.
So that percentage would be higher. But anyways, to me, this is 7 out of 10. Just a good film. Nice. Like, hey, thumbs up. Take
fair
it,
rating.
You know, Like, that's where it's at. So
nice. Yeah, no, I revisiting this, I thought, kind of from talking with you, I was expecting it to be like a lot more bland, and it was one of the kind of refreshing to see that this one, for this film alone, before the other two had come out, there is some charisma and a little bit of wit in this thing. Not a whole lot sprinkled in, but from an origin story, I mean, like, you know, I will compare this to, all right, you got Iron Man, Thor, Incredible Hulk. Like, this is probably, this and Iron Man are very darn close in terms of how well done it is, in terms of believability and setting up the universe going forward. As you mentioned, kind of hyper realism as we go about it. Nolan is a good job. I mean, cinematography is great. You know, there isn't, in terms of the acting, it's on par with what the material's presenting. The only thing, and we didn't mention it too, just keeping thoughts, is convicts and cops also have points in these films going throughout. I didn't really pay attention to that, but there are some. It's interesting to think about what they play in this role and the environment that we're in. But anyways, for this alone, I think I actually bumped this up. I got this at an 8 out of 10. Enjoyable, and I think it could be a standalone had the other two not come out.
yeah,
Nice. With that being said, we can head off into the night. The Dark Knight.
Oh,
Hell yeah, let's
night
go.
is dark.
The Night is Dark and The Darkest Night. 2008 superhero film directed by Christopher Nolan. Screenplay by Jonathan Nolan and Christopher Nolan. Story by Christopher Nolan and David S. Goyer. So Goyer not really involved too much with the script of this. Probably did some revisionist work here and there. But for the most part, this is a Nolan brother deal. Came out 2008, like I said. Christian Bale returns as Batman, who is kind of getting into the swing of being the Caped Crusader. He is established himself as this status, this symbol that he intended for in the first movie. Crime is hiding away. The mobsters are a little bit more apprehensive of doing their business. You know, they do their work in the daylight, like a certain character says later on. But because of his presence in Gotham City, that also means the heightening of opposition, of villainy, of terrorism, if you will, in Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker. And Batman has to work with Jim Gordon and make sure that the Joker can not terrorize people as much as he's been terrorizing them. He enlists the help of Harvey Dent, who is the district attorney, because Dent is establishing himself as a man of the people, a white knight, that he can prop himself. That's what they call him in the movie, right?
The white part.
Didn't mean to.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
I mean, Aaron Eckhart is Caucasian.
He is.
But we get this idea that Harvey Dent has to stand as a symbol of good in a world where Batman's characteristic is being put into question against the Joker. So spoilers for The Dark Knight.
Awesome.
Hopefully I didn't fumble around too much with my summation of that. So this was the first one that I have seen out of all the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. This was not only that, but it was also the very first Batman movie I'd ever seen. Might even have been like the first Batman thing I'd ever been exposed to.
Okay.
Because when I was a kid, I had like a passive awareness of Batman as like a character from like comic books and like superhero iconography or whatever. I remember this was playing really late at night, like TNT. And I had a TV in my room.
That's right.
And I think I told you this story before.
No, but I mean, I remember it being on TNT all the freaking time.
Right.
TNT 3-night classic.
TNT.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yes.
We
Yes.
know drama. Yeah. So they had like all these, you know, PG-13 action movies playing all the time, like Die Hard 4 or whatever. And this was in their lineup, and it, I think, started at like 11 p.m. And it was during the summertime, so I didn't have school the next morning, but my TV was right near where my parents' room was, so I could never watch anything super loud.
Yeah.
So you know how, and we didn't touch on this too much at all, but like the Christopher Nolan of sound mixing, being able to like not hear anything worth a shit, and then like the sound effects themselves being really loud.
Yeah, I get that.
Offered a very, I will say, dynamic viewing experience when watching this at 11 p.m. while my parents were trying to sleep.
Yeah.
And of course, the inclusion of commercials being, this is going to be like a 5-hour long endeavor for a movie that's like...
You said 11 p.m. and I was like, how late is this kid staying up?
I think it ended
this?
like 2:30 a.m. or some shit like that.
Yeah, probably like if it's a 2.5 hour film, probably going to have an hour's worth of commercials.
Yeah, I mean, it was on TNT, so yeah, the commercials weren't like super horrible, but
they got
were
3-minute spots, right?
They were still extending the runtime enough for me to be like, I'm tired as shit, and I didn't hear anything these characters were saying. So I had watched this movie, but I felt like I never watched it proper until one day. I think it was like when Family Video was still open in like 2016 or something.
Yeah,
I rented the movie, I watched it. Really enjoyed it, got what everybody was talking about with it, because I already knew at that point this has a status as like not only one of the best superhero movies of all time, but one of the best movies, period. And obviously I knew the whole like Heath Ledger thing, him dying, and this being his last role, him winning an Oscar posthumously for it, and that having like so much weight behind it. So this is one of those movies where like even still I feel like it's kind of intimidating to talk about in any sense, because there's so much behind it in terms of its cultural impact, the performances, its status as a superhero movie, just all this stuff. And whether you like this movie or not, you have to acknowledge this had a huge dent in the culture, right?
Oh yeah.
They released it was something like 500 actors, directors, whatever, notable people of Hollywood did a list of like the top 30 best films of this century so far. I think
was that the New York Times thing?
Could have been.
I've been seeing that pop
Parasite
up.
got one.
Yeah,
I think that's it. Yeah.
I mean,
what's insane is No Country and There Will Be Blood are top 5.
Yeah.
Right? Both of them. And I know There Will Be Blood, I think, was 3 and No Country was 5. But like, that's insane that was the Oscar. Those were two heavyweights going at it in 07, right?
Yeah.
Like, and maybe not the two best films of 2007.
Okay.
Super bad.
I mean, 2007 was a great movie year all around.
But
so
anyways, so it got, I think it was, 9 to 15 range, but it was the number one comic book movie.
Yeah.
And so this movie too, when it came out, I think was second all time in gross. Behind Titanic, and I believe top 10 for inflation.
Yeah, I could see that easily.
Yeah, and nobody's touching Gone with the Wind.
Right.
So, but yeah, I mean, and then it won the first comic book movie to win an Oscar, and I think it's also too. If it's not this, it would have been a Mission Impossible, but I'm pretty sure this is the first movie to feature full IMAX cameras for scenes. So.
I think you're right. Yeah, I was reading about that.
When I saw this, it was on IMAX at midnight, 2008. Me and my boys, we wore suits to the deal.
Yeah.
And I remember, and just like you're the first time you watch this, it is incredible. You're like floored, especially in the theater. Like, certain points in the movie, I mean, people standing up and cheering, and you couldn't hear the lines. It's one of the coolest theater experiences I've ever been a part of.
I believe that. Hold on, we said we weren't doing. You get yours with Dark Knight Rises. What are you doing?
No, it's just I mean,
how'd you wiggle this in? We're all just sitting here nodding. We said we weren't doing it.
Well, to be fair, I don't have a theater experience with this movie.
Well, you got your. Yeah, you do.
So Sam,
you wanted to hear his little family video and watch it on a 13-inch TV in his bedroom on a quiet volume.
Yeah, I was right there.
I like the Joker. Oh, he's kind of interesting.
Remember you had to crawl on your bed and lay there just to put your ear there? It's like I either got to watch or listen. I can't do both.
Sam, feel free to tell anything you want to within context of this movie.
I appreciate,
or just in general.
that.
Just talk about whatever you want.
I appreciate that.
I thought we agreed.
Okay, so
you are kind of like the Joker.
Number one.
Shaking things up.
I think I saw this before. I really was not, and I still am not into action. Like bank heist movies, or like, I shouldn't say that, espionage movies, excuse me. I'm very into bank heist movies.
Right.
I was going to say,
Heat.
you're not a fan of Heat?
Yeah.
No, Heat, Thief, just all of the...
language.
Basically Michael Mann's filmography.
There you go. Last of the
Miami
Mohicans,
Vice,
right?
yeah.
Okay. So, Yeah, even Miami Vice I was pretty down
Solid.
with when it came out.
Yeah.
And
I'm still down with it.
So, but the espionage one, and the first one is more of a spy kind of thriller, where it's a lot of,
Sure.
like him trying to hide and be discreet, and it's him hiding that he's Bruce Wayne. Where
I feel like the third one is more of that later in that film.
Espionage.
Kind
Spy
of
thriller.
it
that one
evokes
seems like war movie.
evokes like the imagery of like James Bond, I guess, with like the gadgets and like all the like tools he has at his disposal. But I see what you mean.
So, the thing that stinks about this movie is no, okay. We should.
You could.
Do you want me to get this out of the way now, or
Let's do it. Why not?
Okay, so scene logistics. Okay, and Mackie and I were talking about this. This movie to me is drama without logic, action without logic, and motives without logic. And a perfect example of that is, let me break down the opening scene, which I think all three of us would agree is boss. Is so sick.
Damn, you're perfect.
Love the opening scene.
It is so cool. The first time you watch it, you're like blown away. And essentially it's, we're picking people off one by one once they accomplish their task of the mission. And then at the end of it, the Joker perfectly calculates that this guy is going to turn on him at this exact point. And he's also set it up for this bus driver to come barging through and kill this guy with vehicular manslaughter, and for him to take him out. And then he's I think he's caught off guard when Will Fichtner's like, "Hey,
a little
buddy."
bit. Yeah, he sees it as a prime opportunity, but yeah, he didn't calculate it.
And then he takes care of him, and then drives off with in a bus, in a line of buses, to be disguised. And the first time you see that, you're like, "Oh, that is so cool. That is
sick.
So sick." But when you break it down, it's like as soon as you poke holes in it, it's
blindly following, right?
Oh my gosh, like the
weird.
odds.
It was scripted for this to happen, so this
like
must
the
occur.
guy could have just shot him in the back and been like, instead he's like, but you're gonna try to kill me too, weren't ya? Because that's what the Joker told me to do. And then like,
it's a great impression.
Well, all those guys, right? So and everything here is on that.
Fun fact: one of those guys was from Michigan. Because remember, Mom brought it up to us a couple times. Did you know? It's
I could point it out because of that great Michigan accent he has, where he's like, "Hey, he told me to whack you off. I don't know what you want from me."
He's like, "Oops, sorry,
excuse me there, buddy.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, excuse me, I'm about to shoot you now."
Oh, hey.
So, but yeah, driving off. That was the first one I wrote down.
And the buses, it's
pulling out of a bank, and like no one being like, "Is this odd to anyone else? How'd that guy get?"
And there's like a bunch of debris on the bus. It stands out from the other buses.
Yeah.
And then the cops get there and like, "Where'd he go?" And it's like, "Hey, I'm a witness. I just saw a bus drive out of here in a line of other buses. Maybe he's just follow every one of those buses, and you'll probably find them."
He literally right at that point just says, "Listen, like events are going to happen that you don't need to think logically would occur."
And that's also what
that's where my show don't tell comes in.
In another universe, in another movie, they would have that be found with logic by saying, "Oh, it was magic." Or we had time travel, or we have this device we can pull this off.
Like a MacGuffin, essentially.
Yeah, it's just we invented something that to solve all of these problems where we can't determine the logic. Here's a pill, here's a potion, here's a beanstalk. Well, right?
I mean, he could have axed him and just hopped in a getaway car that was out back. Like they could have did other things.
But my point is that's the entire movie. Is there's
all right on the Dark Knight Rises,
but there's just so much logic, like just no logic behind it.
Yes,
but when you see it for the first time, and the other thing too is that scene happens. There's no breathing time. There ain't nothing. They're into the next thing.
And we just got to meet the Joker. So like the person that
breath.
Like you don't even know where he's at. You can only assume, right? Because they like in the trailers and stuff, they only had the teaser and it was him talking.
Yeah, they never showed him.
So he doesn't have until he goes, no, I killed the bus driver. And that's when you go, oh shit. and then all of a sudden masks off, and it's like
What
he
doesn't
even
kill you makes you stranger.
And then you're
it's
like, oh my god, like we're getting into this, and also is this like Jaws? You know, is he not going to pop up for another 40 minutes? Like,
I'm scared.
And so
Don't
like,
hurt me.
don't worry about the bus driver just pulling out of the bank
with this,
into
with this
another
makeup on
line.
him and this maniacal laugh.
Yeah, like
the
the
big
first
clown shoes.
Yeah. Because clearly, the goal of that scene is you're introducing the Joker. You're doing it in a way that is upending audience expectations of like, oh, who is the Joker? When's he going to pop up? Is he going to pop up in this scene at all? They keep like killing each other. The way it unfolds, like you said, very surprising when you see it the first time. Have no idea where it's going. It's doing it in a way that it shows you the Joker's theatrics. It shows you that this is a big villain who likes to put on a show, likes to do things in a way that brings attention, but also just like shows you how like smart and calculated he is.
Right.
He's a character who later on tells you, do you think I'm a guy with a plan? Do I look like a guy with a plan? When very clearly, yes, he is a guy with many plans, very intricate and set up.
Very precise. Like he is the best planner of any of the villains in these movies.
Yes.
By
Bane might be close, but we'll get there.
That being said, there is that thing of, oh, I kind of see the cracks in this. If it had gone like one way or the other, you know, you're telling me he just happened to find the right gap in between the buses to like break out of the bank that he couldn't see through the walls. So does he have like a camera system that he can look at?
Right.
Does he just know the bus schedules that well to know that, oh, this light's going to turn red, going to hold this bus behind, and then I can just swoop in whenever there's the gap that appears? Like, there is that thing of a little bit of the luster is lost the more you watch this movie. And I love this movie. I think it's, you know, a full send, showing my whole hog. I think it's pretty great. I enjoy this every single time I watch it. There is this thing of, and maybe it's also because I watched Batman Begins the same day too.
You don't have to defend yourself here.
I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm just setting the framework for my thoughts going into this discussion.
Oh, well, we already knew.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, like I said, you're good. Listen.
Where this movie I enjoy wholeheartedly, yet it still is like, is there something lost every time I rewatch this?
Yes, there will be. Yeah. I will tell you right now. I still, like I said, it's master filming. This movie took the cinematography from Batman Begins and upped it to the next level. There's a lot of great like framing shots or master shots, you know, that pops up that he gets. I mean, on a crane, he's swooping around. Like this stuff it's beautifully shot, and the acting. Like, say what you will about the good guys. Heath Ledger, you cannot knock. I'm sorry, I will never get behind you on that. Like Heath Ledger in this.
In what world have I knocked Heath Ledger at any point?
I got the receipts.
Oh,
no!
You're
I'll explain that
I
right
said
now.
You cannot put him into this role, and you said, "All right, like I won't."
I don't even know what you're.
We're talking about the characters.
Yeah, and what I was saying is this: of the characters you like in these movies. Which my top two are Bane and Joker. Joker being number one. Right. I think everybody would agree with that. They speak in riddles, and they also speak...
Why are you bringing back the Riddler?
They are the ones speaking in riddles. They're not like... Nobody is... And even Ra's al Ghul speaks in riddles. Like, where he's like... Everything's an allegory, or you can't trust what they say.
Nothing is as it seems. Yeah.
And anything they say is probably a lie, or it's misleading.
No. Ra's al Ghul was pretty upfront. He thought Wayne was on his side the way he was speaking.
But I'm saying where he's like, it's the power, the intrigue, the mystique, it's the League of Shadows, you belong. Like it's like that kind of.
He's explaining the League of Shadows,
but it's like riddle-ish.
I get what you're saying with the Joker and Bane.
Dude, like compare, like you know what I'm talking about. Like compare it to
these. I just take out Ra's al Ghul because I rewatched that and I was like, oh, this makes so much more sense.
So these characters feel like they're circling around to a point rather than getting to it directly.
It's a level of the deception, story, right? They show up, they do their thing, and then they leave, and then the story catches back up with them. It's not like they're foreshadowing anything. They're not telling you their motives. They're not telling you anything, and they're giving a lot of ambiguity. And it's cool, but you need somebody that is surrounded by them to kind of be like, you know, the only thing you get is Alfred, like, basically saying like, don't worry about it. Some guys just want to see the world burn. They, there was this man with jewels the size of your crown.
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm with you. I was just because was Alfred a merc?
I agree in that.
Yeah. What was his deal?
Okay. Like, did you pick? So the first time, like, I'm watching this, I was like, it's whatever he says it is.
And I think the backstory of the comic book character is that he had like some kind of military experience.
Had to have that they never talk about until this, where he's like,
and was he in fact the guy throwing the jewels, the madman?
No.
Is Alfred the Joker?
Alfred wants to watch the world burn. Sorry, what the world burn?
I thought it was rather funny that he just talked about. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was a mercenary hunting down a diamond thief in the Amazon."
I will say that I agree in that Ra's al Ghul, the Joker, and Bane are all villains that they're very circular in the way they deal with how these movies unfold, because he's right in that like we're never like with them for that long in order to get a sense of why they're doing what they're doing. We're just kind of seeing them jumping in at a point where the thing is already taking place, and then they're just like perpetuating it, right?
And I take Ra's al Ghul out. He got Batman to be Batman, and he clearly laid out the plans for what the League of Shadows does. So
sure.
The other two I get. I think that's where, to me, these movies started getting worse, because I'm agreeing with you guys on that. Where
I feel like it makes more sense with the Joker, though, because his character is set up to be unpredictable. This is the emphasis or the personification of you can't see what this guy's doing. And the movie being structured like that, I think, makes the most sense within this specific one of the trilogy. So Sam had to tend to something, so he'll jump back in when he's able to. But you and I can continue the discussion of The Dark Knight. And I think we left off with me talking about how the Joker, to me, works as a character who is not like motivating the plot, but is sort of jumping in at points to where like his goals seem a bit circular. You don't entirely know what he's doing until the point is already like come and gone. And I think it works because the Joker as a character is unpredictable.
Yeah.
Right. To kind of like keep on the Joker as, I mean, we're going to talk about Heath Ledger and that character specifically a lot in this specific discussion. Is he the best version of the character that exists? Heath Ledger's Joker portrayal.
Oh, great question. Yeah.
I think it's a fair question to ask.
I think so.
Next to whoever plays Batman and Spider-Man, I feel like people who play the Joker, especially nowadays, are under so much scrutiny. There's a lot of attention on them. Yeah. Once you announce the casting of who's playing the Joker in anything, it's like, oh, what is their interpretation of the character going to be? Like, how are they going to be treating this? And obviously, like, Heath Ledger comes in, has this spin on the character that's more grounded in the psychosis of it. Like, there's something really mentally wrong with this character. Because you think of the Joker of old, a lot of people think Jack Nicholson's version of the character in the 89 Batman movie.
Very cartoony.
Cartoony, more like mobster coded, like criminal. Like, this is a guy who's like sowing chaos, but he's also like robbing banks and doing like criminal hijinks, right?
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, it's to some level, that's what the Joker represents. There's a
right, at least at the time.
Well, it's still chaos, right? It's just a little bit more thought out and more of a motive on personal gain. But like, that's the thing with chaos. I mean, I think in this point, he plays more of a metaphorical figure, if you will. Yeah. Just kind of given the movie itself, like I've written down, and I will keep on the Joker lines, but he does, in my opinion, represent the unethical choices that we have to make in a system, right? What conforms to the system, and kind of pushing this agenda, not necessarily in terms of like absolutely wrong and wrong, but like there is a sense that he is like identifying gray areas and really bringing that to life on what makes this correct and incorrect.
He's making people confront their own sense of morality in a way that like no other real situation would more than likely like come up in a way that's like aggressive,
Yes.
right? In a way that's like committing acts of terrorism and doing it in a way that is putting this one specific character, Batman, I guess like other people too, but like Batman specifically in this, like, we're going to put you in this situation. You're going to be forced to make a choice. Kind of how, like, you know, a very simplified version of this is Green Goblin in the first Spider-Man movie, where he's got like the cable of kids and also Mary Jane. He's like, choose Spider-Man. Like, there is this sort of thing of you're taking that concept and you're really confronting not only Batman with that, but the viewer as well. What would I do in these situations? This movie becomes very psychological that way. And I feel like a unique aspect of this version of Joker is that it pinpoints his relationship with Batman specifically, because it introduces this idea that they kind of need each other in order to exist, right? Because you take Batman, he's someone who can't exist if there is no crime or villainy going on, and the Joker can only exist if there's someone to try and stop him. He tells him, I'm not going to kill you because you're too much fun, and you're not going to kill me because of some misplaced sense of morality.
Yes.
It's like what I said earlier of unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
Yes. I do agree with that. I don't really, both of those, if that's reduced right down to the bare essence of it, yes, I agree with it. I get kind of,
right.
Like when he says, you know, in place sense of morality, I find what limit can Batman go to, right? Essentially, is I've pushed you to the brink that I can push you to, and you've shown that you won't break. I also look at the Joker though, being like, you're too much fun. Is that enough of a reason not to kill someone? Like, at what point does he not get fun? Like, it kind of, I think looking at it, I should say, I enjoyed the Harvey Dent aspect of this being Two-Face and him like being on both sides of this.
Yes.
And also looking at just both of them and how much they influence each other.
Both sides of the coin, if you will.
That's what I wrote down. I mean, this is a movie looking at the systems and the choices that humans have to make, you know, with morality or ethical decisions, right? Within the system that's been built, and looking at both sides and how far both sides is willing to go to show what side's right, essentially, right?
Right.
And Harvey being the scales of justice in all of this, and him showing that he'd lean one way and now he's leaning another way. So I do like it. I just feels kind of the writing with it just feels a little stilted, a little wrong. I felt it could have been a little bit, actually, in terms of someone not being like, don't be pretentious, like that could have been a point where be a little bit more profound. But I do like the unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, because I feel like it could apply to both of their characters in terms of like what they're willing to, where they're willing to go.
So I guess when this movie was announced, they were going through the casting of who was going to play Joker. Obviously, there were a lot of names being tossed around. Willem Dafoe, I think, was one of them. We talked about Green Goblin. A lot of people, even after Heath Ledger's portrayal, were like, we would love to see a Willem Dafoe version of this character. And now I think Dafoe's at the point where he's kind of aged out of it. He's a little bit too old to play the Joker. But I remember, I shouldn't say I remember, I was reading about how a lot of people at the time, when they announced Heath Ledger was playing the Joker, there was a lot of apprehension. People were like, oh, the guy from 10 Things I Hate About You is playing like one of the most iconic comic book villains of all time. Are you fucking nuts? He's not going to be able to pull this off. Guy from Brokeback Mountain, are you kidding me? Gay cowboy can't play the Joker. What are we doing here? And then, of course...
Which is like really funny, because there's only been like 2 or 3 people that played it in like IP, right?
Right, exactly. So like, what are we basing our expectations off of?
Yeah.
Do we want it to still be a version of the Jack Nicholson take on the character, or like Cesar Romero, where it's like more kind of goofy, like eccentric showmanship type of Joker?
Yes.
Whereas like Heath Ledger coming into this really brought this like scary energy to the role. Scary within the parameters of a PG-13 movie, but still enough to like have a striking presence in the movie.
Very manic.
Sam has
Can
returned.
the Batman come out and play? What one is that? No, it's the I was actually just quoting Spider-Man.
No, I thought my
with the
jokes
Green
were
Goblin.
bad.
We were just talking about Willem Dafoe.
No, I think that this Joker is the one. It's so hard because this one he's actually without having rules and chaos. He very much has rules and chaos, which I find it's so ironic with this character. But like when you say, "Hey, go in." Find the soft spots, right, in terms of justice and what's right and wrong, and then really boil it out, right? Bring it to a boiling point, surface level. Now it's sitting on the top. One of the things that you can think about is like, all right, someone's got to rob for clothes, right? Well, then you find out that they're poor, or you find out that this place has all this money. It's like justice has so many different meanings, and what's right and wrong within the system has so many different meanings, right? This character was, you could pull out a million different things and say like it's obviously bad, but he is posing an interesting question, and I think that's where like the madness devolves with this one as opposed to before, where it's just like, I'm a sociopath. I really don't care. I'm kind of goofy. I like being, this insane. And then, oh, you don't like, boom, I'm going to shoot you, or we're going to drop, like, and having no qualms with it. Like, that's like, it's scary to an effect, but actually someone that looks back at the problems with society and says, like, here's an interesting question. I kill a bunch of gangbangers. Nobody bats an eye, but, a bus or a convoy of Marines blows up and everyone loses their mind. Or whatever it may be.
He says someone makes a threat against the mayor's life and everybody loses their mind.
Well, the first one is if a busload of gangbangers got shot up, no one would care. Mm-hmm. But if that were a bunch of Marines, everyone would, raise chaos. It'd be like, well, how did this happen? Yeah. And like it's questions like that you look at the differences of the human being, and the morality of people and where they actually side with what's right and wrong. And I think that's why he eventually puts the bomb in the convicts' hands, right? Like, hey,
yeah, it's that exact thing,
right?
Like, who cares about these guys' lives? They've already made their mistakes.
This guy is so calculated. He influences Bruce Wayne to take a bullet out of a cinder block wall, match the prints after reframing it all, go to the guy's set apartment, open up the window, and then try that
whole chain of events.
Right. So he's that calculated.
Yes.
But he didn't think of, or was it just for his enjoyment to see if one of those boats would blow up?
You're saying he should have had an ace in the hole on that boat to blow it up?
But he also was like, he's like, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. Yeah. And that's actually what like foils his plan is he's got Batman pinned underneath the thing, another villain that beats Batman's butt in the climax.
That one is like hard to...
Like, why is it like... whatever.
Yeah.
But then he's sitting there and he's like, and here we go. Yep. And then it doesn't have it. He's like, wow, you got to do it yourself. And then Batman takes that opportunity to spray him in the face with gas.
Yeah. No, he hit him with the side knives to pop the button into the face.
Well, he starts going about, do you want to know how I got these scars? And he's like, no, but I know you got these. And then he like hits him with the blades on the wrist.
But my whole point with all of that is it's like, in this world, you are so calculated and precise. Yeah. And the thing that does get you is chaos, or like, let's let it ride. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how that makes me feel. Like, here's this guy that believes in anarchy and chaos, yet he's the most precise, calculated person.
I think that's
in any of the movies.
I feel like it's built into the movie enough, though, for us to really kind of like look at this character in a way that he is someone who, yes, I am a representation of chaos and unpredictability and like someone who like, you don't know what I'm going to do next. He is very much, he sows chaos, but he's not chaotic. He's someone who knows what he's doing. He knows what the plan is, despite the fact that he says, do I look like a guy with a plan? It's like, yeah, you're very much a guy with a plan if you're able to like orchestrate all this stuff to lead up to this moral conundrum of the two fairies have bombs on them and they each have a kill switch for the other one. Are they gonna save themselves, or are they gonna like have the morality to not pull the switch and kill people, which is like ultimately what he's building up to. And I really do like the fact that, and I was going to bring this up earlier, he's not a person. he is a force of nature almost. He doesn't have any fingerprints. He doesn't have any identity. He's not he's
a ghost, really.
Right. He has like no
He's a
background.
manifestation.
He lies about how he got the scars on his face. He's not Arthur Fleck in the Joaquin Phoenix version of the character, where it's like, oh, we get to see how this guy got to this point.
Right.
We just see like, oh, people like this exist, and it doesn't really matter how they got here. What matters is that they are in this position in the first place, and they're able to get into this ability to sow this amount of chaos through means of like extensive planning and like almost. That's why I kind of don't mind that like the whole bus thing is not super logical. That's why I'm not like a huge issue with the fact that like Batman waits for him to like try to use the fail safe to flip the switch before he hits him with the blades.
It's every one of those. Every scene
it feels more ethereal.
Every scene he's in has something that defies logic and probability, and like as cool as the pencil trick is, it's like a pencil cannot stab into any table, like it would snap. Right. It's not made of. And anyways, so okay, it does. The eraser is going into a guy's eyeball, and he goes to the ground. It's like that should be like, whoa, like instead it's played for the laughs. He's like, ta-da, and you're like, whoa, that's pretty cool. It's like, that's really insanely graphic and violent. And
I don't think it's played for laughs. I think it's more of like the sociopath.
He's laughing at it, but it's more to make his character more like
Nobody in the room has a reaction to that. They're all like, enough with the freak, you. Tell us why you're here. It's like there's a dead body next to him with a pencil.
Unsettling
in his face.
Is the word I was looking at.
Like it's just tonal deal with it. But again, the first time you watch it, you're like, oh shoot, that's so cool.
Yeah, there's a certain
you break it down, you're like,
air around him, that he's an agent of chaos. And
he feels like a mythical creature.
That's what I'm saying.
He feels like someone who has
Paul
like
Bunyan
more
sitting in the room.
He has more agency over reality than what actual reality can be possible.
Like the little the almost like who's the little guy from Lord of the Rings?
Gimli?
Smeagol.
Gollum.
Like that. He lives in the woods, and you go across him, and like that folklore kind of dude.
Yeah.
That looks like Smeagol. That's what he kind of reminds me of.
Yeah, and
that's awful.
I think that's what allows me. Cool. That's what allows me to kind of forgive some of the more shaky elements of this movie, and like some of the elements that like you do notice the more you watch this movie of like, would this actually happen like this? Like, what are the chances of this happening?
Yes.
Like. This is virtually impossible, but for it to construct as a narrative around this guy who, for all intents and purposes, like, is the point of the movie. The Joker is like central to what's going on.
Yes.
Like, obviously, like Christian Bale as Batman is important, but you wouldn't have this movie without Heath Ledger's performance. And like them like anchoring it on this element, this thing that feels like a specter going through Gotham and like influencing it in such a negative way, for me is more than enough to be effective as like, yeah, I can get behind what's happening. Like, this is still entertaining. This is still fun. I still like the performance. I'm still on board with it, even if like some of the foundation.
Well, that shows you how good his performance is that there's all of these things that if it were in another movie, you'd be like, oh, that's so unrealistic. I think that's stupid.
Right.
Speed 2. And
how dare you?
Cruise control.
Yes, thank you, Sam.
And
he's on the same page with me.
No, I love Speed 2.
Damn it.
Minus all the flashing lights for 45 minutes.
And people in the water.
But but I want to say that's like one of the. It's the only performance I can think of right now from an actor where you're like, I'm watching him, and also Colin Farrell as the Penguin in the Batman. Where it's like I cannot see that actor.
Yeah.
I've watched The Dark Knight 30 plus times, and I still cannot see Heath Ledger.
No, not at all.
Through the makeup and the prosthetics.
And I'm someone who has now been at the point where like I've watched a few of his other like notable films. I mean, I've yet to see Brokeback Mountain. I'm going to eventually, but recently watched 10 Things I Hate About You. Like a couple years ago, I watched A Knight's Tale. Movies that are like very much not in this genre, and like people are, they like those movies, but for reasons that are like, yeah, Heath Ledger's hot and charismatic, but you're not watching him in those movies thinking like, oh yeah, he can pull off a comic book villain. And then you watch him in this, even with those performances in mind, it's like the way he's doing the voice, the makeup, the way he moves, he licks his lips the whole time, the mannerisms, like I cannot see Heath Ledger in this one bit. He's essentially playing like a tilted version of himself in either of those other movies, but this one is like, you're telling me this is a person that is an actor who exists in the world outside of this character? Like, if you were to tell me that, like, they constructed Joker from, like, some kind of weird ancient, like, prophecy of, like, yeah, we're going to have, like, one of the most captivating performances that you're not going to recognize, I would believe it 100%. Like, this doesn't feel like it's from a person. It just feels like the character. 100%.
No, I get that.
And did I miss you guys talking about Harvey Dent or Jim Gordon yet?
No, not yet.
No, we've been pretty much on the Joker for the last 15
Well, that's good, because it's like, what can I honestly offer there?
Well,
I will tell you one funny story.
Yes.
We were big Heath Ledger fans.
Huge. Night Sale.
The Patriot.
10
Things I Hate About You, right? I remember we
bit.
like rented The Order because he was in it.
Yeah.
And so anyways, Brokeback Mountain hits. It's up for all these awards, and he is like he's coming home with the Oscar, everybody thinks. And so I'm like, dude, I gotta see this movie. I'm 13, 14 years old.
Ang Lee.
And also homophobia strife in our nation. Even just to mention that you're gonna see it.
Right. It's
You're
like,
gonna
what's
get made
wrong with
fun
you?
of.
You're going to watch Gay Cowboys?
Yeah, that was like one of the things, like, if your friends found out, that was 6 months of just getting henpecked.
And so I, like, manned up, watched the movie, but my mom was like, well, you got to watch that with me because there's some
graphic
heavy
stuff.
things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. So I watched Brokeback Mountain with my mom, and the most uncomfortable watch of my life. I like traumatized, but to the point where it was like, nope, I watched it for that good performance, and I like willed Heath Ledger into like thinking, and he didn't win the Oscar, but he won a bunch of awards. Yeah, like I need to see the perform. And so when he was cast as Joker, I'm like, yup, see, everybody's gonna see what I've been saying about this guy.
Yeah.
And then he died, and so it was like I felt like I was gambling with just everything about his movie. Like, so
if he doesn't hit the Joker role, or people,
and I didn't, I would have been bullied right out of school if he didn't drill that performance.
Yeah. If it turned out to be like a Jared Leto Joker type of thing,
I had my wisdom teeth
you're
out.
Not pulling on Leto.
I got my wisdom teeth out that week that we saw it, and the next morning after that movie, I had to go to a football camp that started at like 9 a.m. So it was like 6 a.m. wake up, 7 a.m. leave, and it was at GB.
Yeah,
it was like their big camp. So it went from like 9 to 3 p.m. and it was day 5 in a row of doing camps. And I gritted and gutted through it, and I remember because I wasn't gonna get enough sleep with it, but I was like, I wasn't having nightmares, but I was having like Joker hallucinations.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, it's funny,
like that powerful.
Yeah,
there's a couple characters that actually pop up within pop culture that you find other people quoting, talking about, drawing into how he was such a badass, like how much of my characteristics fit into that, or you know, like I don't believe in any of what he was saying at all, to the point that you are like chastising him, but like to have that polarization of a character, like some of the time, like Jim Gordon, not much being talked about him with, right?
You bring up the like Joker's influence on culture and how like you might look at that performance and be like, well, I love him playing that character, but obviously like he's a fucking nut job. There are still, I think, people today who identify that this specific Joker as like their hero.
Yes,
they like see him as a symbol of like,
anarchy, chaos.
We can't trust the media. We can't trust society. Blah blah blah. In a way that's like, this is just kind of like scary and unhealthy. The way that people are like idolizing this character. Yeah, right?
But I got written down. I thought,
and obviously it's not the movie's fault. I don't blame the movie. It's just like people latching onto this type of thing that they've always done.
I think that anywhere that you look, I think what Joker is the flaws of the system manifested. So you take a system, right? And you could take, like, Gotham is a portrayal of the United States, essentially, right? Like, the city of Gotham ultimately represents the United States. And he operates beyond the rules of society, right? He's able to go through and say, this is the problem with the system. This is where corruption could happen. This is where this is injustice with these cons. This is where people view other people in the wrong ways. And so, like, I think it happens on any side of someone that feels like wrongfully or unjust. They could say, yeah, I'm going to act like the Joker. I mean, it's anarchy and chaos. He's revolution. He's starting over, or he's going through and not necessarily adhering to what should be happening, but saying this is what could be different.
He's really showing you if you want anarchy and chaos, you need to have a very detailed plan.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you got to be a guy with a plan, despite the fact that he said he's not a guy with a plan.
Yeah, he's such a liar. He's like, I don't know what I'm even doing half the time. And then he's going home and like checking notes, like, hey, do we have the police uniforms to hide in?
He's just very humble. You don't get it, Sam. He's just very humble. He doesn't want to prop himself up.
I'd really like to see a lot of his diagrams on like how he's going to construct these things.
Dude, it's funny because he outwits Batman all the way through. Also, too, Batman is the world's greatest detective.
He's not out. See, like, I don't think he's outwitting him. He's just he's not following the rules. So, like, it's not necessarily he's going by. Batman has to follow the rules. Batman has limits. He doesn't. So he can do whatever he wants. So he's saying, listen, we're going to do a race. You've got the racetrack. I can go wherever I want. So if it means I get to bubble out here and cop back in, like, so be it. And you're going to have to say right here, and we got to get to the end. And I'm going to see.
Yeah, I don't think Batman does anything. He doesn't really follow the rules either.
Batman?
No.
Yes, he does.
He puts so many people in harm's way.
Who?
Jim Gordon.
It's Jim Gordon's making a choice. He's not holding a gun to Jim Gordon saying you're doing this. He said you're partnering with me.
So, okay.
That is sort of.
I'm trying to figure out who. So who is the one?
He's got a
great Jim Gordon's death.
Kyle's got a question because he just had a thought bubble.
No, because like I was thinking about like he puts people in danger, and there's this idea that Batman has to adhere to not only the rules of the law but like the rules of his own morality.
Yes.
Like he won't allow himself to kill anyone, even if it's like for better or worse, like justified, right? You've got this idea that
I'm pretty sure he kills somebody at some point, but they just gloss it over.
By making a choice.
Aaron Eckhart as Harvey Dent is having this press conference about to announce the identity of the Batman.
Yeah.
Because Christian Bale as Batman or as Bruce Wayne thinks that, if I reveal myself, then it'll stop the Joker's reign of chaos or whatever, which it won't.
So I'll make that clear.
Right. But he's about to do it, and Harvey Dent is like, I'm the Batman. Yeah. Arrest me. And then they like, put him in cuffs, bring him to the car or like the police truck or whatever. And a lot of people think, that's just like Bruce Wayne putting him in harm. Like, how could you do this to Harvey? Like, how could you
use him as bait?
Yeah, use him as bait or whatever. When I think the idea of it is that is their scheme to catch the Joker, right? Like he's using him as bait more or less, but like Harvey Dent knows that this will result in like the Joker being behind bars.
Yeah, he's gonna show himself.
Like he says that to her, like, yeah, we're gonna catch him.
Yeah,
like he's gonna come after me.
Yeah,
like flips the coin.
Yeah,
and then she's like, Harvey, you need to be careful.
We'll get to her in a second because Katie Holmes easily could have been in this film and been all right.
Well, you know what she declined to do? Or she was supposed to be in it, and she turned it down.
I read about this. Like it was like Money Madness,
Mad Money, Queen Latifah and Diane Keaton,
which I read was a $24 million budget, and it made 26 at the box office. So she really made the right choice.
Very nice. Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, she could have been going to the Fan Expo instead of Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Well, I mean, imagine all this crap that came with it. Maybe she's just like, I'm going to do a really bad film and get paid the $10 million.
Well, when did her and Tom Cruise split up? Because maybe she said it was for Mad Money, but also maybe it was just like, I don't want to like be too much in the public, and this would put me in the spotlight.
Yeah, I think they were wrapping it up. before 2010, so somewhere in that ballpark.
The tensions were high, and if they weren't divorced, they were talking about it at that time.
Yeah, outrunning Scientology left and right. But
Harvey, they knew that they were going to catch him. So I don't know if
who's the master orchestrator. So the plan is this.
That one I don't know. Don't ask me that
all
one.
All right, I'm going to just say what the plan is out loud.
Okay.
The plan was for Jim Gordon to fake his death to everybody.
Yes.
Including his own family and kids.
Yes.
Like, God only knows the trauma that does for them in the project.
Doesn't matter. They got to capture the
They
Joker.
live in the worst place. They need to up his salary. And and so he fakes his death to make sure that nobody knew that he was alive so he could check and catch the Joker.
Which I don't know who knew that he faked his death. Because I don't think Harvey Dent knows that Jim Gordon's alive.
No.
Right?
But it doesn't add anything.
Know that Jim Gordon's alive.
Does Bruce Wayne know that?
No, because remember he's standing over that pile of burnt rubble and sees the kid and like shakes his head or puts his head down.
You did this.
Here's my question.
Kill my dad.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Why does he have to fake his death?
He doesn't. No. In all honesty, that
was my biggest
thing.
It's so the audience can go start clapping and go crazy because it's the only cool thing he does. You know, the first movie, obviously,
because I like it as an idea to not only put the character through the ringer and mess with the audience, but also like you're putting his family through the ringer. Like you're getting the sense of like this guy's life is falling apart because he has to do this thing. The problem is that he doesn't have to do it the way that it plays out.
The way that he did it. He could have easily just been like, hey, I made it through that. Harvey, I am taking you in. And now Jim Gordon is driving the SWAT car. I think it's just, it's like you said, it's a reveal and with tension. But it actually might have been more tenseful had it been Jim Gordon, because it's like, are they going to kill both of these guys now?
Yeah, and there's so many other ways you could have played it. It's basic, we talked about with Spider-Man 3 with the amnesia angle where they don't know what to do with this character.
Peter,
yeah,
you're my best friend, man.
You know what I mean? They're like, well, if he knows it's Spider-Man, he's going to try to kill him in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we need this to happen in the second half of the film. The same thing goes here, like, what should we do with Jim Gordon? It's like, well, we just had him have his hands in his pockets watching a body that was hung in front of the president's office get lowered with no reaction. Let's just get rid of him for a little bit.
Do you think that's what Nolan said?
No.
They just went through script.
You know what Nolan
like...
said is he goes, action. And Gary Oldman goes, well, how should I be reacting to this? And he goes, just do.
No, I'm talking about writing them out. But yeah, it's... that's one of the ones that doesn't make sense. Also, who constructed the plan?
I feel like the intention of it was, Jim Gordon's life is being so affected by this that like even his family is being told that he's dead when he's not, just because this thing is so insane and would not be a normal situation in any other like city or like cop or like circumstance or whatever.
Hey, wouldn't it have been sick if you know how they had that roof scene with the three of them and the camera's just rotating? It's Batman. If they would have done that after Jim Gordon dies and that's the reveal as he comes out and he goes, only you two can know that this is happening right now. We're using this as a complete distraction so I can...
That would have been totally down with that.
Use it as leverage for something later.
Yeah.
And Harvey Dent
that
looks at
sense.
Batman and is like, well, buddy, we're
calling it in.
I'm calling it in. I'm saying I'm the Batman. Harvey, don't...
The way it's revealed in the movie is, like you're saying, for the pure audience... like misexpectation or what, like upending expectations, subverting expectations.
And by the way, it totally worked because
you stood up and clapped.
The whole sequence and I remember when that truck flipped.
Oh yeah,
you could hear a pin drop and it lands and he does the thing where he comes off the wall. The theater.
Another problem I have with that goddamn motorcycle. But
it looked. You know what I'm saying? The first time you're like, whoa. And
no, it didn't. I did not.
It looks cheesy.
That popped up and I was like,
that's because it's
weird.
The one, I shouldn't say the one. It's one of the very obvious special effects in the movie is when he does that wall flip.
But it's not even, it is obvious, but it's also a not possible thing. Like, we're going, I don't know. Why doesn't he just break?
It does like a cool, like,
do the 3-6. Like, it was one of the things that was just like, Why?
I
Why?
like the bike. I think the bike's cool.
I
I
got
wish I
problems with that
owned
bike.
it.
I
I
got
wish it was in
problems
my
with it.
driveway.
Bike's
That's your.
no tumbler.
Apparently, they had a stunt
It is
driver
a tumbler.
Does
who
it come in black?
they had a stunt driver who I guess had to learn how
That
to drive
move.
it for like a whole month, and he was the only one who could drive the fucking thing.
So you could drive it up a wall.
Because yeah, drive it up a wall. But no, it was just like that complicated.
Dude, all right. And also, that scene, best action sequence. So, like, bank, phenomenal action sequence. That scene from when they take
Yes.
off with Harvey
Yeah.
to that guy, you son of a bitch, right?
Yeah.
Like, two best, like, nonstop action sequences that you could probably rewatch over and over again.
Yes, that action sequence is, I think,
so well shot.
the peak of the trilogy.
In terms of
maybe?
action? Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
dude.
I think I
It's
can
so
consider
good. It's so good. You don't even you overlook Nicky Katz in the front. That's
Okay,
like,
that's definitely not good.
okay, that's definitely not good.
I liked him. I thought he
Yeah,
was like,
like,
the
that's what I'm
comedic.
saying,
there
like-
was like a little bit of comedic chop there. Was
that very well could have
Like some
easily
levity.
gone the other way,
yeah.
where it's like,
If
oh,
you don't know that that's Gordon, you're also thinking like, why is this other guy not saying anything?
well, I'm like, I wasn't because it's like, hey pal, I'm driving. Like we've got an RPG next to us. Shut the fuck up. Like I would tell him not to talk to me.
yeah, no, it was Gordon barely taught like
He's just staring straight.
He-
but it was also, I mean,
his banner with Harvey Dent, and he's like, I want access to that guy, and he's like,
Yeah.
I think you'll be having trouble with them, and I also want access to the rest of your police reports. There's a lot of people down there that are rats in the department.
Yeah.
Gordon, you and I both know that, Gordon. And the next time you try to assassinate an elected police official, you better buy American.
Well, yeah, that's a good segue into what do we think of Aaron Eckhart as Harvey Two-Face Dent in The Dark Knight. I think his performance is good. I like the way he portrays the character. It is the thing of like, they clearly had a lot to chew on with the story of this movie, that it was two separate scripts where one movie was going to be Batman versus Joker, the other movie was going to be the fall of Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face.
Yeah.
And they opt to obviously
they spliced it's what they did.
put it in one movie, and they give it like they give it a little bit of time, but I feel like it's one of those things because Heath Ledger's performance is so totemic and it's like the central focus of the movie that like after he's out and Harvey Dent becomes the main issue, it feels tacked on. Mm-hmm. It feels like something that's like, okay, this is more of an epilogue rather than like a proper climax for a conclusion.
Yeah.
Right?
And I really like him as lawyer Harvey Dent,
Same.
politician Harvey
Same.
Dent.
Yes, I think
It's-
that performance is really good.
Really good.
And then he goes to Two-Face, and for me, not justified the level of evil that he
Agreed.
has swung on.
It feels way too quick. Yeah.
And it wouldn't take much to have like the Scarecrow's already in this to like give him a potion that makes him twisted.
What's up with you and goddamn cocktails with people?
What else?
Third time you recognize.
A magic
listen.
spell has been cast on him.
Dude, we're talking about a superhero movie, Mackie, in which there's magic and people flying and
No one's
and
flying.
lasers shooting out of people's eyes. And I'm just asking for, can we have something that's a little bit more than just your girlfriend getting burned
I agree
alive
with that.
to put a gun to a kid's head? At one point, he's like, "Well, let's find out, Gordon." He's got a gun to a kid's head.
Well,
it's like, would that
They-
really make somebody go that route?
They
And
really-
I think it's more there's other factors adding onto it because like you're looking at the side of what he's always stood up for and what he's been trying to do, and you got to that point where he just realized it's all a house of cards. Like I've worked so damn hard to get middle level crime drug dealers into the system. We'll be able to take them off the streets. That doesn't happen, and then I just lost my gal and half my face is burned. Like I agree. I think it just doesn't make sense how we get to that point.
Well, the issue is that what you just said, how you kind of like passed over that I lost my gal, is kind of how the movie feels like it's treating that as like a source of motivation for him turning bad. So like
No, it
we don't
is.
really get to see. we see like a few scenes of like, oh yeah, I love Rachel and Rachel loves me and she's gonna choose me and not you, Bruce, or whatever. Like, and she ultimately does choose him.
By the way, that was out of left field too.
But that sense of that relationship isn't like really built upon. It's just given like a few like 30-second scenes throughout the entire runtime of this film.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like it's enough to justify him going insane.
I think they leverage it more in the sense that we are all on Bruce Wayne's side with this, you know, and that we are seeing Bruce fight to get her back. So you know her attachment with the other side. Right. And it's not, they're almost using it instead of we're going to show you guys, you know, how much they love each other. We're going to show you how much Bruce is fighting to get her back and how much she must be committed to that other person.
Yeah.
So like, that's where their whole, like their relationship came off as genuine and wholesome, is because I didn't need to see him holding hands, making out and all that stuff.
Sure.
I just needed to see Bruce say, I've recognized I'm going to give up the Batman to make Harvey be the person that leads the city so I can have Rachel back. Like, that's a very heavy thing that he's essentially gearing to get to win her over. So, like, you know how much that gentleman must mean, you know, Two-Face, Harvey Dent must mean to her if that's what he's got to do to get her back. And, like, that's like a very... That's why their whole relationship, I got how much they loved each other and what was going on.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just me with the whole thing. But I'm agreeing with you guys too. Don't get me wrong. You killed my girl. I'm taking you all out. I'm going to kill everyone involved, and I'm giving up on all my morals and ethics.
Because he's supposed to be this, like, like the White Knight, this great dude in shiny armor. He's going to save the city. He's supposed to be the most selfless person imaginable. And then he does, you know, something that's incredibly selfish, and like you're like, man, you know, because we've seen characters in these movies.
So it's like a character unraveling with Harvey Dent, right?
Yeah, but what's like a fast unraveling?
Yarn.
Okay,
like
so he is like yarn
going down the stairs.
Yeah.
Strung to. Remember the movie Mouse Hunt?
Yeah.
Where it's just going through. Okay,
Fucking
he's in the
love
cheese
Mouse
factory
Hunt.
and his
Loved that movie
outfit's
as a kid.
totally like that's how fast Harvey.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's like when it gets caught in that string.
But it also is like, because when it happens, you're like, well, oh, okay, so we were duped as an audience for believing that you were a good guy.
That's where I kind of get
this
to.
didn't take much, which means you probably were a big piece of you know what.
Yeah.
So, and then you're also, here comes the Joker in a nurse's outfit with a gun he's holding to the Joker's head, and he's like, huh? You want to join? You want to come along on this ride? And he's like, go ahead.
I don't think.
Okay.
No, because I don't think he was
Go
like.
ahead. I want to shoot me the commissioner.
I don't think that it was at that point. I think, and it's not like the Joker's recruiting him. The Joker's simply going, I'm going to kind of push you in this direction and let you take off. Because he has no...
He's not like working for him.
Yeah, and there's nothing else that him and the Joker talk about after that. Like, it's literally that scene and he walks away, and it's part of that, you know, like, I've identified an opportunity with this person that is clearly sitting on the fence with some emotional turmoil.
Yeah.
Plus, they're also like correcting for the Tommy Lee Jones performance in Batman Forever,
Do you agree with
where it's almost just like, oh, you're playing a version of the Joker. You're like laughing maniacally and like hopping around everywhere with Jim Carrey the whole time.
That one is the worst one.
Whereas, like,
I love it.
Oh my god!
Because this is what makes me laugh is like Tommy Lee Jones is known in the same avenue of Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine as
Clint Eastwood,
old grouchy
old
man,
grumpy prestige actor,
plays
seasoned,
old bored grouchy,
pissed off all the time.
You know, he does. Maybe nobody better than Tommy Lee Jones,
the fugitive.
And then you think of that performance, and you're like, where did that? Like, I can't picture Clint Eastwood, Michael Caine acting like that.
It's
ever.
fun in a I don't ever get to see this guy be this way.
Kind of like Tom
sense.
Cruise when he hopped into Tropic Thunder.
That's kind of where it
just
stops
so out
for me.
there.
Yeah,
that's where it ends and begins and ends for me. It's like, okay, this is a novelty. This feels like something that I'm not supposed to look at, but I get like a cute little sneak peek at.
Yeah.
Whereas like this movie is obviously correcting for the fact that like, oh, before the only like live action portrayal of Two-Face was like this goofy performance, now we're gonna have it be like really serious and brooding and like menacing, evil.
I don't know.
He's gonna be burned. He's not gonna wear colorful suits. He's gonna just be like mean the whole time.
That
like
is
dead skin
evil.
falling on his suit coat.
That
Right.
really annoyed me that he had a suit coat back on. It was like perfectly matching his scars still. Like it didn't get healed.
Which like is fine, and I think like would maybe work if it was explored for a longer duration. But like the slope from going from grief to anger and revenge is so steep. It's very quick.
Well, and so the other thing too that I was thinking about was, he's got an ethical side, right? Like we're talking about the scales of justice with Two-Face, right? It really annoys you that, or it annoyed me that Joker was able to come in and all of a sudden he was able to take all of his ethics, morality, looking at, whatever you want to call it, and reduce it down to chance. He took any sort of rationalization out of it and just said, we're leaving it up to chance. And even then, he was still biased on it, right?
Well, even...
It had to fit his motive on what he wanted.
And even in that scene, you never really get the sense that, like, he's struggling with that. It just kind of seems like he's already there, and the Joker just says a few things to him, and he's like, cool, you confirmed what I already was feeling. And now I'm going to go out and shoot a bunch of people while flipping a coin.
Yes. And that's where it gets into the White Knight stuff of how good really was he leading up to that. Like, how can you take a guy and build him up to be that much of a good guy? Like, we're all rooting for Harvey Dent in this thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, before any of that happened, and then just to have it be like...
Love the Harvey Dent in his chin.
Yeah.
He's got a
Dude,
big one.
I think one of the reasons that we all agree that the highlight of the trilogy is the slaughter... car chase, showdown, for 3 reasons. One, you get all the major players in a scene together, which doesn't happen for the rest of the movie, and probably not even in any of the movies. Period. It's the only time you get
hardly.
And then the second thing is our boy that we really like, Harvey Dent, is as vulnerable as possible in the back of this truck as these psychos are ambushing it. It's also a callback to some sick films from the 70s, like the Assault on Precinct
13.
13. Yeah. Like, or the Clint Eastwood movie where he's got like the
Dirty Harry.
There's like a bunch of movies, or Escape from New York, or The Warriors, where they're just trying to get from point A to point B, and there's all these psychos on them, right?
Yes.
And then who comes and saves the day? It's Batman, but like in typical Batman fashion, gets his butt kicked.
Would you? All right. I will just say this, so I have to point this out. Did it annoy anyone else? In the beginning, we're going back to this. He falls from a 30-story building with Rachel, lands on his ass. He's all right. He fucking gets flipped over on his motorcycle and hits a semi and is knocked out.
Oh yeah,
Did that bug? Like,
but
The
is that a part of
durability
the
of
plan?
Batman is a little inconsistent.
Yeah, okay. That annoyed the hell out of me. I'm watching this. I was like, how does this guy? Like, we know he can't fly and stuff. Like, how did he land on and survive this? But
that's why in these movies, for me, I like rules. I like knowing that at
wonder you didn't like the
88 miles
Joker.
per hour, they're going to go through time, and they need 1.21 gigawatts of energy. Like, those little things, because then I can, like,
consistently
keep track
put
with.
it, into the
but
lane.
Batman, it's like, like, I can jump from that height, but other heights, well,
watch out.
it might hurt me.
But yes, I agree wholeheartedly that is the best action scene in any of the movies, because like you've got the major players and there is like the tension there because we're still with Harvey Dent as a good guy.
Well, and the stakes are there too.
I'm also wondering if part of it is maybe because his relationship with Rachel, like, what do we think of the performance from Maggie Gyllenhaal?
Horrible.
I feel like we have to talk about
Yawn.
this.
She's worse than Hannah.
Harvey. I just like
They're
her voice
coming
gets
for you. Don't
Somehow this
worry.
performance
You're
gets
okay,
lost
Harvey.
even more in the sauce for me than the Katie Holmes one did, because at least like the Katie Holmes one felt like it had a little bit of energy. She was like kind of peppy, like there's
She
this
had
kind of
some
like
smirk,
springy
charisma.
nature about it, whereas like Maggie Gyllenhaal just kind of feels
She seems
like
worn.
she's tired
Yeah.
the whole movie.
Like, I can't handle this, Bruce. You're weighing me down, Bruce. It's
Stop
way too
trying
much.
to get me back, Bruce.
Yeah, like, it's too much.
I'm
We
picking
had our
Harvey,
thing. It was
Bruce.
fine. Harvey's way cooler.
Like it doesn't seem like she's
Enough with the phone tapping, Bruce.
it doesn't feel like she's invested in like anything to the point where I care about what she feels or like what she thinks in any given scene.
Okay, stop. to Joker as he's like coming in there berating everyone. Like that's the energy that you get.
She is like an OG Karen, you know, like that is enough. We're not doing that at this cocktail party.
Yeah.
This guy is holding a knife. Like,
I will say there is
a bomb.
there is one instance in this movie that I think she's genuinely pretty good in. It's the scene where she's tied up.
On fire.
It's the scene where she's tied up and she's like got all the barrels surrounding her and she's talking to Harvey on the other side. And Harvey's like, "Oh, they're going to come for you." And she's like, "I know they're coming for me. I know. Just hold tight, all right? We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. Like, everything's going to be all right."
He's like, "I'm going to die." And she's like, "I know you are."
And then Batman, like, opens the door. It's Harvey Dent. No! And he's like, no, not me. Not me. Go to her. Go to her. And she, like, hears it on the other side. And, like, all of a sudden you see this panic on her face of, like, oh, shit. I'm the one who's going to die here. And it becomes this moment of like, I thought I was safe even in this situation because like I've been saved every single time. And then like it gets flipped on her and then all of a sudden you see it on her face.
Yeah.
And I think that instance in of itself is effective. I think it sells me on she's now panicking because she thought she was safe and she isn't. And then she
someone
blows
else
up.
Do that though. Like if you say no, yeah. I'm gonna like say yeah. Like it's,
but she's doing more than what she had been doing up until that point in the movie. Where I don't know it's like, she's convincing me that she's feeling something real.
So to me, that makes me question where's she at with her character and understanding her character's motives, or who, like, what's she doing in this environment that is showing us her cards? Like she has no emotionality behind it. Like the only thing we get is that. And the reason why I asked, could someone else do it? Because I think it's not easy, but you are giving a scene and saying this is like, you are panicked.
Yeah.
Act panicked. And you will get people that will be able to do that. You know, so like everything outside of that is her just like being nonchalant, kind of get away from me, weirdo. I'm
and
with
how much
Harvey.
of that
like,
how much of that too is the performance, and how much of that is Christopher Nolan having a weakness of writing women characters?
I agree too. I'm not but I think Katie Holmes could have played this. I wish she was in this more so because I liked her in Batman Begins. Like
I hate anytime they recast anybody.
Yeah,
it would have served for continuity. Yeah, like you would have had the same actress,
and she was fine in the first one with nothing to chew on. In this one, especially too, I feel like Rachel had a lot that she's playing with. She's playing both sides of the fence here. You've got Harvey who's going to take, like, Batman wants him to be the White Knight. He clearly expresses that that's what he's going to get him to do. She's now conflicted with, I have this bow right here, but I have my old bow right here. And everything that she's doing is just like blah. And I know that they don't write them well, but I think there was enough for her that she could have got behind. And maybe she was like just going to do the tired approach. Like, we're taking down crime. I'm seeing the same.
I feel like there's a way to do like exasperated though in a way that's still compelling and interesting. Yeah. Like, oh, I'm like over this shit. I'm like a complete mess. My life is falling apart.
Yeah, like if she snapped,
dealing with all this crime.
Okay. There's nobody does that in these movies. Right. Nobody shows extreme stress or overwhelmed or sadness. Yeah. Even when Rachel dies.
You're just waiting to pounce, weren't you?
Excuse me.
Sorry.
The fake Batman in the chair when Joker's interrogating him seemed pretty stressed to me, my good friend.
And that's why that
a good
scene
point,
seems so like, what the hell is this? Like, real is because you know who's directing that.
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger is directing this guy.
Because he's got the camcorder.
And he also has a sense of acting, which I cannot say much for the guy that directed these films. Anyway.
I feel like the components of that scene is also just great because like you've got great music, and we haven't even talked about like Hans Zimmer throughout this discussion yet.
Yeah.
Bomb.
I think I can't tell if he's saying bomb or if he's doing like the Inception.
I don't know. What is that?
I thought you were doing the brrr from Inception for a second.
No, like it's horns and intensity, and it's awesome, and the music drives, and like everything. Like it's so funny because all of the music, the action, the cinematography, everything is so elite.
Yes, 10 out of 10.
That it makes up for the stuff that we're giving out about, and so like. If you're like me and you're obsessed with characters and emotion and acting and dialogue and stuff, it's like, well, you're not going to get that, but you are going to get some other cool stuff, and it's like just.
I think this movie provides it more so than, like, say, the next one we're going to talk about.
Oh God, yes.
Oh boy.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
but it is funny because these movies start off.
What did I?
The first one, it's like it's much more like, okay, we got to tell a cohesive story that makes sense, and just like, I don't know if you've seen the clip of the South Park writers Matt and Trey. They're talking about like screenwriting and it being, you want to, like, when you're linking stuff for it to be therefore and then because. So the Joker robs the bank. Therefore, Jim Gordon starts following him because, and you kind of can play that way.
Yeah.
And so that's Batman Begins. This one gets into and so it's
right.
It's the Joker hatches a plan to get into the jail, and then he tricked everybody so he could get out, and then he put a cell phone in a guy's belly that blew up, and then when he, it's just it gets to at that point, and then the third one is
sequence of events are insane in some of these things.
Yeah,
yes,
it's like, and then also too how Chris Nolan edits in general is he does not like establishing shots or an establishing setup in terms of his edit. So for example, you're not getting the
master shot.
This is where we're at. If you can picture like Wayne's World, they show the tower of the building, then they show the door opening with somebody walking in, and then they start their conversation. Yeah. Chris Nolan likes to jump into that.
Yes.
He also likes taking random scenes and splicing it, making these quick edits, and it's really cool when done correctly.
Yeah.
It's also very confusing. Without the audience even know it's confusing, which we'll talk about in the next film, but it happens a little bit in this one where, an edit happens and you don't get breathing time to understand it. And one of the points the coolest point is like when Aaron Eckhart's in the bed and he starts freaking out, and you get a little sliver of seeing that other side of the face of the Two-Face.
Yeah.
So that's when it works really well.
It's very effective.
Right. Like the times that it stinks is in this one.
Say it.
I don't even really the ending kind of has that.
With this?
Yeah, it's like Batman running
we're getting to the building, and we got Morgan Freeman, and we got Gordon,
it's closing all these doors quickly, yes, and at the end of the day, the guy that's the movie is about, the Dark Knight, is running away from the cops and hiding.
Like, it happens so fast too.
Like
it is literally yeah. He literally went from like, I'm saving this kid to like,
he tried killing Jimmy Gordon's kid.
Batman's a piece of shit. Yeah, and then axing the.
And you're sitting there, and maybe it's to disguise you because I think it's also dumb.
No, I don't think that endings of any of these films end well.
Yeah, and I think it's also a dumb choice that he's like, nobody can know what Harvey Dent's like. It's like, why not? And why not keep the prestige with the Batman that you're the one? And I understand that he doesn't want to be the Batman anymore.
They made crime illegal.
But why? What is he? But shouldn't Rachel's death make him more wanting to, like?
Yeah,
I'm gonna fight crime and end this thing.
Yeah, I guess the motivation behind that is like they don't want it to get out because then all the criminals will be released from prison, and then
that's what I don't get though. Like, because he does that, they're like, oh, he was a bad guy, so we're releasing everyone.
Because I guess the logic is that like if he's committed crimes, then how can he? I don't know. How can any of his sentences
through
be?
Process.
I don't fucking know, man.
You don't have to play devil's advocate. Like, we could just say it's bad. Like,
isn't also like the city commissioner dead? That's how
he gets
Gordon
poisoned.
gets the rise.
Yeah, the Commissioner Loeb. Yeah,
like half the politicians are dead because the Joker is executing them at fever pitch. It's
but that's not his problem.
No, but I'm just saying that like there's so many that like if you're the mayor of the city, you're like, we have to hire half of these people, and we're trying to keep like
you're going from
whose name is on that report?
Yeah,
he's dead. Okay, who else's name is on that report?
Yeah.
He's dead too. So who's got to take that over? Just let the guy go.
Was there anything else we wanted to talk about with?
Well, there's two things.
Dark Knight?
One thing that I got to pop up just because I thought it was great too. The expansion. This is they made a whole freaking Spider-Man film about him leaving the Queens, right? Going Spider-Man Far From Home. He's Batman getting out of Gotham.
Yeah, into Hong Kong.
Dude, I was like, at the time, it's just like, oh, that's kind of cool.
That's a fun scene. I like
it's
that
fun,
scene.
but he's not international Batman. He's Batman in Gotham. So, like, it's a very fun, like, to get him outside
International Batman of mystery, baby. Yeah.
Dude, I was like, I don't think I've ever seen Batman leave Gotham. So he's got to go through all that stuff. I was like, that's a very fun touch that gets overlooked. That is a fun scene. More scene logistics. It's going to take me exactly 3 minutes to get this guy. Also, we're not letting this go. Alfred's a piece of shit. I am sorry. All right. Say what you will.
We need to expand on this. Yes.
Okay. Let's. We need to expand on this. Okay. Let's
Just
see.
a strong statement to say that Alfred's a piece of shit.
What the F does Alfred believe in? He's accusing Wayne of pushing the mob to destruction. This is the Batman's fault? Without him, we're in the same boat. So I don't understand. It's kind of, how are you placing blame on Batman?
So what's the context of that scene? I'm having.
He
a hard
walks
time remembering.
in and they go to the Joker and he's like, "Oh man, like who is this guy?" He goes, "That's your problem, Master Wayne. They turned to a man that they didn't fully know, and it's because you're leading them there, right?"
Speaking in riddles.
Alfred.
I mean, everything. A lot of the stuff he says
literally
in
is
this.
going like, you, because of your push on the mob, they're turning to this person, right? But without Batman doing anything, the mob would still be corrupting the city. Mm-hmm. So he's pushing Batman and saying, you're the reason why this is happening, right? The next one he follows up with is that he was a mercenary that has no, I mean, like, I don't get the backstory on him, but he's just telling him the story about the jewel thief, right? Pulling up random exposition. And then he also tells Batman that he needs to stop these guys. And it's the next scene where they're talking about, I think it's before the whole Rachel thing, that Alfred's bringing up the fact that he needs to help bring down the mob now and take out the Joker. And he goes, well, how did you take out the jewel thief? And then so he goes, we burned the forest, or we never did. Like, he flips so much.
He says we burned the forest down.
Yeah,
that's what he says
to get him out, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to do
so
that
much on Batman
with Gotham, and then it's like you're hurting people.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's the most diabolical person in this thing, pushing Batman around the wrong direction.
I would argue
passive aggressively,
and that may be why he beats out number one for me.
Who's that?
Batman. I think Batman's worse than Joker
in this.
Because the ending where he's like, he like, I mean, that is very overlooked in terms of like, all right, we need something to help track the Joker. He's the world's best detective. So what does he do? I invented something that can spy on everybody's phone in Gotham. And Lucius is like, excuse me? Like, yeah. He's like, well, let's define the Joker. It's like, that's so...
Dude, the Joker
that's way worse than almost anything else
that's why you have a lot of people who call Batman a fascist, right, nowadays. That's like part of the conversation about Batman as a character, fundamentally, is that like he just kind of imposes his will on the city, and that like he feels that he is the right person to take control of it no matter what. Even if like some of his actions are justified, there's still the sense of like this guy can't let control out of his hands. Yeah. Otherwise things will just like spiral in his perception.
And I did think that whole thing looked a little cheesy in CGI, and that would have been a perfect time to do something detective related.
Yes.
To find and track the Joker.
Well, he kind of did detective related stuff.
I will say, not to like completely
like Edward Snowden detective.
Not to completely defend the like Alfred, wish one hand, poop in the other, like going back and forth on like what Bruce Wayne should do type of thing. I will say, to me, those scenes for me were more so a reflection of like Alfred telling him, hey, you need to think about how your consequences have action, or your actions have consequences, and that like everything you do, an outcome will take place that you might not be able to fully have an understanding of, and I want you to have an understanding of this.
Yeah, well, don't do it like a pissed off teenager.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like if he did it in a way that was very like nurturing or fatherly, right? Because
Right.
Batman lost his father, I'd get behind it. He approaches it like a pissed off girlfriend. It's like, you just don't get it, you know. I think that's the issue that I had with it.
Sure.
Because I know why he's doing it, but it's also very confusing for him. It's like trying to help. Anyways, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
But-
good. You're good.
Like, that pissed me off so much watching him do that stuff. I was like, you're jerking the guy around left and right. I was like, pick a lane, dude.
I wouldn't call Alfred a maniacal asshole in this scene, but I will say that like could have been framed in a way where the intentionality of it's clear. Like, we're supposed to have Alfred as this guardian figure, this
Yes.
father figure to Bruce. And yeah, maybe Christopher Nolan edits it and shoots it, and Michael Caine performs it in a way where he's just kind of hemming and hawing the whole time.
That's exactly
He's becoming
what it
a
felt
little
like.
annoying about it. It's-
Old
I
man
feel
that
like
yells at clouds.
Well, I feel like the apex of that gets to Dark Knight Rises, which we'll talk about.
Oh, what a good tease.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
I'm
now
good,
that we
too.
got
I
the
got-
sonar deal, and I mean,
Yeah, we
just-
had to get that out there.
there's it's almost like, you know, the waiter with all the stuff on the tray, and they're like going around the tight chairs, and you're like, there's
Yeah.
no way he's gonna stick.
He's got
it.
3 layers on there
Yeah.
with the wine glasses. And then
Yeah,
the next, it's like...
So there's a movie called the Kentucky Fried Movie, and they got fake trailers, and one of the things is like, and Donald Sutherland as the clumsy waiter. And it is Donald Sutherland. He's got that big tray, and he
Yeah.
you know, beefs it or whatever. That's how I feel the franchise hits pretty much when it shows that sonar deal for the rest of the thing. It's the clumsy waiter just endlessly
waiting.
falling.
Yeah,
with the
yeah, yeah.
It's just really loud in the shop. So,
Shall we get into ratings?
Ratings?
I think Sam goes first because I summated it.
You
Yeah,
know, this,
Sam, you
and
go
this is
first.
crazy, guys, but this was a 10 out of 10 for the longest time. And this was a movie I did not want to rewatch because I was afraid I wasn't going to like it. And so I've rewatched it twice since I've seen The Batman. And both times it did not go down as smooth. It was just for all the reasons I'm saying now, but it's still a 9 out of 10 because what I loved about it back then still holds up, and the stuff that becomes important to me at an older age, I'm like, yeah, I can't overlook that. Like, it's just if I'm watching something and I'm all of a sudden on my phone, it's not a good sign. And so characters that are underwhelming will do that to me.
Yeah.
So, but 9 out of 10.
Nice.
And it was a 10 out of 10. And it very well could go back at a certain day. But right now,
Yeah.
That's very, very fair.
Yeah, very fair. Memorable characters, Joker, right? Memorable action sequences, the opening heist, slaughter, fairy scene, not so much. Hong Kong was fun. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that you could pluck parts out of this movie and construct them, sew them together, and have like an hour's worth of just repeatability. Doesn't matter about plot. I'm just going to watch it strictly for the movie making. You know, outside of that, kind of having watched it, I mean, I've probably seen this thing upwards of 30 times. I mean, like, I used to just have it on like before I go to bed and just skip the parts that I wanted to watch. Seeing it in a little bit of a different light has knocked it down a little bit, but I can't knock Nolan's cinematography, the score, Ledger's performance, and even a little bit of the Two-Face stuff at the beginning. I mean, like I said, there's parts. So I used to have this at a 10 out of 10. It is a 9 out of 10. It's going to be something where it's a very solid 9 out of 10. I mean, inherently speaking, if I don't watch this if I had a couple brews and just sat down and watched this thing, I would have fun. Like, I would just sit there and be like, I'm good. Let it flow. I will pass 2.5 hours very easily. But some of the things that have occurred and that we've talked about, I mean, it does provide fodder, but it also raises a lot more questions than it answers. So 9 out of 10.
I feel like it is really kind of important to point out that we've been talking about this movie for about an hour and a half, right? We've been discussing it, going into the details that haven't aged the best for us, the things that we see, like the cracks in the foundations of performances that don't work, things that just like are either inherent Nolanisms that stick out too much, or just like fundamental flaws with the range of characters, right? That being said, I feel like the scores that we're giving this movie reflect just how totemic this film is, how iconic the performance from Heath Ledger is, how the strengths of this movie are not weighed down by the weaknesses necessarily. I feel like this is a film that, despite the flaws, it still manages to come out through the surface of the water as like one of the better superhero movies of modern time.
Oh, yeah.
I think every time I watch it, even if it's on a day where like I might be a little tired, I'm not as locked into it as I would like to be, there's still a lot about it that I appreciate. There's still a lot about it that captivates me. There's just something about like the text of this with that Michael Mann Heat inspiration framed in this Batman mythos that is still, for me, a great film. So this is also a 9 out of 10 for me.
Wow. That's a consensus 9 out of 10.
I think that's the first time we've ever all three lined up.
I think
this.
Godfather 2 were, well, maybe not.
No, because I gave that 10 out of 10.
We were both 9 out of 10?
I was 10 out of 10 for 2, for Godfather 2.
Are you sure I wasn't 10 out of 10? Because I thought that one we were all...
I'm not. I'd have to go back and re-listen.
Well, you say you're a 10 out of 10 now, or you say...
I feel like one of us was more favorable for Godfather 1 than for 2.
Also, wouldn't have been...
Oh, I'm the odd guy out. I did 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Damn it.
Of course you did. Wouldn't have... Not like to change up one of the coolest scenes ever, but I think one of the other issues I have with this movie is the best scenes happen in the first half. And you don't get that big one at the end.
That's what we talked about with the
And
endings.
then also, too,
sucking.
you're like, did you waste the bank heist robbery on Joker, or should that have been Harvey Dent?
I think
As Two-Face.
last little bit of social... I mean, I think what Kyle is saying with both scripts is that they started splicing, and that's why the ending feels very off. Like, there are points that happen here and there that don't fit... What's going to happen
to him, Dad?
Consistent.
He's gonna run.
That sucker's gone. We're hunting
You better get going.
He just slips into his British accent. Oh, he's fucking legging it, man.
Yeah. Well, I guess is that going into Dark Knight Rises now?
I think so.
We got the other Parker summating.
Yep, Sam's gonna detail this one before we get into
And these
the
two
Dark
can
Knight
verify.
Rises.
No notes needed.
Take it away.
2012, July 20th, Dark Knight Rises releases. We have Chris Nolan back in the saddle again. In between Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, he produces and releases Inception, which is equally, it's right up there with these movies in terms of a blockbuster classic.
Oh, yeah.
And so he's back in the saddle again. This movie takes place 8 years after the events of The Dark Knight. We see an old Bruce Wayne coming to terms with not being the Batman. Batman hasn't made an appearance in 8 years. The city, everything's going decently well. And they hear that stuff's...
Crime is illegal!
Crime is illegal under the Dent Act. We see people growing... people in the sewers, or like plans in the sewers.
People are growing people in the sewers.
And then we've got Bane in this one, big physical brute, Catwoman, and some other characters that make some surprise appearances. But it's all of those things, and really the through line of this film is Batman is the old gunslinger, and it's pretty much a faster hand came into town, and is Batman still got it to save Gotham City one more time?
Unforgiven.
Yeah, and which I love. I love the Western theme of that. I love that character setup of he's a step slower. He doesn't got it like that anymore.
Yeah,
he's been this like reclusive hermit and
growing a beard.
Yeah, like
peas and
scraggly,
mason jars.
And it's just they set up such a awesome thing. And because of the success of the second one, specifically with Heath Ledger winning the Oscar and passing away, and the overall box office is the studio's like, well, this has got to be bigger and better too. So let's get it going. So I waited from the second The Dark Knight ended till this one came up, and in that time, Tom Hardy came out with Bronson and Inception, and Mackie and I became big time fans of his.
Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy,
Warrior. We saw all these movies in theaters just for TH
for a boy,
and so he gets cast as Bane. He looks the part. It looks cool. We go and see this on I'm about to turn 21.
Yeah,
girlfriend at the time
paying for it.
No, she was like, what if I spoil this movie for you? And I was like, if you do that, I'm breaking up with you. And she didn't, but we broke up like I'm 2 days spoiler on my 21st birthday, which was 2 days after that.
Yeah.
Damn.
So that actually happened. But then we saw the movie at 3:30 a.m. We leave. We're driving back to Muskegon to the restaurant, the Cherokee.
Yeah.
For breakfast.
It's recap.
Breakfast recap.
Yeah.
We take 2 cars. Mackie goes with our other friends in like car number 1, and I
think I drove myself. I had to go to work right after that.
Dude, we whatever. But,
yeah, I drove myself.
So I'm in car number 2
Yeah.
with one friend, and we're listening to Free Beer and Hot Wings. It's like a shock radio show.
Local West Michigan, yeah.
Right. Just and they're
Disapproval by Kyle.
Well, I used to listen to them on my way to college.
They sold out.
But that was before I had a Bluetooth speaker in my car, so the only source of radio that I even cared to listen to was Free Beer and Hot Wings at like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah. So we were catching that, and so they go on. They're talking about Fred Willard, the old actor.
Yeah.
Who has since passed, rest in peace.
Anyways, he was like 80 at the time this happened, but he got caught in an adult pornographic theater, and he was masturbating. And so,
Which, I mean, what else is he gonna do in there?
But
Come on,
so
They're not going for film value.
so we're
Leave him
dying.
alone.
My friend and I are dying driving, listening to that, and we cannot stop laughing. And we get into the Cherokee parking lot, and then the other car is like, "Did you guys hear the news? Did you guys hear that?" And we're like, "Oh yeah!" And they're like, "Yeah." I mean, how crazy is that? And I'm like, "Yeah, in a movie theater." And they're like, "Yeah."
Oh no, I see where this is.
They
going.
were talking about the shooting that happened in Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah, that's right.
It happened the same
that dressed
night.
up as Joker, right?
And we thought they were talking about Fred Willard
Jesus.
having at himself. And then we talked like that for probably 2 minutes before we went in. And it took a long time for me to realize what they were talking about.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh yeah, we heard
They're
about
like,
that too.
"Did you hear what happened?" You're like, "Yeah, it's really funny."
yeah.
I was like dying laughing. I'm like, can you believe that? I'm like, what an idiot. Like, why would you do that? Just do it at home. They're like, what?
Yeah.
There had been I'm not going to make it whatever jokes. Whatever.
Sure.
I'm not going to go down that
Right.
road.
But
But
you got the summation and you got the
yeah, that was my theater going experience. IMAX theater, 3:30
Nice.
a.m.
I-
And
That is a lot of like what I remember about this movie at the time it was coming out too. Is like Tom Hardy as Bane, it being a sequel to The Dark Knight, which obviously was like a huge success, was in of itself a big deal. But that Aurora shooting was at the time tied to this movie in a way that's like, just can't disassociate it.
yeah.
And
it's very scary.
I will say, I read about it and I did some research. The guy had orange hair. People in the news claimed that he was inspired by the Joker and went to the theater to shoot people. It just happened to be the popular movie at the time. The fact that he had orange hair and was at a Batman movie was just purely coincidental.
Yeah.
And they asked him, like, were you inspired by the Joker? And
The
he's
who?
like, he's like, no, I wasn't, but because people are saying it, I think it's kind of cool. Like, it was very opportunistic in the moment after he got arrested of like, yeah, sure, I was the Joker, whatever, who cares? But at the time, the media was running with it because it would get more attention that way.
Very sensational.
Right.
Yes, super sensational. But that's also a big piece of this movie that at the time I remember the association was with that shooting. It almost seemed to overshadow the movie in a way. Movie still made more than The Dark Knight. Like, it made like over $1 billion, was like super successful, got like great critical reviews at the time.
And I do
at the time.
Yes.
Well, I do have these stats for you guys here. Okay.
Lay them out.
So, one of the things I'm very big on is IMDb user votes. I think that kind of is the most accurate way of picturing a giant video store online, like a Blockbuster, and how the Blockbuster movies. I remember that being a Blockbuster. Like, you would go there and it was like True Romance is like a Blockbuster, like an awesome film that maybe didn't do well in the box office.
Right.
So I'm very big on checking that number. The total number is 6.6 million, which is the most for any trilogy.
Dark Knight Rises?
The Dark Knight.
All votes associated with the trilogy?
Yeah, like, and for reference, probably John Wick 3 has 300 or 400,000.
Right.
A movie like The Godfather would have 1 million to 1.5 million. And so The Dark Knight has over I think it's close to 2.5 million.
Right.
Which that's just insane.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
That's how much people love it. Total box office for these movies, 2.4 billion worldwide.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So that is, shoot. I mean, that's probably your top 10 movies of the year, like of 2025.
Yeah. 2.4 billion is nothing to scoff at.
I mean, that's insane.
Because the first one, like, it doubled the profits, or it doubled the budget, but it was nowhere near where the other two movies were.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, Batman Begins, like, it was like, oh,
I think it
got enough to make us a second one, right?
I didn't get enough as War of the Worlds, which we covered on here.
We did.
Total Oscar winners in the trilogy, which I think is also. I don't know if there's any.
Wait, should we do this at the end of this?
I'm just doing it right now.
No, you can. It's fine. I think it's a good thing to like set up the context of like how successful this movie
before
was.
we just bludgeon it.
9 Oscar winners. Like, that's insane.
Wait, the movie won, or it has 9 Oscar winners in it?
It has 9 Oscar winners associated with it. So Chris Nolan is included with that.
Yeah.
And those being Christian Bale, Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, Gary Oldman, Cillian Murphy, Heath Ledger, Anne Hathaway, Marion Cotillard, and then the 9th being Christopher Nolan. And if his brother also got one for writing for Oppenheimer, that would make 10. The last thing, total runtime of this series is 7 hours and 36 minutes, which compared to The Godfather and The Lord of the Rings is a little bit lightweight.
Right. Especially like Lord of the Rings extended editions, where like Return of the King is longer than I think 2 of these movies combined.
Right.
You said, hold on real quick too, because I want to go back. You said 2.4 billion
worldwide.
Okay, so all right. If you go worldwide and take out Batman Begins, those 2 movies gross 2 billion.
Yeah. Because Dark Knight was like 1.01 billion, and then this movie was 1.1 billion. So it like just edged out Dark Knight for like total worldwide gross.
Yeah,
insane.
That's
just insane.
Which is crazy and shows you how much hype The Dark Knight generated from like the next movie to come out. Be like, hell yeah, I can't wait to see this next.
We were
one.
talking like
that's why we had to see it at 3:30 a.m. is because it's sold out within 30 seconds.
They had the show. It did start at midnight. Like they had
there
midnight
was one
showings,
at
but
midnight.
like we couldn't get till the next one.
And because it was my birthday, I was like, oh, let's all. I wanted to get another ticket at 7 a.m. and not leave the theater.
Yeah,
and thankfully I didn't do that.
Yeah,
because I would have had
your
regrets.
Fred Willard wanking story. Now.
So this move, and let's sink our teeth into this thing, okay? Because one thing that we haven't talked about is the beginning of all these movies show an ambiguous shot. Like the first one, I believe it's just bats, and then it shows the bat symbol,
right?
And then the second one is
it's like blue explosions,
blue exploding flame,
yeah,
and it kind of foreshadows the hospital explosion. And then this one is like really dark, and if you're watching it on the wrong picture settings on your TV, you won't even be able to make it out because I had it on during the daylight and I'm like, what is
I'm trying to remember what it is.
Same here.
It's ice cracking. And
Yes.
it turns into the bat symbol.
Oh,
That's right.
interesting.
Because Gotham is snowing and it's like a very kind of cold, icy setting later on.
So then the first shot is Gary Oldman in front of a giant photo of Harvey Dent, and he very unpassionately goes, "I believed in Harvey Dent," and then he goes and sits down.
Well, he's got a piece of paper, and they're like, "I'm going to tell you the truth about
No,
Harvey."
that wasn't. No,
that was at the.
That was the
thing.
second one at the Wayne
Oh, that
Manor.
was
Yeah,
later.
he's
the
like
first
Harvey
one-
Dent was our white knight,
Yeah.
and then he was like,
okay,
something Harvey
I
Dent.
believed in Harvey
believed
Dent.
in Harvey Dent.
and then he sat down.
Well, because isn't it like a different version of the same scene we got in The Dark Knight? Because he's giving a speech about Harvey Dent in that too.
I think
at
it's
the end, right?
like the lead in. It's pulling from that, and it leads in with the ending of that speech.
Yeah.
at the from
Yeah,
the ending of Dark Knight, and they kind
Okay.
of they connect the dots in case people forgot.
Yeah,
Harvey
okay.
Dent.
Oh yeah.
It's just
I
a piece
remember.
of exposition, and it's like it ties in from.
And
the
then
second
it
film.
goes into they're in South Africa. Like a Jeep is driving,
Yeah.
pulls up. The guy is like, "Did you get the scientist?" And he's like, well,
Dr. Pavel.
we got somebody else who the one they call the masked man they call Bane
Yeah.
or whatever, and it's like from just that little section we have an establishing shot of something that you can't really see that neither of you guys remembered was the ice breaking into the bat symbol. Then we
I
get
don't
brought
really harp
then we
on
go to
that too
Gotham
much.
City. I'm just talking about in terms of the editing and why this is kind of wild.
Okay.
And then we go to Gotham City 8 years ago.
Quick exposition
with
Jim Gordon.
Jim
going,
Gordon.
Hey, Harvey Dent's dead.
Okay.
Right.
And then the next one, we're in South Africa and we're getting introduced to characters that we don't know for reasons that we're
Yes.
uncertain and have to solve. That's 3 different things that could be absolutely confusing that you could get hung up on. Like in the theater, like if you miss the first one, you're like you're still looking over at your boy, like, what was it?
Yeah.
Well, you know you're in a
Icebreaker, and then you're
Batman
like-
film, so that one I'd rule
Like,
out.
what did I
No,
miss?
but you know what I'm saying.
What
like
did
it's
I miss?
it's 3 giant tonal shifts that span across the planet and time,
Sure.
and it happens in the first 90 seconds
And
of this
yeah,
film.
you're saying like in linear fashion, we don't really know where we're at.
And you really
They haven't established what time it is. We've also gotten to Harvey Dent, and now we're on this
and if
plane.
you
It
knew
could have
nothing, if you knew absolutely nothing of the Batman villainy, you would have no clue when he does take off the mask and it's Bane.
Yeah.
It's like you're sitting there in an audience, you're like, whoa.
Well, it's also in the first 3 minutes, so you'll figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like they make it like this big reveal, and then
Yeah.
it's also
Yeah.
that we could talk about.
What do you think
Bane's
about
voice.
the plane scene, though? That's where I'm
The plane
more
scene
at.
So sick.
isolated
So
is
sick.
really cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Like-
I think it's a great scene technically
Logistically so dumb,
100%.
because
Don't- 100%.
and also so poorly acted, like from good actors.
you're talking about the scene in the context of like, oh, I missed like the first few seconds. I turned to my buddy. What did I miss? I don't think your buddy's going to be able to explain clearly what is happening.
Yeah.
And he's watched the whole thing. He's going to be like, I think they got this doctor guy, but I
No,
don't know
it's-
who this is.
yeah.
And they're on the plane, but now like they got hostages and I don't know why they have hostages. They're talking
Yeah.
about Bane. He takes the mask off. He asks the guy like, would this hurt if I took this off? It would be extremely painful. You're a pretty big guy. For you. Like, you have no idea what's taking
It's
place.
moving fast.
If you compare it to the Dark Knight opening, where it's like the bank heist, and you've got these guys in clown masks, and they're like, you know that they're robbing the bank.
And you know they're bad guys.
You know they're bad guys, and you can, if you know anything about Batman, you know that they're wearing clown masks. They probably have something to do with the Joker. You can immediately tell, like, okay, I understand what's taking place, even if I don't know the outcome of this.
And
with this scene, I don't know why what's happening is happening. I don't understand it, and
Is
I
it the
don't know
lead
where it's
up
going.
of events with like we're on a plane in South Africa. We got hostages. There's a doctor. We've got this mass mercenary that no one knows about. Like, is it just because it's so ambiguous at the very beginning there that it's like this isn't really detailed enough for me to understand where this is going to fit in contextually?
I feel like
or-
Nolan's goal with it is that like, oh, people aren't going to know what's happening, but that's going to be the intrigue. And
Yeah.
whereas I'm watching this going like, It's kind of doing the opposite in that, like, it's taking me out of it a little bit. There's a separation there. I'm not as involved with this as I'd like to be. It doesn't feel like there's a mystery for me to unsolve. It just feels like there's a piece of the puzzle that I don't have the full picture for yet.
I did not get, and now this is kind of confusing.
Right,
And,
which I feel like if you're going to structure the movie that way throughout and make it interesting, then I think it could work. It's just that this is a Christopher Nolan Batman movie that obviously has to lead somewhere and is more or less a conventional narrative.
It really
right?
pissed me off that they had Dr. Pavel there, because the first time I saw this, I didn't catch it was Pavel. I thought that, like, I didn't know what they were doing with him.
What I don't
just remember, like,
it was only on this viewing that I understood who he was or like what he was doing there. Yeah,
you're trying to
after
catch up
watching
with
this
so
movie
much
like 3
shit.
times now.
I still don't even remember. He's the one that had the quantum deal to build the bomb.
He's the only one that can diffuse the
neuron bomb. It's is it neuron?
How much better would it have been if that dude pulled up and he's like, "We've got him." And then they look, and it's a bunch of body bags. And he goes, he's in there. And he goes, well, he's coming home to the States with us. And then you get, like, the Undertaker thing where he unzips himself out of the body bag to come in.
I'm
like,
not
just
knocking
slightly
too much of the... Because, like, if you're going with all the suspending your disbelief, you know, from the Dark Knight,
I mean,
like,
this one takes total, like...
It's a little... It's more... I guess the problem that I have with it is that Dr. Pavel comes up to play. Like, if they didn't need him and he was just a sacrifice for this whole ploy, like, I really wouldn't care. But the fact that they bring him back and they did need him, it's like you're introducing a character that actually has some weight to the story that I have no idea why, you know, and these are not my friends, you know, like, I just didn't get the whole... It's very weird that they... Yes, so...
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I'm going to take a couple steps back because I really like the way that Sam was framing this at the beginning of the discussion.
Shoot.
Where you're taking this movie, when it came out at the time, made more money than The Dark Knight, has this stellar, stacked, Oscar-winning cast and crew, and you've got this hype around the movie. It gets great critical reviews, right? People are like, yeah, this is a great end to the trilogy. Nolan did it. This is fantastic. I am in the boat, and I'm curious where you guys are. I feel like you might be in the same boat, where we're looking at this movie like over 10 years removed, and I feel like a lot of people, including us, are looking at this as the weakest entry in the trilogy. I feel like, to me, you're either in the camp of like Batman Begins is the worst one because it's got like less going on. He hasn't perfected the art of what his Batman movies are, or you're in the camp of I feel like the writing in The Dark Knight Rises is way more inconsistent than the other two movies. This movie, to me, specifically feels like Nolan is just wanting to be done with it. It feels like he is even more so woefully uninterested in making this movie than he was with the other two.
Dude, all of these people are checked out in this thing.
100%.
Like, this is like, we talk about Nolan being bad at ending movies. He's also bad at ending trilogies.
110% agree with you guys.
The reason why Christian Bale is like gravelly with his Batman, he's probably drinking every night and just showing up. Like, I mean, seriously.
It'd be in line with his character at the beginning of the film.
There's some of the things that are just like, you can tell everyone in here, it's like, all right, every conversation we have has to be more important than the last. No one's even trying to act, though. It's just tired.
Outside of Tom Hardy, who like actually treated that like...
Oh yeah, he's like, well, this movie's gonna gross 1.1 bill.
Like
I want to get
do it justice.
Yeah.
And there's even Ben Mendelsohn's in this. Glenn Powell has a little cameo.
Oh yeah,
I like Glenn Powell
as Wall Street Man.
Yeah. Matthew Modine is like the new police commissioner.
He's a lieutenant. Yeah, lieutenant commissioner.
And the reason that like in the movie's like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yes.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yes.
As a cop.
As Officer Blake.
Sherlock Holmes.
As Officer Blake. Talk about the most shoehorned, like, the whole time you're like...
BS thing that you could think of.
Yeah, you're like, is this guy Robin? He seems like he would be a Robin.
Yeah.
And then it's like...
This guy has Robin-type energy.
Yeah.
And then you get to the very end, and it's like...
Dude, they left it open for interpretation, I think.
Oh, but it
Oh, they were subtle about it. They wanted you to guess.
The funny, I just laughed at. I know we're like everywhere, but like I remember when this thing ended, we're all like, "Oh, they're gonna do another one with him just being Robin. Like Robin's gonna have its own thing."
Right.
Nolan was like, "I'm fucking done with these."
Yeah.
Like you got your money. I'm done making them.
Well, it feels very much like. So I will kind of. I want to say I will advocate a little bit for the portion of this movie that is. Bruce Wayne is a recluse. He's someone who hasn't been Batman for 8 years. Mm-hmm. Crime is at a low. He has no purpose. He's still grieving Rachel. He's a broken man. He's like limping around his mansion all alone. Hasn't seen anyone in this.
He's lost his identity, right? The Batman was his identity. It's gone now.
I will advocate for the portion of this movie that is that up until he gets out of the pit. I feel like that chunk of the movie, and it still has its flaws, it still has problems that I am more than happy to talk about, but that solidly is my favorite part of this as a film.
It's like the first 2 acts.
Yeah, I feel like the last half hour, 45 minutes of this movie really just kind of feels like it's going through the motions. It feels like Christopher Nolan.
It's a lot of and thens.
It's a lot of and thens. It's a lot of people running around Gotham trying to get things done. We're just kind of seeing the action play out in a very plain, straightforward way to the point where like we've got the cops and the bad guys running at each other, Chronicles of Narnia style on like a battlefield.
It looks cool and is cool in theory.
It's a striking visual.
Yes.
But it's like, again, if you don't have the why, it's like, it kind of is stupid.
It just feels like it's grand for the sake of being grand without any sort of real brain behind the script writing.
And there was a little bit, the theme going on was the 1% capitalism, right? Bane's now taking the next step to bring down the markets.
Realize
and
how you could have so much and leave so little for the rest of us.
Which kind of goes back into, they had a conversation like that in the first one I was watching. But anyways, it's they do. A storm's coming. Like he told Jim Gordon that.
Yeah.
A storm's coming, Jim.
Back down the
edge. So it's just interesting that there's like this theme, and then you have like anarchy, and then it's also like, where do we as audience members, like, we're rooting for the cops, right? But also like, I don't know, like, essentially like they do need to have a little bit more balance with what's going on. So it's very striking to have like this war being waged, and like, I don't know.
Well, it just feels like the other two movies, especially the second one, have more going for them than just the spectacle of it. We have to think about like the psychology of it. We're diving into these characters in a way that's like, we're interesting in like figuring out their decision making and like
social dilemmas, philosophical ponderings, right?
Right.
Like,
say what you will about like Harvey Dent, but at least there's something more going on than just him going around shooting people. He's got a psychological dilemma. As rushed as we talked about it, it still is there. Whereas this one, it feels just like, Bane is, and I like Tom Hardy as Bane. Bane is just like this strong, smart boy who can just get what he wants, and it happens, and now Gotham is under lockdown, and it's like, I get that there is this like, okay, Christopher Nolan wants to have this spectacle of there's this underground movement that is like rising up against the people in power.
Very literal and figurative, right?
Right, exactly. It's very plain on its face. I can get behind something like that if it's just more interesting and more interested in diving into that as a theme, talking about it more. Whereas instead, we just get kind of like these concepts of ideas. We're going to have this tribunal where like Cillian Murphy's the judge and it's death or exile, but they're both death.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It feels like it has the depth of sort of like a not Lost in New York, Escape from New York type of thing, where we're going to have this kind of cool, interesting spectacle on the surface, but then once you get in it, it's like, people punching each other.
It's kind of like a vessel, right? Like we had a very interesting premise to build up on this, and we had nowhere to go with what we wanted to.
Right. It feels like it's spinning its wheels.
And there's a bunch of, and so they just took a bunch of themes and things like that and added it all into a big melting pot. And here's an example. So in the first 45 minutes, you're introduced to It's funny because we haven't even talked about, but like a substantial part in all these movies is like Wayne Enterprises being bought out by another company. Like there's the one guy that's blackmailing in the second movie, which we'd even talk about. There's also Rutger Hauer in the first one that's like
Going public.
Yeah, we're going public, and you're no longer the majority shareholder, Wayne. And so this one, you get Marion Cotillard wanting to merge or buy into.
No, she had an energy. This is where it gets kind of confusing too. She had an energy project that he invested in, but he took that and said, "We're not doing anything with it." So now I own this energy project. We've invested a lot of money into R&D and all this stuff to get it going. We just aren't getting it going because Lucius Fox at one point, it's like you can't mothball your energy project that is like 60% of your company and expect to be doing well. So they've just put all this money into what she's doing, and they've kind of just said, hey, that's going to sit there until we figure out what we want to do. And that's the whole point of like them, like, you have to show her what's going on. We have to get her involved.
Okay.
And that's how she weasels herself in. Weasels.
So we have that going on. We
Yeah.
have the
Very
whole
Weasley
Dr.
She is in
Pavel
this, though.
and Bane kidnapping him from the plane.
Yeah.
We've got
Which
Bruce-
also they do a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
That doesn't do anything though, right? Like that cadaver hits the ground and they go, "Oh, it's Pavel because he's
His
O
blood-
positive."
Yeah, the blood's pretty
Like,
generic. Like,
that's what I'm
rip out the
saying.
guy's teeth or something.
Yeah, get the fingerprints.
Yeah.
Like I was, once again, show don't tell.
Guys, you don't understand. Bane is super smart, boy. He's got it all figured out.
Yeah, he does. He just transfers blood. They go, "It's O positive." Damn it, it's him.
And then you've got like recluse Bruce Wayne who gets his mom's pearls.
Which
stolen.
also, I'm sorry, that should have had a bigger effect on him. But anyways,
He was like, no,
He's pretty casual about
Yeah,
it.
he's
Yeah.
like, and then you get
it's the mom's
introduced to
pearls. And, like, if
Catwoman.
you watch Batman Begins, that's the pearls that she's wearing.
Oh, I get it.
He's just like, yeah, you look
That's why
better than
Catwoman,
you.
and we'll rip on her in a second. But Catwoman is now in the mix, and then
You
it's-
talking about all the characters that are just getting
and then
thrust into
Robin
this?
Blake shows up.
Yeah,
I have
Alfred's back.
that. Alfred is
Lucius
telling
Fox
him like,
is
be
there.
careful, whatever. Wayne's now going to get back in the saddle, and then also there's this theme of like, yeah, there's people underground doing
Oh
something.
yeah, the senator's there. You
The
have
senator-
and
so
then the
the-
guy comes in, the vice president of
Think about how
Daggett
many
Industries.
things are getting set up in the first 45 minutes.
Oh yeah,
And then it's like, you're not going to be able to pay off all of these things
to the extent that you need to.
to where they're satisfying.
Right.
Great example of that. And you brought up Escape from New York. Bane has the henchman, the guy that's, the mess man.
Yeah.
They're called Bane.
Yeah. No, you.
And he
anyone gets on
pops
the
up and
low.
he's this creepy looking, doesn't say much
Sniper.
of anything. Yeah, like
Sniper. Yeah.
like cool dude. Do you remember how he dies?
I think he just gets shot by Matthew Modine, right?
Nice.
Yeah, like just
Popped.
and it's just it's 2.5 hours you're spending with this creepy guy, and I don't know his name.
Not 2.5 hours. But
But you know what I mean? Like I know what he looks like.
I don't know. I know.
Like, give him something.
A little something.
Just,
The
something that we
Daggett guy got
remember.
more than he did because he had to go out on the ice.
You know what I'm
You know
saying?
the guy
Yeah,
that's like, I can count to 10.
yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about this guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Josh Stewart. I've
Yeah.
seen him in other movies
Yeah.
before.
He's
Yeah.
like strong.
He's totally unrecognizable and you don't remember his name.
He's on Criminal Minds.
Oh, that's what you say. Go and
But
visit
he
the
does
parents.
My dad's
there,
seen
and
him
there's
a
a
lot.
lot of like,
Yeah.
and then they just combine all of these movies and scenes.
It's
and
too
stuff,
too much
and it's
fat.
Just too much.
It's too much
Like,
fat. It's,
And how you fix it is get rid of Marion Cotillard. Don't bring Catwoman in here. Make the thing singularly between Bane and Batman, and him having to get out of that prison and then come marching back into Gotham. And all you need is Bane to be the new.
Incorrect. What you take out Robin and you
Oh,
take out
that's
the
also-
whole Saint Swithin's crap going on, and then you don't have to worry about Jim Gordon going
Not
down
a
because
lot
they
of-
literally
Not a lot of people
sacrifice.
know what it feels like to be angry in your bones. I mean, they understand. Foster parents, everybody understands for a while. Then they want the little angry kid to do something he knows he can't do. Move on. So after a while, they stop understanding. They send the angry kid to a boys' home. I figured it out too late. You got to learn to hide the anger. Practice smiling in the mirror. It's like putting on a mask. And that's when he says to him, he's like, and that's how I knew you were Batman.
Yeah,
And it's like, you waited till movie 3 to do this?
Yeah.
You knew it apparently 20 years ago.
Picking out a weird time, too. And
Yeah.
why didn't he tell anyone else?
And a cripple?
Yeah. Oh, ableism.
I'm trying to think of like what characters in this movie are just wholly inconsequential, right? Like which ones have no bearing on what goes on in the story or like how it influences any of the major characters, right?
I'm gonna go out and say like whatever JLG was or whatever. Robin. He was Drake. What was his name?
Blake.
Officer Blake.
Officer
So
Blake.
Tim Drake is a version of Robin. There are 4 different major Robins.
Okay.
There's Dick Grayson, who I think is the first one.
Yeah, the Fabulous Graysons.
Who I think was portrayed by Chris O'Donnell in the
Nice.
Schumacher movies.
Way better Robin. That's my Robin.
That's my Robin.
Tim Drake, which I'm guessing is where Nolan kind of like fudged the name a little bit. Blake, Drake, rhymes, right?
Uh-huh.
Kind of like a little wink to the audience, if you will. There's Jason. I can't remember his last name, but he's the one who like he gets tortured by Joker in like different iterations.
Oh,
of
that's
the
the
comic.
video
animation.
game.
Jason Todd.
Yeah,
Jason Todd.
Yeah.
In the video or in the animation.
In
ones.
the video game, he comes in as a villain.
He's Red
He's
Hood.
like,
Yeah.
he's like, you betrayed me, Batman.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, his whole thing is like, you won't kill Batman, I will kill. And then he
Yeah.
like shoots people in the head. And then there's Batman's son, Damian Wayne, who
Damian?
becomes like the 4th Robin, but he's got to learn how to like not be a little shithead. So those are my understanding of like the Robin roles.
Well done.
Nice.
I'm
And
glad
then
that you were here to provide that.
Right, and then of course this movie does it so lovingly in that the other character says, "Oh, well, how about you use your real name? You should use it more often." He's like, "Yeah, Robin, right? Yeah, kind of cool. I don't know." And then he like walks out. It's
That's
like,
it.
sweet.
And then he goes
I
spelunking.
remember being in the theater and everybody like after you
Oh,
could
yeah,
do
dude.
no wrong in that movie,
No.
and they did that, and everybody was like, like the theater like groaned. No, like thinking,
I don't think maybe it did. I don't know. I'm not.
You're
gonna
in the
get
same
into that.
theater.
I know. I was about to say because I remember it being like, "Oh shit, they're making another one."
but I was probably like that.
Yeah, dude.
Like, oh,
they're
yeah.
like, this thing got done. It's like there's gonna be a 4th, and it's gonna be JGO playing rock. Well, and then he came out and did Don Juan, and it was career's over.
Here's my idea as like a fix for that element of the film. Take JGL out.
Yes.
As much as we love JGL,
Yeah.
you know, only I know the exact weight of this loaded die. You know, great performer.
Right.
I feel like that just should have been Gary Oldman.
Yes.
That should have just been
Yeah.
Commissioner Gordon taking that role, taking the charge to like, yeah, I'm gonna lead the resistance in the city, make up for the guilty conscience
Ned
that he
Flanders.
has.
Can I upstage you?
You have more
hold
than
on,
my
would you-
permission to
I'm
upstage.
sorry.
Let
I was
him-
gonna
let him
say
finish
why
up.
not
See,
just
there you go.
switch
Let him
him?
finish. No, we don't need. We just don't need the guy in there.
Well, we don't need Gary Oldman jumping into a sewer,
Wrong.
do we?
So, well, that's what he's saying. You're getting past that point. Like we can take that out.
Hey, I can listen to Kyle too.
I feel like if you are going to have a point of importance in this movie be Jim Gordon is dealing with the guilt of not telling people how bad Harvey Dent was, have his character feel that and make up for it through all the actions that he's doing to like bring good back to Gotham in the worst of times. And then
Right.
when people ask him about Harvey Dent, he can then have the confidence to tell them the truth. Harvey Dent was a bad guy, but I'm doing what I can to get us out of this mess. I'm still honest in the face of severe adversity, the way that Harvey couldn't be, right?
Yeah, like they neutered him in this one.
They absolutely neutered my
And
boy
then they
in
were
this.
like, guess what we're going to do? We're going to have Robin call you out and call you a piece of shit.
Jim
while-
Gordon should have been the representation of everything that one has to sacrifice if you're going to be close to Batman.
Yeah.
As a normal person in Gotham,
Yeah.
he needs to be the representation of like,
Living
I've
in that
lost
house,
everything. I live in a
paying
shitty
taxes.
house. My
Yeah.
wife took the kids away. They're in Cleveland
Because
now.
I faked my death.
I feel like a way more compelling thing would have been like make him central to that narrative, take JGL out, and you would have way more of like a justification of like, his relationship with Bruce Wayne and Batman has like so much weight to it at the end. Well, whereas like then it just feels like kind of a footnote of like, oh, we have to check this off the list.
He finally gets
like many different things.
He gets a little bit of his own arc too. It's not just in Batman Shadows, because like Robin in this thing has his own like navigating the world around him. And it's not even like working with Batman. So like Batman's gone, he's broken. Now Jim Gordon can take the reins. Instead, we jump in a sewer and we just say, guess what? We don't even know if you got shot. Right, You're just going to be in a hospital bed.
Yeah, Gary Oldman's in a hospital bed for like half the fucking movie.
Yeah,
it's like, get him out of there.
You're right, because that's, like we said, I don't know what to do with this character. Okay, let's put him in a hospital bed and get him to recover.
Right.
It literally felt like it was
with
like
Batman, too.
They put the commissioner out of commission for most of this movie. It's crazy.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Thank you.
I like that one. I
appreciate it.
He said Batman, and now like he's got my wheels turning on. Like, what the hell? It's the main friggin' character.
But they kind of do. Now, granted, it's awesome that he gets his back broken and they sent across the world into a hole, and they're like, if you can
6 to 12 weeks is how long it would take to heal. Now, he had 5 months before Bane was going to blow that thing up. Broken vertebrae takes 6 to 12 weeks to heal, let alone rehab. So does the timeline make sense?
Yeah, that actually lines. So let's say because he is a genius and it's
super
a superhero
hyper-realism,
movie,
6 weeks.
Let's say, he heals it, and let's call it 2 months even. Okay. That gives him 2 months to get out of there. Well, 2.5, and then travel to Gotham, because he's probably there for 2 days before
timeline lines up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I did the same thing. I was really pissed. I was like, I'm gonna prove this wrong. I looked. I was like, okay, it's kind of close. Everything.
And that fight sequence. It's funny because this movie has scenes and moments that rival anything in the trilogy. The Bane versus Batman fight,
action sequences and build up. Oh yeah, Bane Batman.
That's probably that's my favorite 1v1.
Yeah,
I would take that. There is no other point in the entire trilogy that I'm like. That I think is better than that.
You had never
music.
seen them square off. He hadn't squared off against the Joker. I mean, like, actually, the interrogation scene with interrogate like fucking nerds talking.
Right, but Joker's not like a physical.
That's what we're saying.
Formative opponent. Yeah.
This was the first time they were actually getting Batman, where he's like dropping fists, and then you're looking at Bane like, ain't no way.
And then we have a decisive finish. Where it's like not up for debate. Batman is too old, too slow, too everything.
Yeah,
he doesn't got it like that. Should have listened to Alfred before they broke up.
I enjoy the framing of that, and that like Batman thinks to himself, I can just stroll into his lair and like beat his ass. I've done it 1,000 times before.
Old gunslinger.
Right, and then it's like, no, this guy's gonna fucking break your back over his knee like you're a toy, like you're a little flimsy action figure.
Kind of say, hey, this is League of Shadows guy. He's quicker, faster, stronger than you. He did give him the heads up.
Yeah, he did. He did alert him to that. And then Bane also, at the end of that sick fight sequence, and I love the little bit of cat and mouse, because there's the one spot where he's like, Batman's on the roof with Catwoman for whatever reason, and then they get in the helicopter, and you just see the like Bane strolling out there. Which is so sick, because normally in movies where that happens, it's like, it's stupid. Like you're thinking Halloween, where Michael Myers is walking and the girl's running away. And it's like, why? Like, he should be running. How can you not outrun this dude?
Yeah.
In that scene, he's like, it doesn't matter if it's now or very soon, but I ain't going any faster than this, and you're going to walk right into me. And it happens, which makes him look smart and a badass, too.
Yeah.
And then icing on the cake is after he beats him down, hits a button, and he's like, actually, we have been digging in these sewers to get underneath your building.
Yeah.
And now we have all of your equipment.
The fact that he calls him Bruce is such a big balls move.
Right?
Like, it's so...
He does?
He does.
Bane knows it's Bruce Wayne?
After he breaks his back, he's like, so, you thought you could just beat me, Bruce. But as you see, I have outsmarted you. And then that's when he reveals he's been under underneath his lair the whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But he's Ra's al Ghul. He's League of Shadows. So I mean, word gets around.
Yeah, and really,
But like he views him as an equal, and everyone else viewed him as Batman.
and up to that point, minus Catwoman, that like everything that happened in that movie, I thought was awesome. Like Bruce Wayne getting the back of the saddle again.
Yeah.
You have the funniest scene in all three movies is where he's in the doctor's office talking with Thomas Lennon. And he's like, he's like, well, I would say I've seen worse cartilage in these. He goes,
Yeah.
oh, you have? He goes, well, you have none. And then he like goes through his injuries and stuff. It's like the first time you hear like somebody say like,
No, I
all
think
the- you know,
I'm not
this-
gonna argue,
Yeah,
'cause I
you've had
hate
like
that.
how many concussions throughout your life?
yeah, like it's just that, and
It's,
it's Thomas Lennon doing it.
yeah.
And he's really
He
good.
was a good spot character.
Yeah, it was like a good,
yeah.
and it really it's the
I think
only
the courtroom scene and the levity in the courtroom scene in Dark Knight is the funniest thing that happens in all of these things.
where a gun comes out and he punches the guy and he's like,
Yeah.
I suggest you buy American.
Dude, it's Harvey Dent. It's like kick-ass patriotic, and it's like he's got charisma.
I like
He's witty.
There's another court scene that I like too, where it's just the judge and she's like, "Does anyone have any objections to this hearing?" And then it just cuts.
Oh, yeah.
and they're
Yeah.
all like, "Because
Because they got him on racketeering.
Like
Yeah.
half of the courtroom is just like thugs that are on trial. I was gonna say one of the things that I feel like is not talked about enough with these movies is the sound design when it comes to like the combat and like the punches.
Yeah.
Like the very kind of like meaty, bone breaking sounds
Yeah.
that they include. Whereas like if you watch another superhero movie and like you hear like let's say I don't know, fucking Captain America punch someone in the face, you're gonna kind of hear like standard issue like psh, psh, like you know, obviously it's not going to be exactly that because that's really pulpy. That's like Indiana Jones shit. But it's going to be something that you're not really paying attention to. Whereas this movie, when Bane is holding Batman down and he's just like punching him in the face to the point where his mask breaks, you hear that crack. Super good. Yeah.
I thought his skull got bashed in. I literally thought watching it the first time that he died.
But then there's also the like that fight scene I keep thinking about, but you can hear the water coming and then all the beefy punches.
Well,
and
the
it gets,
echoes, the
water's good, and
Yeah.
there's
and
like
then it
all
gets to
of
the
it.
point where Batman at one point is just like, "Wah!" like from across the room as
Yeah.
Bane's marching at him, and he's like,
Yeah.
he's like, this is it.
And
man.
correct me if I'm wrong, there's no music during
There's
this scene,
none,
right?
dude. They let that thing play out to the fullest.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's really good.
I mean, it is like it's the Titans of industry. I mean, they're going and you really because it's also it's about an hour 40 into the film, right? Maybe 2 hours. That scene alone, like Scarecrow and Batman Begins got taken out with 40, 50 minutes left of the film.
Yeah.
Scarecrow's done. Batman got him, right? So at this point now, he could take out Bane. Like there's still some believability that he could take him down. It's like that fight, there is stakes and weight. Because like also what happens if Batman loses? Like, is he dead? Like what's Bane? Like Bane's only shown that, if you're not part of the plan, you're gone.
You got Catwoman, who who is set up to be the biggest turd in the history of cinema. And then so you're like, oh, she set him up to be down there.
Yeah.
And so you're like, okay, he could very well kill Bane and then go and have to track her
Right.
down.
Yep.
There's like a back and forth between them. That's like the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Could easily be that, but no, I like that he just straight up loses and then has to like live in this pit because Bane tells him, I could kill you, but you're not afraid of death. So I'm going to do something that's even worse for you.
Yeah,
Break
you're
your
going to see your
spirit.
city.
You're going to watch your city die.
Yeah. Which is all that he was trying to like. That's the whole premise of the thing was to save it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
Yeah.
Which it consistent through line throughout all the films, which I commend.
Mm-hmm.
I commend that consistency. Where this movie loses me is, and I like most of the pit stuff. I think the pit stuff conceptually is fun.
Yeah.
Like the idea of like him
100%.
feeling himself and like crawling out of it evokes the imagery of the first movie when he falls in the well. They even use it as like a flashback for when his father's roping himself down. I like that stuff. For me, where this gets messy is when Gotham is shut down and they've taken over the city, all the cops are underground.
yeah.
I like visually the stadium blowing up, and like that was used heavily in the marketing, right?
Oh,
like the
big
football
time.
field
I think
blowing
that's all
up.
we saw. Yeah,
I thought it was incredibly stupid that somebody's running and doesn't realize
the
that
ground
like
shaking.
that everything. Heinz and turns around and he's like, what? It's
How about
like
that?
just
Yeah.
have him fall through.
Yeah.
Like
Which they used, I guess, like some of the players from the Steelers.
Yep, Heinz
Roethlisberger,
Ward.
Alex Smith.
Which that's your guys' area.
There's
of
Alex.
Diesel.
Huh?
Kiesel. It was the nose.
Yeah.
But that scene in of itself is fun. It's just like when the rule of Bane is established, and it's like, yeah, everybody, I have this bomb, and everybody thinks
Mike
that
Wallace.
like someone has a kill
That was
switch.
the fast receiver. Yeah.
The idea of it is fun. It's just seeing it play out to me, especially this last viewing, was more or less just me going like, can we just get through this?
Every time.
It wasn't that fun to me. It was just kind of like, I don't know. I'm not interested in seeing how this progresses because it doesn't feel like there's any sort of like narrative creativeness going on.
No,
like
there's a time bomb that we have to get out of the city.
it doesn't feel like they have to figure it out. It
No.
just feels like they have to fight and that's it. It doesn't become any more interesting to me.
Literally, is like we're just waiting for Batman to show up and get this bomb.
It turns
Yes.
into
Like
like a prison movie because everybody's held captive and hostage and are
Yeah.
hiding in tunnels. So it just turns into a prison movie, which is you're waiting. For
It's more or less the
time up.
stakes, and like I don't know if they had to have a timed bomb. We have to drive around, and we're trying to guess who. Because were you guys at all like, oh, who's got the kill switch? What truck's it going to be? And I wonder who's got it.
No, because they tell you immediately that he's intending to blow it up anyway. It's on a timer.
And everything he's ever done in that thing was like, you search his body, and then I'm gonna kill you.
So like the people
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Gotham think that he's holding them for like hostage, or he's like holding them to his rule.
yeah,
But they don't know. We know that he's just going to blow it up anyway.
yeah, which it's like
So
doesn't-
like the tension of that is just not there.
right. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's what kind of annoyed me with like. Take out the timed bomb, take out the timed aspect. Bane takes it over, and then he will decide when he wants to do it, right?
The whole kill switch thing was just there to reveal that Marion Cotillard is a villain.
Yeah.
As like a twist.
Couldn't they do it anyways, though, like within a different context?
They could have,
yeah.
which is why they didn't need the whole like, oh, a civilian has a kill switch,
Yeah.
and if they try to cross the bridge, they'll blow it up. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It feels like a hat on a hat
Trope.
The stakes are
Right. Mm-hmm.
already there to show us that like, yeah, Bane is going to blow the city up, and we don't need that extra thing because we're already experiencing the thing without it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I thought it was dumb as hell.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It really annoys me.
Stupid movie.
Yeah, and then like the cherry on top is the biggest thing this film has going for it is the character of Bane, and that he is the first guy to really just destroy Batman.
Yeah.
Like he
Yes.
could have killed Batman. No
Yeah.
other villain has. They might have beaten him. They might have. Well, everybody.
They might have
does.
gotten away from him. Yeah.
Yeah, but like nobody decisively.
You roll your eyes and say everyone is beating him.
I mean, look at the endings of these movies. He hasn't won clean yet, and he won't right now, because you get to the big fight, the big showdown. He's keeping up with Bane, but it's pretty equal. But they also show Bane doing some stupid stuff. Like there's a clip that's making the rounds right now where like he punches a column, and then Batman like ducks it and escapes him, and then for no reason he punches the column again. And is like, I missed. It's like, it's just really bad choreography.
Yeah, he's getting like way too angry and like illogical about how to fight against Batman. Because you get the sense that when he first fights Batman, he knows kind of like the next step. He's like thinking ahead in a way that shows us like, oh, not only is this guy physically formative, but he's also really smart.
Strategic with this. Like
He's strategic. He can read Batman's next move.
Yeah.
Whereas like, this scene is just kind of like Batman got stronger and Bane got a little bit dumber. In
Yeah.
that, like, he just doesn't know how to predict his moves anymore, right?
It's not even like his ego got so big because he's running the city or something.
Well, it feels like he doesn't even have an ego. He just knows that he's smart. And the interesting thing about Bane is like, how do you beat this guy who's both strong and a genius?
Yes.
And he just loses the genius part.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's more so of like Batman got out of that pit, so now he drank the magic potion.
Was it just that Bane was so like caught off guard that he didn't expect Batman to be there?
No, I think it's just really bad writing.
Yeah,
and it's just like
because the next
I'm trying to excuse it. In a way
you're trying to like find, but like at the end of the day. Batman's getting like pinned up, and then what does he do? He goes low blow and undoes one of Bane's like things that he needs to breathe.
No, he already had him down. He punched him in the face, and one of them hissed.
Yeah, and like came loose.
Yeah,
also, too, Bane.
Why you gotta get bad?
He does these cheap shots to win.
He did. He was punching him in the face, and like one of those things popped off.
Yeah, and then like took advantage of it. Yeah, and then they go into the one place, and then it's and then Marion Cotillard reveals that I'm the mastermind. I'm the daughter of Ra's al Ghul.
I'm bad guy.
Yeah. That's exactly how she. While I am a citizen, I am not ordinary. Oh. That's what she said. It gets a lot of like
the writing for her character specifically was just like why. Yep. Like, why are we doing this? You've got Marion Cotillard, an actress who at the time was like so into everything. She was really hot at the time. In Inception and fucking Public Enemies, a movie that I'm like not huge on, but I think her performance
she had an
is good.
Oscar nominated
she won
performance too.
For I can't pronounce the title, but she won in I think 2007.
Yeah.
I love her in Midnight in Paris. I think she's a great actress. It's just that like it's the Christopher Nolan thing of like I don't know how to write women in a way that are like consistent.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
So she basically turns Bane into this simp boy.
Yeah, that's
and like pets his head and is like, "Good Bane, good." Way to do your
it was
job.
kind of what's the relationship between Bane and Miranda? How old is Bane? She friend zoned him. This feels so odd.
Yeah,
like
because there's like a love there, but it's more like a brother sister love,
kind of. But I saved you, and remember I was like big and strong.
But
and
my
you were,
father
like,
wouldn't let Bane
11.
in the League of Shadows.
Yeah, like you're 32 now, and I'm 44, maybe. Like there's a lot of
a kid and you were like, training in the League of Shadows.
Yeah,
you remember that?
Yeah,
and then
like, there's a. It's very, very.
And then I gotta say,
that's why the
next 45 seconds is like unexplainable in my head. That like Marion Cotillard looks at him and is like, finish him off and then follow me to whatever we're about to do.
No, he says, don't kill him. I want him to see the city,
the fire rise.
Explode.
Yeah,
the fire rise. And then Bane's like, you got it. And then she leaves, and he's like, I'm gonna kill you anyway.
Yeah,
and he's like, good.
Yeah,
and they fight, and then
no, they don't. No.
That's and then out of nowhere,
oh yes.
Boom! And how they even film
there were a few punches thrown.
It's like the back of him. It was clearly like a stunt double. He goes skating across the room.
Yeah.
So you don't like see a bullet wound or entry or whatever. As an audience member, whenever you see that, you think, okay, he's going to come back.
Yeah, could be back.
Another movie mentioned earlier that we'll talk about, that I'm talking about, Maggie, where the blonde-haired guy comes out of nowhere with a gun at the end of the movie, and then there is a certain cop.
Yeah.
We don't get that with Commissioner Gordon. We don't get that with Blake. Who shows up to shoot him? Catwoman. And she says, I know you're not used, or was it something about guns? Like
I know you don't want to use guns, but I'm gonna change that rule or something like that.
Oh, and like that, and then you don't see Bane again. That's how he dies. That was his exit. It's one of the worst, most unsatisfying deaths.
100%.
Yeah,
and I would say in cinema history,
it takes the wind out of the sails of what this movie sets up as like, oh, this is Batman's most formative foe yet.
Yes,
and then he is susceptible to, guess what, guns.
Yeah, and also
being
out
shot.
Of no, like I think, and I agree 100% because I was watching this morning, and it's literally like. You built up the one fight, right? And he took him down and he almost destroyed Batman. I broke your body. I'm going to break your spirit. Didn't quite happen. They come back. That fight's a little weak in front of City Hall. Like, we could all agree, like, kind of what happened
it's one of those things I was complaining about earlier with, like, Christopher Nolan's fight choreography being most of the time sloppy as shit.
Yeah, it's sloppy, but it's also like how Batman came back from a broken bat and now he's stronger and smarter. But then, so that's a little weak, right? we're setting it up for round 3 here. This is Tyson Holyfield, and then out comes the ref. And it's like, DQ'd, you're out of here.
Yeah.
You know, like Catwoman just pops him off. He goes sliding across the thing, and then she says the thing about guns, and they're like, we're out. And it's like a transactional or you know, that we're handing off the evenness of all that Bane had. Now Marion Cotillard's got it, and Bane's just a vessel. Boom, boom, gone. All right, let's go get her.
It's so cheap. And then the person that did it, if you know, she steals. The first thing that we see is her stealing from Bruce Wayne. Pearls.
Oh yeah, you're getting into.
She steals his car at one point.
Yes.
Her roommate / potential lover, I think you think it's her lover, is
no, it's like it's her understudy.
Whatever. They got something else going on there because they're prostitutes. And there's a guy that's like, you stole my wallet. You did that. Like, and like getting in the chick's face, and she's like, you get out of here in 3 seconds or less. Or I'm good. And then the guy goes running.
Right.
And she's like, what are you doing with that guy? And the friend's like, yeah, I don't know. He only had $60. And she goes, well, whatever. I got his watch.
They're the hussies from Gangs of New York.
But they're not even. It's not even out of a need. And then it's like you're supposed to feel bad for her because
that's
a software that can erase your everything.
Once a clean slate too. I mean, come on, can we fucking come up with something unique? But no, that's what I was talking about a little bit with the police officers fighting the anarchists. The people that we are rooting for at this point is Bruce Wayne, who is trying to save the city, and then the next one's Catwoman, who is a known thief who is trying to rob from the rich. Like, she's got a little bit of a Robin Hood approach without giving back. So like you talk about, you get the people overthrowing this capitalistic market, people defending it, and then in between of like, we're just going to pluck from each side and use it to our advantage. So it's like, as an audience member, it's really hard to know where are we rooting at.
Well, I feel like the attempt at that framing of the character, Christopher Nolan's intention was, oh, she's going to be someone who thinks she wants this lifestyle, who thinks she wants anarchy and to like not care and not have empathy. But she's going to later learn that, oh, it's important to have these things.
That's her growth.
Because it gives you character. I feel like in that attempt, it just kind of makes her an asshole.
Yes.
Who's just unlikable. I don't hate the performance that Anne Hathaway gives. In fact, I think it could work in a different type of movie. But for this character to be framed that way, there's got to be some level of care or sympathy with it that I feel like we just don't have.
She doesn't invoke it at all.
I really like the way they did it in The Batman with Zoe Kravitz, where that character feels like it's still in line with who Catwoman is, but you're getting this ethos that just like is inherently built into her situation in like this poverty stricken area, this girl that she's trying to help throughout the movie, that she, like, I won't spoil it, but like there is a reason why she's doing what she's doing. And in this movie, it just feels like, oh yeah, I don't care. I don't care that I'm fucking over people. Like they're rich already. They got more than enough, which is like,
yeah, that's not fair. I should have more.
I see the attempt, but it's just, it comes across as like little too mean, right?
They don't have enough to build up her story to have a little bit trying to I am dying with this dry throat.
It's also hot as fuck in here.
Yeah.
We are all sweating.
Dude, we are grinding this out, guys.
We are.
Shout out to the 100th episode. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Happy 100.
It feels like 12 Angry Men in here. Like the room's getting smaller.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't
John Wick's crawling out of the poster. He's in the desert. We're in the desert.
You know, the tagline is every action has consequences, which Kyle has quoted already today. And it's funny because...
Alfred.
Yeah.
Direct influence.
Yeah.
No wonder you defended him.
Is John Wick Alfred?
Yeah.
Ooh, backstory. He burned the forest down. That's what John Wick 5 is going to be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they tried to make too much of a depth of the character without providing enough of background around her.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it sucks because it's distracting, and Anne Hathaway does a good job with that character. Like,
yeah, I think so.
Her performance is really good, but
maybe like the strongest written female character in all the Nolan
Easily.
Batman movies.
Right.
Yeah, but she's got the most screen time, I think, out of all of them.
Yeah, she
Like,
gets
she
the most
plays
to
a central
chew on.
part of this, right?
Yeah.
But and then she is so shoehorned into this thing that she becomes Batman's really like at the end when he's making his
Lover.
like the decision, like, no, you can't leave me, Bruce. You gotta do it. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, why do I care? Like, you set him up to die. You tried killing him. Why
Alfred?
are you two together in the end scene?
Catwoman?
Oh, I know why. Because there's no other females in here, and you can't just have a random person. So let's have Catwoman be at
She
Alfred's.
came back and saved him.
But is that enough to, like, if you were Bruce Wayne, wouldn't you want to
He
kill
gave
her?
her his dead mom's pearls.
It also felt like there was never enough of an emphasis on the fact that Bruce Wayne slept with Miranda, whatever her name was.
Yeah, there's a great college humor video on that if you ever get a chance.
I think I've seen that one.
You see that one?
What
Yeah.
is it?
Talk about hooking up with Miranda, Marion Cotillard, but it's like college humor. So he's talking about doing it in the
the scene where
batsuit.
she like stabs him.
Yeah, it's-
And they're laying there, and it's like her, him,
she
and
friend
Bane.
zoned Bane, so she's like, yeah. She's
Yeah.
like Simp Boy and Vane, and then he's like, oh, I totally nailed her. Oh, she did it in places you didn't even want to know about.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
But that never feels like it's a point of importance. It just kind of feels
Yes.
like it's in there to show that, like, oh wow,
He knows how to have sex.
Bruce Wayne is like letting himself be vulnerable to this woman who's ultimately gonna betray him. But that in
and it-
itself is very kind of like shallow and surface level. It
Wasn't that like really weird? Like she just shows up and then he's like,
It's like raining.
she's like, I'm gonna have sex with you if you make me the CEO of your company.
It feels like there's supposed to be some history there that we just didn't see in scenes that don't exist.
There's only one time they talked before that, and that was at the charity event in which he's like bashing the person running it, saying
Yeah.
all they want to do is get money, and she's like, I ran this.
And maybe it's like,
Like,
I don't
that's-
know.
Oops.
yeah.
Maybe it's like lack of chemistry or like the writing in that scene, but I never felt like there was any sort of like sexual tension between them.
No.
In order
No,
for
it's
that
a-
scin to happen.
It's so bizarre. Like watch, like even when
There
it
was
happened
honestly
in the-
more with Robin and Batman.
In the cop car.
what he's talking about, like,
And I saw you.
I put
and-
on that mask, but it's not a mask. I look in the mirror and see these eyes, the same eyes you're looking at right now.
I know who you are under the mask, so why don't you just take it off and kiss me?
Yeah, yeah. Like it's that it is so weird, and now I just watched it this morning, and I still can't remember why she showed up and what they talked about.
They were looking over. I don't fucking. They were
There you
like
go.
by the fire.
There you go. That's all I'm saying. Like
They were looking at like plans for like what she wanted to do with the money. I think
The clean
or, like,
energy
the
project?
clean energy project.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Yeah, I agree." And
but I
then,
have to leave tonight.
And yeah, he like leaves and she falls asleep,
Yeah.
and that's just kind of it.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah.
It really comes out, and it's like not even like cool that they. It's like after it's like post coitus, you know. So it's like no one wants to see that.
I watched this clip of Tarantino on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he was talking about how movies are superior because you build the emotional tension and drama, right, over a sustained amount of time. And he was talking about how TV shows is it's a 45-minute episode where you're trying to do that emotional drama, but elite ones like Breaking Bad can do that over long distances of time. But if you think about a show like Law and Order, it's that every episode,
And it feels so removed from itself every single new episode, unless they do like a to be continued.
Yes,
and then that one's like, whoa, like that's a big deal, and they're gonna do one of those a season, and so with these movies and specifically this one, it is just that, except it feels like every 20 minutes it's like clean slate, like wipe all the emotions out of here.
Yeah.
Like basically you're getting new character. It's not building towards anything. The thing that this movie should be building towards is like a Jackie Chan movie on top of a skyscraper where Bane has the bomb directly behind him, and he goes, if you want to get to the bomb, you gotta go through me to turn it off. Something like that, right?
Sure.
I mean, what else is it building towards?
I like how that's this or nothing.
No, but you know what I'm saying. Like that's what the first half of the movie would tell you.
Yeah.
That it's Bane versus Batman over a bomb to blow up the city.
Yeah.
And however it gets negotiated, that's essentially what happens. Except they go full Donald Sutherland clumsy waiter.
Well, I think some of the issues that this thing has is Batman is a detective at the end of the day. Like in the Batman, like he has fighting qualities. He knows self-defense, right? He knows jiu-jitsu, but it's not like he's going out there.
I don't think he does an ounce of detective work in this one.
He doesn't. But I'm saying the problem with that is, though, you have this character that, I mean, knows how to fight, but his sole purpose is he's more aligned with the cops and helping out than he is at being a brawler and going in and doing the stuff. Like, that's why he gets his ass kicked by Bane the first time. So, like, I don't know how these things are supposed to end because it should be them getting set up Scooby-Doo style, really, like with tricked you or foiled you into this to trap you where they can't. So now it's like we've got to get to the point where he's on his last breath and then he does this cheap shot, probably like you would if you were in over your head to win the day. So, like, when it comes to how these things end, I honestly, I don't think this thing had to have a time bomb. I don't think they needed to have people driving around. I'm fine with Marion Cotillard as long as they kept her in the distance. Like Ra's al Ghul, like Liam Neeson's character, stayed in the distance in the first one. You know he's not dead, but also it's not like he keeps popping up, and we didn't need him. When he popped back on the screen, totally cool with it. Mm-hmm. That's what they needed to do. This thing has just way too much fat, and they just crammed way too much shit in it.
I feel like the thing we're not talking about that is important to the narrative around this movie is that they obviously didn't expect Heath Ledger to die.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that the Joker was left alive at the end of The Dark Knight left a lot of room for this movie to pick up the pieces of where that left off. Because if you think about a lot of the themes in this movie of like anarchy and like the city being shut down and like being held hostage and like this bomb about to go off. It's like this feels more in line with what a character like the Joker would do instead of a character like Bane, right?
To some extent, but yes, because he is part of the League of Shadows, so there's some overthrow with it. But he, like you're mentioning, you're talking about, there's a lot of anarchy. There's a lot of, I'm showing you this, but we're really doing that, leading the people astray.
And I think that Heath Ledger, before he died, mentioned something about how he expected to come back as Joker.
I think there were talks about that.
Yeah, and Aaron Eckhart, I think, confirmed
At least
that.
it was like, there's a lot of speculation and people that had, I know Nolan, so I've heard he's going to be here.
Right. Obviously, he died before they even, like, conceptualized a script for the third movie. So who knows what that would have looked like. But I still think that this movie is... the development of it makes more sense when you think about Heath Ledger still being alive.
So
right?
2008, right? This movie, and then 2012 was the next. I bet you they had a script already written. At least a first draft of a script.
Maybe like a story outline or something.
Heath Ledger passed away in 2009.
Well, I don't think so.
It was...
Because...
It wasn't that long after the movie
I
premiered.
didn't pass away in February of 2008.
2008?
Yeah.
So this movie was 07?
No, Dark Knight was 2008.
He didn't see it released?
Heath Ledger died in January of 2008.
Wow,
So he didn't see it released.
No.
He didn't know what the final product of
that's
the Dark
That's
Knight
how
would
everybody knew that it was going to be, as long as they didn't just screw it up.
And of course, The Dark Knight was a summer release.
I agree.
Dark Knight came out July 18th, which, not too far from now. So, yeah, almost exactly however many
4 years
ago.
Oh, so I'm just thinking about the different... Well, I'm thinking like Back to the Future. Like normally, like if the first one had success and they're writing a trilogy, like I feel like you'd have the script written for The Dark Knight and then a first draft written for The Dark Knight Rises.
I think
because you're going to start into production, aren't you?
Well, depending on the...
It depends on the success
going on too.
Yeah.
He had Inception going on, and it was also the thing of, like, does Nolan even want to return for the third movie? Because every time he made a new one, he thought, this is going to be the last one, and then I'm going to wash my hands of this. I'm going to go back to making original projects. Warner Brothers pretty much had to beg him to be like, we need you to come back. Like,
So
the
that's
other
why
movie
no
was
one
successful.
cared in this thing, because he didn't give a shit.
It
Yeah.
really feels like that thing of like he's just rushing to get through this so he can go on to make Interstellar.
I mean, like, think about that. He's messing with Inception, which is like this time, like it's a
crazy
nerd
shooting.
movie. He's,
Yeah, a lot of in-depth writing. Yeah, he's probably loving it.
and then it's like, no, go back, make another popcorn mouth breather.
Can you make
movie.
this? Can you make this cape shit superhero movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
probably what he
Christian
was
Bale,
thinking.
And everybody else is like, no offense to, Michael Caine and Morgan Freeman, but they're getting older. Like, it's not like those roles are easy to
Michael
just do.
Caine looked totally checked out in this.
I mean,
and so
he
did
wasn't
Morgan
in like
Freeman.
65-70% of this movie. Like, he's just gone in like the whole second in most of the third act.
At the end of the first act, he gets rid of him, and then that's when who showed up? Marion Cotillard, because he had to go answer the door himself, and like
Well,
and then
Robin,
he's gone.
Yeah, Robin, talk about mass.
I cared about you, Master Wayne.
Wakes up, he's like, Alfred.
And Rachel, she was nailing that Harvey dude. I got a letter. I burned the letter, man.
It's like 8 years after. This is another thing I couldn't stand. It's 8 years after the fact. He's like, you didn't tell me that? Like, Alfred, I can't trust you. I know that you've raised me you've known me my whole life.
Alfred pretty clearly like lays it out that like it hurt me so emotionally and mentally to like do this to you, but it was the right thing and you didn't need to see that letter at the time. And fucking Bruce is just like, I hate you, get out.
Yeah, that's what I was dying about. I was like, what a piece of shit.
Their relationship's
Damn.
pretty funny.
Dude,
because
in these movies, it's like, it's what would you call it? You've got a guy that raised you. He's like, I heard you crying in those halls when you were little. And then he's like, you didn't tell me about this letter 8 years ago.
I mean,
Fuck
Godfather, basically, like that's kind of, like you get guardianship of this young kid and you raise him. Basically, your
but
adoptive son,
there's
grandson.
literally like no emotional connection between the two.
Yeah.
it's kind of like Danny Glover and Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Angels
Angels
in the Outfield.
Nice call.
Like
Or-
I basically adopted you after your deadbeat dad. bailed
Yeah,
on
but I
ya.
think Danny Glover still likes that kid more.
way better
Yeah.
of a mentor. and
Speaking of
dad.
Robin, I was gonna say like Uncle Ben and Peter Parker. Like it kind of feels like that sort of thing.
No, because there's like Peter is like, oh, I'm gonna help you, Uncle Ben. Like, I'll come back. We're fixing the electricity. I'll do the stairs. You're gonna pay me. And he's like, all right, kid, be back for 4:10.
Sure.
Bruce is like, Alfred, what are the coordinates to the whereabouts
Yeah.
of the plans that Marion Cotillard? What is
Master
her name?
Wayne,
Miranda.
We have to worry
something.
about the mob, and if you don't take them out, they're gonna kill you, and then I will
well,
say
her
forever.
real name is Talia Al Ghul, but
Oh,
her
Miranda.
pseudonym,
Talbert or
moniker,
something.
her
I'm-
alias.
Miranda Tate.
Miranda Talbert.
Yeah,
In the new Batman with Andy Serkis and Pattinson, it's kind of cool because he's like, he gave me this code, and then like Andy Serkis is doing it with like breakfast. It's
Yeah.
like solving it like it's a crossword puzzle.
Yeah.
And it's like that's such a good like Alfred job.
what you would be? Well,
or
job.
but what else is
They
he doing
have-
in those? He's just
Batman. Pattinson cares about him in that, right? Here's the question. Okay.
oh boy.
If in this one, let's say Bane somehow gets to Wayne Manor and like punches Alfred or kidnapped him and was dangling him, and Alfred got severely hurt, is Bruce Wayne crying and is Bruce Wayne saving him as quickly as he saved Rachel in Batman Begins?
It would be
I
like
think so.
you would
Okay,
hope
see,
so.
least
that's the
that's-
problem.
That's
that
what Christopher Nolan would want out of that being the narrative if
So,
that took place.
Let's just say that this is the guy that raised you, has looked after you, has helped you. That's what I'm saying. Like, their relationship is so fucked up to me that like he's now 40 and he's like, you held a letter 8 years ago and I'm not past that. Goodbye. Like, that's all it took. Like, he's like, dude,
Yeah, their
I was
relationship
giving you
is so fragile
formula.
that like one kind of like act of protecting his feelings while being a little dishonest is enough to unravel it.
Yeah, all gone. That's what I'm saying. It's
Did
wild
they rip
to
that
me.
off from Spider-Man with Peter? Like I actually saw something that happened to Uncle Ben. And May is like, get out, you're not my son.
Yeah,
But even in that scene, Aunt May, it just felt more like she had overwhelming emotions that she couldn't confront in that time.
And it wasn't
like,
8 years.
Versus Christian Bale disowning Michael Caine.
Yeah, the guy that like literally raised him. At least, I mean, and Aunt May, did Aunt May raise Peter from? Were they?
We don't even know their age. We don't even know how old Peter's parents are.
We don't need to get in. I'm just, it's so weird in this thing, and then it's like, yeah, that's why I say I wouldn't know how to classify their Harold and Maude, like. Yeah.
Have you seen that movie?
No, I just saw that. Like,
I was gonna say that's a weird comparison.
Yeah.
That's a
It's like an older woman and a young man, and they may or may not be having relations.
No, I have no idea.
Which,
well, anyways, we
it's
don't.
lonely in this big old mansion, Alfred.
Maybe that's why he was mad. I went to you and I heard that she was gone.
That's why he was so eager to sleep with Marion Cotillard as soon as she showed up.
Well, let me ask
He
you
was
guys,
thinking about Alfred.
Let me ask you this: everything is like all the trains and all the momentum's leading to Batman. Does he die or is he alive?
Oh.
Is it a Chris Nolan ambiguous ending like Inception,
No.
or is that because he said in my dream I see this?
Yeah.
No, I think he actually just like because they mentioned that the autopilot was fixed like 6 months before he like took off with it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he couldn't just drop it and keep going.
I don't either. There's a lot of things in that thing that I just don't understand.
Just
leave
everyone behind, start a new life.
Well, you have to do it because that's also like, okay, so now you're not Bruce Wayne. What are you doing on the banks of Italy? Where's your money?
right.
You're still one
Unless
of the
he
most.
set it up.
It's like Jeff Bezos having
Yeah,
coffee.
that's what. Yeah,
you know,
Like,
you look
just went out
exactly
there,
the same.
And the only guy that notices you is your weird butler that you disowned. And I like how at the end of that thing, it's like he's like Michael Caine's like, oh, you know what? Good for you. And he's like, I did it, Alfred. Like, you guys had there's no. You didn't do anything to reconcile.
I feel like I would have liked to see, at the very least, Michael Caine stands up, walks towards their table, sits down with them, doesn't say anything, and then the movie cuts. But no, Michael Caine just like gets up, walks away.
Yeah.
Hey, what would you
That's
do? Pull
enough.
a gun on him?
Yeah.
You're like, those paychecks went south once he quote unquote
What's up with
died.
the estate?
You're gonna take care of your boy Al. It's also kind of a ripoff of Good Will Hunting.
Yes.
Where Ben Affleck's saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything else.
You don't have to say anything.
I'm not.
And he didn't. Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
like
I get where you're going.
Dark Knight Rises to me feels like we ripped off about 30 different films, scenes, themes, and otherwise, threw them into this melting pot that nobody was super passionate about creating, but the fan base was at fever pitch
Needed
for
it.
desire for.
Yeah.
And the outcome is somewhere in between all of that. It's just kind
Probably
of
got lucky that Tom Hardy didn't mail it in.
Yeah, his performance is genuinely great.
Yeah.
He's just captivating on the screen. I think someone said it, but I don't remember who, where Tom Hardy is one of the most interesting actors where you cover his face and he delivers a perforance. Dunkirk, fucking Bane, obviously.
Mad Max.
Venom, one of the better performances of our generation. You know, Venom.
He also, no, that was Lawless, but that was his like throat.
Yeah, true.
You guys like throat slit and then had a bandage on it.
Can we talk about two scenes that are like back to back that I think really put the nail in the coffin of this movie of like, yeah, this is the worst of the three? Marion Cotillard's death scene, which I feel like is just forever memed and mocked as like, this is one of the worst death scenes in cinema history.
Did she do like tongue out?
She might as well have.
She did where she says like her thing and then like,
you're going to see the fire and the 12 million people.
And then goes like literally
she
makes
does
that
do
noise.
the thing of like, and then just like shakes her head, closes her eyes, and then she's dead.
Yeah.
It's very much like kid playing dead on the playground.
Yeah.
Like, I'm dead now.
Yeah.
They might as well put X's over her eyes, like in fucking Christmas Story when he's shooting the bandits. The next one I want to talk about is Batman telling Gordon or not telling Gordon that he's basically Bruce Wayne, and then Gordon putting it together and saying it out loud.
Right.
Where Jim Gordon's like, I never even got to find out who you are. And then Batman's like, yeah, well, not all of us can figure it out. Like how to figure out how to comfort a boy when his parents were shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's like, wait a minute.
Wait.
No,
Bruce Wayne?
he does lay it on thick. I don't think it's as that thick, but it's pretty damn thick. Well, he says all it takes is a coat.
It's like a fucking custard from Culver's, my guy.
All
it's
it
thick
takes
as
is
shit.
a coat. Well, he knows that. He's like, I'm getting the fuck
what
out of
did you
here.
guys think about his Batman voice? Because at the time, that was...
We're about 5 hours into this podcast, and we're just now talking about his voice.
It's like, that's like the most controversial thing.
I didn't mind it.
I was
The first
thinking
two I
most
did.
of the time how his throat's got to be blown out every
Yeah,
single
by
time.
the third one, you can tell.
Yeah. Just going like this the whole time. Commissioner Gordon.
But he doesn't do it that bad in Batman Begins. It is not that thickly laid on. Like, there's one point he's talking to Rachel.
Yeah.
In the first one, I'm like, you could probably tell that's Bruce Wayne. Like, he just sounds like I'm just lowering my voice.
I feel like the worst it is when in the Dark Knight he's got Joker hanging upside down.
Yeah.
And they're having the back and forth, and he's like, this is what happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, or like whatever he says.
Yeah.
And then it's like Heath Ledger doing his awesome Joker like voice.
Yeah.
Throughout that whole scene. And then it cuts to Christian Bale going like, this city just showed you that you can believe in good. And it's like, this is almost taking me out of this too much. Of just like how silly this is.
I think it's the dialogue more than it's the voice.
It's the dialogue, it's the voice.
If you just cut it in half.
It's the fact that like there's light on his face and he's like kind of squinting and his lips are doing like the pursed like Michael Keaton thing the whole time.
What sucks too is you've got a British guy that's got to like, scream and talk in an American accent. Like, it's challenging.
Poor Christian Bale. He's in this
I think
rubber
he
suit
did what he
for
could.
120 straight days, and they're like, you know, Christopher Nolan's got his little beret and
Make it more
scarf. And
profound, Christian. More profound.
I need you to sound more gravelly.
Show them that the people really did step up. Tell him.
Have you guys seen an interview with Christopher Nolan before?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how far off I am.
Dude,
but
it is.
You're making him sound like a chimney sweep.
No, it's like.
I don't give a shit.
He's this very quiet, meditative British man.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Well, when I was studying quantum physics for Tenet, I realized that
he's
time
more like
is only
this,
a
where he's talking about
perception.
the movie that he's putting together, right? And he's talking about all the different components that go into filmmaking because
like
it's his
that
favorite
component.
medium. It's his favorite art form. He kind of sounds like a
ASMR.
nature
I love that.
documentary.
yeah, that's what I
component.
was. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But I like your guys' version too, where he's just like this fucking
That's
Annoying
that's
British
how
guy that's just screaming at him.
he's just like this Charles Dickens character that's living in an alley.
He's totally bipolar for me. It's like Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah.
You don't know if he's popping the head out the window and being like, "You boy,
I see. You
Fetch
have
me a goose.
You're
What
burned
day is
by
it?"
Oppenheimer. I think all his movies are fine and they're entertaining. Like, I don't think if you drop $20 outside of Oppenheimer,
sweating bad here."
oh yeah,
It's fucking sweaty.
outside of Oppenheimer, man, like
No, it just
you don't have
Oppenheimer opened my eyes, man.
Oppenheimer.
If you like characters, I don't know if I could. What the best Christopher Nolan character movie would be?
Okay, so what is your guys' favorite Chris Nolan movie to kind of cap this off?
Oh yeah.
You know, probably character-wise, The Prestige.
Love The Prestige.
I really like The Prestige. I think
Okay.
I think that's like maybe his. I don't think
Sure.
it's his best movie, but
right.
So there you go.
Okay.
Prestige is probably, I think, his best movie. My favorite out of his is, I would say, seeing Interstellar in IMAX really won me over. It like totally sucked me in. I got sucked by Interstellar.
I'm going Dunkirk. I think Dunkirk is like one
Dunkirk's
of the best
great.
war movies in the last
That's where I'm at.
decade or plus.
Yeah.
And I like the frustrating thing for me. Where did I see this quote? The worst thing that somebody can do is waste talent. And so this dude is amazing at so many things and delivers, and he's clearly a genius, but he clearly cares the least about what I think makes a director most impactful, and that's the performances. And so if you look at least my favorite directors, Stanley Kubrick, Quentin Tarantino, Martin Scorsese, P.T. Anderson, you know, John Carpenter.
Yeah.
You look at the performances. There's a very like clear, and it is important. And so that's just, you know, I think people that like just the information one thing after another kind of movies love Christopher Nolan films, and I think there's more people like that than me.
Sure.
Than there are
I get
people
that.
like me.
Yeah.
So
Taking next steps, like it's not necessarily based on the character's performance or like what they're doing to chew up the scenery with Nolan films. He is more on like, this is my agenda. Boom, 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 down the line.
And then the semi truck flipped over, and then the Batmobile flipped on the wall, and then they had a showdown, and then Jim Gordon came out of the deck, and it's like that's the people that, you know.
Yeah, every scene's filled up. You're gonna have every scene's gonna represent something. It's got to be profound. Yeah.
I will say, I do think it is one of the most interesting things about him that he goes from making Oppenheimer, a movie that you have admitted is like what kind of opened your eye of like, yeah, I don't really, he has qualities I do not care for and stick out to me in a way I cannot ignore.
Yeah.
I do think that him going from Oppenheimer to The Odyssey is maybe one of the most interesting moves a director has ever made. We'll see how it turns out. Movie doesn't come out for like another year.
Yes.
But I think that is a choice that I don't think anybody really expected him to make.
What did I send you? And I said sums up how I feel about Christopher Nolan. I think he turned down Gladiator, something like that. He turned down the movie Gladiator or Gladiator 2 or something. And
I think it was
what was the movie? It was something of that time period.
I got it. Hold on.
It was like The Odyssey. Anyways, he turned down a movie and then said I really wasn't feeling it, and then eventually is making The Odyssey, which is exactly that.
Yeah.
And so, oh, dude, I just had it in my head. It was like Clash of the Titans or
No,
something.
it's no, he turned down Troy.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was killing me.
He also, I think, turned down Man of Steel, right?
Yes.
He ended up producing
He
it.
did produce it, but he turned that down.
Yeah.
But that's Chris Nolan
but
to me.
like,
Right now, I'm not feeling him. And probably in 5-10 years, I might circle
Troy.
back.
Yeah.
It was Troy.
Yeah.
That's what, yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm just confirming it.
Reconfirmed.
Yes.
Ironically, Troy is
No, sorry, I went through and found the text.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, I was looking for it the whole time you were talking about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, but no, and that was like, that. You know, Troy was 2005, so, and now he's taking it back on. Maybe we want another crack at Troy, and this is it.
Possibly.
And so that's kind of how I feel about him. And that's kinda...
Okay, here's a good question, too. If he butchers the Odyssey characters, is that film going to really be not good?
I feel like it'd be hard to butcher the Odyssey characters because they're already so set.
Can he do it?
Can he impressively butcher them?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
I feel like if there's any filmmaker that can do it, he's one of the few. I feel like another one that I think could do the Odyssey is Denis Villeneuve because he's got a great sense of spectacle.
And he knows how to direct people.
Yes. I don't know. I'm not going to judge until the movie comes out. We will see.
Well, we can't judge anything. We haven't seen anything.
Exactly.
I'm just curious as to... I don't know. Like, there are movies that you could make. I think Batman you can make a little dry and stale. And that you can still have a really good experience with it because it kind of fits that noir element, right?
I also
a little
think
bit of the grittiness of it. I don't know if the Odyssey, if you don't get good character performances, if they're just playing tropes, I guess. So I mean, I guess you could really boil it down.
I mean, you can put more humanity on the characters than what the initial text outlines.
Yeah, but if he, I'll be curious about this because I'm also gonna be like, hey, did he do anything outside of just like leave it the same? Like, does this still feel a little, watered down, or did he actually bring it up to modern times?
Nah. And also, his lead is Matt Damon, and Damon is exceptional when he isn't the lead.
Yeah.
When Matt Damon becomes the lead, it's it's so funny in Interstellar, Ocean's movies.
Yeah.
Good Will Hunting, which a lot of people claim is his best performance, but like
shares it. Yeah.
Name him Matt Damon lead where you're like, oh,
we
man.
bought a zoo.
The Bourne movies.
Sam did not buy that zoo. I'm sorry, Mac.
No.
Shall we get into ratings for The Dark Knight Rises?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
So
Things are heating up.
I think Mac's going first.
I am.
So nervous.
Sweating bullets on my score. Singing's like draped on me now. I think I've had this always the same. This was like the first time I think I felt comfortable after watching the same. Like we like nerded out with it, but on a rewatch, it was like, oh, I kind of fell asleep towards the third act, and Bane's like the only cool thing happening, but like Batman broke his back. Like I think this is the first time I actually looked at it like one of these films and felt comfortable to be like, I didn't like it as much as everyone else did, because like this would be blasphemy at the time if you did that, right? If you were to go out and be like, it's not that great, you're getting henpecked by everyone. But once again, I mean, like, I still think it's fine. It's an action-packed film. I had it on today. I had a fine time watching it. It doesn't drive me insane with some of the things that are happening. It's almost like, again, in the sense of if you agree with The Dark Knight and feel like there are a lot of things happening, but that world's okay, like you have to say that this world's okay. Too much fat in it? Absolutely. And I think that's why it's tied with Batman Begins. But if I have to say it, Batman Begins is ahead of this thing, but they're both 8 out of 10. I really like. I don't have an issue with this thing, and I really like the cinematography in this. Like, yeah, the characters mail it in, and it's almost the same version of everything else. Like the only two good characters out of all of these films are Bane and the Joker. And if the Joker held up the Dark Knight that much, like Bane can hold this one up. And the couple big scenes are awesome. It's just the ending of this one is just they didn't know where to go,
Yeah.
But yeah.
So 8 out of 10. So for me, this is pretty clear as the weakest of the three. I feel like in my rewatch for this episode, Batman Begins was more surprising to me in how much I enjoyed it.
Yes.
The structure of it, the pacing, I thought it went down really smooth. The Dark Knight, even if the issues kind of like poke through the surface of it, still a totemic movie for me. Still one that I enjoy all the great aspects of it, more so than what drags it down. This movie to me is just... It feels like it was a product of Nolan not wanting to work on Batman anymore. I feel like you can feel it in the text of it. You feel it in the pacing. It's the longest one in both time and in length of like how I feel about this movie. Like this is going by a little bit haphazardly. The writing drops off as soon as he gets out of the pit, as soon as Gotham is under siege and it's snowing everywhere. It looks great. I like Bane. I like the sort of themes it's trying to touch on. But am I eager to rewatch this? No. I feel like it was great to rewatch as like an exercise in anticipation for this episode of the Neon Crew podcast being episode 100, which thank you guys for listening all the way up until this point.
Boom.
If you're still listening, we're about 5 hours in.
Hell yeah.
And we're not going to Spider-Man this. We're going to release this as one big chunk.
Hell yeah.
Got to do it. It's got to happen. And, God, the export on this is going to take fucking forever. But that's okay. Because circling back to The Dark Knight Rises, it does have some decent qualities about it. I would never say this is a bad movie. Ultimately, where I land on it is a 6 out of 10.
Wow.
Good. I'm going 7 out of 10. Sorry. I feel like totally inappropriate to have it at 8 out of 10 after I said I'd bump it. So
Mac revising his score.
I wanted to get that in before you said yours, but I'm happy you went 6 because you're just saying it sucks. No, I'm just joking. Well, that's on you now.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, this one and the Batman Begins are so even in terms of pros and cons, but if I had to choose, Bane's such a much more fun character, and there's so many, and so is Catwoman and all the other people, and the stupidity of the things that they do is so enjoyable to watch. I find myself it's almost like I'm rooting. It's like, you know, I really dislike the New York Yankees, but when they're on, I'm like rooting against them. I like, oh, who are they playing? Oh, I love that team, you know.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about Catwoman. And every time I watch it, I'm like rooting for her to, you know, to get her comeuppance or whatever.
Sure.
But yeah, for me, this is an 8 out of 10. It's a movie that has so many, you know, again, it's like was it the artist's intention or was it just the outcome or product of the art? Like, did he try to do it this way or not? Either way, it's enjoyable. It's fun. It's, you know, it makes as much sense as the previous film. Like, the logic is so vacant, you know?
Yeah.
But obviously, if anything, it's only going to get lower over the years because right now I'm in like a generous phase. But like that, I mean, the Bane kill or send off is so horrific.
This movie, you could probably start watching it once Bane and like if you stop this movie on Capitol Hill with Bane and Batman fighting and like got the last thing before any other dialogue happened and ended it right there, this would probably be 8 out of 10. I think like from that point on, it's just like we don't know what the hell we're doing.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's unfortunate, but you know, I think for the 100th episode of this show, you guys picked like it's even more popular to movie fans than Lord of the Rings is. So it's the most popular trilogy.
Which is funny because Lord of the Rings was almost an option. Like, if you weren't available, we were going to talk Lord of the Rings with Gideon.
Yeah. Do you think Gideon would sit here for 5 hours?
No.
Also,
I don't think he has the patience for that.
Right.
Love it. Like, love giving out about these movies and how boring they are at times, but how fun they are at other times.
Very polarizing films.
Yeah. And this has been one of the first... This has been the biggest thing I've gone back on and watched and been like, oh no. Like, I like the Star Wars prequels more than I like the Dark Knight trilogy.
I think you got a problem with Nolan and it's influencing other things, but that's just me.
I will say, homework assignment for you guys, go look at the still images from this movie or Dark Knight or Batman Begins. You will not see anybody smiling. You will not see any anger. You will not see any screaming. It's just staring faces of concern and contemplation, which... Some people like that for 7 hours and 26 minutes, which is the duration of this podcast.
I think I got lost. I just looked up Joker Rule 34 porn. That's all I'm getting. So sorry to say.
34 porn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you guys know what Rule 34 is?
No.
I'm not going to explain it to you.
Okay.
Anyway, I might just cut that out.
Like, what was that?
I was going to say, we're also going to have people listening to this, Googling this.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
definitely
your mom listen to this?
I'm sweating for a different reason now.
Episode 101.
I think I've heard of that. Anyways, yeah, I'm not
this
going
whole
down that
episode's
route.
purged.
Yeah.
Like, you guys skipped 100. You guys realize
Oh
that,
my
right?
God, Parks and Rec. It's just you like feverishly going through like, don't upload, export. What happened to episode 100? I didn't save.
Sorry, guys, got lost. 5-hour recording just in the ether. I appreciate you giving your thoughts on not only Christopher Nolan as a filmmaker, but also the Dark Knight trilogy. And I feel like this is, if I can be so bold as to say, a banger of an episode.
Oh yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
possibly. Like I think it's gone.
It's hard
pretty
for
well.
us to know right now, given the circumstances. But I imagine we'll be laughing pretty hard, hearing the sweat drip off our face.
Oh my God, thinking about this environment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a grind.
It's just a pile.
It was a good grind.
It's a good grind.
And there was like 3 different viewpoints.
The,
on it.
the Midnight Express type of yoga grind. Isn't that Midnight Express? What's the movie in Turkey? I can never.
Midnight Express.
Yeah. Remember when they're doing the yoga?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Protestant.
Yeah.
Monastery.
That looks so warm in there. I'm not talking about like their whole thing.
You immediately referenced the gay scene in.
It's but like it's like tropical, like warm, you know.
So we might edit that out too. We already ostensibly came out with episode 99.
Yeah.
An episode we haven't recorded yet. This is the first time we're recording an episode
Jumped ahead of an episode.
Before the previous one. We kind of skipped ahead.
Yeah.
So essentially when this comes out, we'll have already talked about your recommendation of Let's Start a Cult.
Yes.
Of which we have yet to pair another movie with. But
Right.
you guys will have heard our thoughts on that movie.
Yes.
And this was a collaborative sort of like group decision of, we're going to cover the Chris Nolan Batman movies.
Yeah.
But with episode 101, I believe it goes back to me
It does.
making a recommendation.
Yes.
And I know Superman's coming out, but I feel like that's going to be in theaters for a good bit.
Okay.
So we can talk about that maybe the episode after.
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like we've brought it up in this podcast, these two movies. I want to do a double feature. And neither of them are new, but they're both totemic. They both came out the same year.
That's like your
They're
sword
both
of the day.
They're both movies that I think I know how we both feel about them, right?
Okay.
Like they're ones that we constantly talk about.
Okay.
And I would be remiss if I didn't recommend these films soon
To talk on the pod about.
to talk on the podcast about.
Okay.
So I'm recommending a double feature of There'll Be Blood and No Country for Old Men.
Damn.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's sick.
That's a way to kick off 101. Well done.
That's why I said we push Superman, because there's not going to be much room for other films when we've got these two
Yeah.
titans going at it.
Yeah.
In episode 101.
This is going to be juicy.
I think so.
That was me versus Sam,
So it's probably the
2007
middle of that
Oscar
underpants you
party.
got on.
Turkish fruit. What?
You said that's juicy. I was saying like you're
Oh, yeah.
you
Like
got
my
swamp
waistband.
ass. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're all feeling juicy in this room
I was
right
going
now.
to say, like the back of my shirt.
Like the top of your forehead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming out everywhere.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for listening to episode 100 of the Neon Crew podcast. And I just want to say before we get into the outro, I appreciate you guys listening. I am very well aware that our audience isn't huge by any means, but I know there are people out there, whether in our friend circle or even if you're far out into the distances of the universe. You guys listen, you guys check in, you let us know. And we very much appreciate you guys listening to us babble on about movies in maybe the dumbest way possible.
Yes.
So our appreciation for you guys is endless. And we're glad that you stuck with us for however many years, going into 100 episodes, however many like bonus clips, however many like movie reviews I make, or how many silly Photoshops I make on social media. It's just very much appreciated from even the people in our real life that get to talk to us about what we put out on the channel and on the feed. So I just want to say thank you guys.
Appreciate you guys. We really do.
Sam, thank you for being here for episode 100. Is there anything you'd like to say before we get into the outro?
I came up with the DLTH. So do like Tom Hardy. That is all me. Mackie copied me.
No.
Wait, is this...
No, it's not.
Is this a revelation?
Where did I get it from? Do you remember that story?
Are we
Where did I get
uncovering
it from?
secret lore?
No, because I want to see if Sam remembers where I got it from.
Where you got it from?
Where I got it from.
Me.
No.
So Sam is claiming that he came up with DLTH, do like Tom Hardy,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
and is saying that you took it and modified it into WWTHD.
Well, this is where we have it from. This is where I want to see if he can name where I got it from. I think he should.
Archer.
No, come on. You don't
I
really
don't
know?
know. No. I'm pretty sure you stole it from me.
You might have to tell him.
This is from Ready to Rumble. WWJKD. What would Jimmy King do?
No, yeah.
And I
that
said,
one's
we'll
the most.
flip it into WWTHD. And we did that. Was it for this one when I told you about it?
Because
then we went.
I showed you Ready to Rumble, and then you said
How
it, and I
dare!
go,
Don't even start with this. We've been watching Ready to Rumble since we were 7. That might be one that gets brought up too.
That'd be pretty awesome
That
if you
would be
guys
pretty
did a pro.
sick.
You did that one in Iron Claw.
Oh,
Pro Wrestling Day. Do it for 122. Your
we have
boy.
yet to do a wrestling movie, I think.
All right, we might do.
The closest one is Vision Quest, and that's like not like
That well, it's not that type.
it's
of
not
wrestling.
that type of wrestling.
Yeah, that guy grabbed my wad. All right, let's wrap this up.
All right, cool.
You guys are trying to go to 7:26. Come on, let's wrap it up.
Thank you guys so much for listening to this episode of the Neon Crew Podcast. You can find us on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and give us some 5-star ratings on Spotify and Apple Podcasts if you haven't already. Shout out to Gideon for doing our music. Shout out to Lauren for doing our artwork. You can check out our merch on our Etsy page in the description below, and check out our social medias on YouTube community, Facebook, and Instagram. I'll be posting constantly when I can. Mac, what do we say to wrap up episode 100?
WWTHD.
Bye, everyone.